Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf for today's festivities as we dive into day 2 of the final week of regular season play, and immediately we get straight into that playoffs race, Wolf.
I mean, we've been doing the playoff race forever, basically. It's just constant wondering which the team is getting that 6th place spot. We do, of course, have the battle for 3rd place as well. We'll be taking part in that in the 2nd series of the evening with Hanwha Life, facing off against Gen G. But I'm going to be honest with you, Atlas. I don't know if anything is going to be decided tonight. I don't know if we're going to walk out of tonight's matches knowing any of these lock-ins, because it just seems pretty unlikely. Now, in the first series, of course, it's only an elimination that can be secured. Neither team, even with a win, is going to secure that 6th place spot yet. Yeah, exactly right. Let's have a look at the standings and see where it all sits, where this cacophony has left us. As we can see, DRX and Bro, both sitting at 4 and 12, both sitting at -15. So tied for 8th place. We're going to break that tie in this very first match. Going to be very interesting to see who can actually step forward. Bro been really good at winning game 1. Outside of that, not necessarily figuring it out for the remainder. If this was a best-of-1 scenario, Bro could potentially be the best team in the universe. However, we're best-of-3s over here. So for Live Sandbox, you have a pretty likely chance, but you have to beat T1. Beating KT, I think, pretty out of the question. Beating KT for Nongshim also seems out of the question. So if Bro take that win, they will, of course, have to take a second one because their game score is -15. The same true of DRX, who definitely could win both of their remaining matches, but that would rely on Live Sandbox losing both of their series, or that they're able to get that additional score here to pass Live Sandbox in game score. That's the biggest edge that Live Sandbox has. Even though their strength of schedule is really tough, they are at least 4 ahead of the curve of their opposition. Yeah, exactly. Even if they lose 0-2, 0-2, then only able to go down to -15. So that's kind of the sweet spot that we're aiming for as win to keep the playoff chance alive. The clash of joint 8th place teams. Yes, exactly. And it has gone the distance every single time this season, as you can see iterated here. And Brion have won a couple of them, and DRX also being able to pick up one here in spring round 2. We're back to round 2 once again, Wolf. Maybe it is the time for the dragon to fly, or maybe the OK Savings Bank OK Man Brion can take it home. And we will have to see. Now, you mentioned the Game 2 stats here, a 12.5% win rate in Game 2. To put that in more understandable terms, they are 2 and 14 at Game 2s this season. They are not winning them. They have won them twice, once against D+ in that reverse sweep, and then the second time against Live Sandbox, as you could see there. But they did not ultimately end up winning that series. So pretty rough times for Bro, not able to hold on the momentum, as both of these junglers having an incredibly high kill participation at 14 and high first blood contribution percentages on their team. I mean, the 92% is insane. Yeah. The stat for Umpty, they are not getting kills without him. Exactly, and it's also Umpty that's played every single game for Brion. Croco has been sharing time with Juhan this whole season, so his stats could be a little bit artificially inflated by that, but Umpty just benefiting from sample size. He's like, guys, I am always going to be there for you. If you're going to go for a kill, make sure that I am next door, round the corner, and ready to go. And the same can be said for Croco and his playstyle. He's definitely upped his game, though, moving towards the end of the season, as is the way with DRX. And you can see Beryl lagging behind a little bit. That's how he won Worlds last year. He was lagging behind. He was 6th place. They're fighting to get back to their 6th place once again, Wolf. Yeah. I don't know. I can see a certain thing happening again. You know, I can see it, like the idea for, you know, Beryl's strategy is coming to fruition. He's going to have to do some winning here this week. And I do believe that DRX has the most agency this week as far as getting themselves to those playoffs. The most realistic amount of agency. They're facing 2 teams in the East. Yeah, I would definitely agree. I think they have the easiest remaining schedule in this matchup against Bro, and of course Kwangdong Freaks, which will be their final matchup. Kwangdong's not beating anybody right now, but Bro here on the other side, a team that I think we all pretty much universally agreed had a fantastic shot at making playoffs based on their remaining schedule. But Live Sandbox leveled up. They lost that series last week. They lost to Nongshim in a pretty tragic series as well. And so now everyone's a little bit lower on the Bro hype train here because this team is a fan favorite. Everyone wants to see them make that miracle run to playoffs again, but it is not going to be easy. They have to face Gen G after this win over DRX if they are going to make it happen. And if they drop this series 2-0, if they go 0-2, that is it. They will be the first team to be eliminated from playoffs.
Well, we'll see whether they can hold it together as Croco. You can see second fiddle to Umpty when it comes to those kill participation stats and the jungle proximity stats as well. You can see like these teams rely on their junglers in the early game an extraordinary amount. Umpty does a fair bit more damage, and by a fair bit, I mean not very much at all. Both of them sitting towards the bottom of the standings and not much separating 6th and 10th. But it's all about how much these players can facilitate the rest of their team to try and get stuff done. And I'm looking at the rest of the map here, especially on the top side of the map. I think Morgan has stepped up his play quite a lot. We've seen shades of Rascal from the past, you know, that phenomenal player that we've always been waiting to pop off and pick up a million solo kills. He hasn't really been here so far in the summer season, but we know what he's capable of.
Yeah.
And so the Lord may have a bit on his plate.
I think that for Breon, it's defeating DRX is also trying to make sure you could defeat some of your own demons in terms of cresting that mid-game into the late game and making the proper decisions and setups on objectives, because even with the leads that Umpty can so often get this team, the mid to late game is where you can just clearly see it slip away. And you and I were casting that at Nongshim series, and you know, there's just a moment where you look back and you go, I know this is the moment they lost control, and I know this is the moment where they are no longer making the proper decisions, and it's one of those things that you have to overcome yourself mentally. There's only so much Edgar could do because he's very aware of the problem. He's given this team so many fantastic drafts, and they even have great late game scaling drafts because it's a Bro scenario where you want to be going to those late game scaling because they're
That's where you live.
Yeah, they live in the late game, but they have to make the objective setup happen. And I think when Morgan is on a champion with agency, that is the way to get it done. If he could side lane, especially on something like a Jax, I think that's how you're going to get that prio.
Yep, I think I love what you mentioned when you can see when a team starts to fall apart. I think that is something that we kind of witnessed at MSI as well a lot. If you're an LCK fan, you could see a few of those moments with our teams, but you didn't see it with a team like BLG, for example. Like I've never seen that moment for them. Admittedly, I'm often busy casting the LCK and don't get to watch all of their games. But there are teams that just tend to keep it together, and you feel like you can rely on them. And Bro, sometimes they have it. Sometimes they come into a series and they've just got it. And you know what? DRX has it, man.
They have it.
Because yes, they lose a lot, right? But they never look like they're bothered by it. Yeah. Like, the outcome of the series seems to be secondary to whatever it is that their goal is. And I think it works in their favor in very clutch moments. We'll see whether that is going to continue here, as already the draft has begun. And the Azir taken away from Karis makes a lot of sense. Poppy as well.
These are two picks that Bro have relied on so substantially. And Karis just not having a very wide champion pool right now. His Lissandra, though, could definitely come out in this series, so keep an eye on that. And the Poppy taken away from Umpty, very strong in the early game, very great for late game teamfight setup. The same with the Vi in terms of single target blow up. Kaisa left available here actually on red side. They'll ban the Jace in this final spot. So it's an angle for Paddock to pick up a champion that he's been pretty good on here in this second round. I think DRX will be happy to take the opportunity to play that. What you give up, though, is Sejuani Jax. So that's the trade-off they're considering right now. And they'll take the Jax away.
I actually really like this identification from DRX that their bottom lane is not where they're going to get it done. And in fact, if Rascal's on a champion that can, in theory, solo carry, then that is a good idea. Of course, Umpty is going to snap away the Sejuani, and now Morgan will have that opportunity to head towards his Renekton if he would like to. Can be difficult in some stages of the lane, and especially in the late game against the Jax, but Sejuani Renekton is extraordinarily powerful.
Yeah, and, you know, DRX now can, pick up the Kaisa. Rel also available, so two very strong picks. They could just lock in here for basically telling Bro that their draft is all said and done. But Nocturne is going to get locked in here early.
Fate, do it. do the double global. Let's go. You're named after the champion. Come on, man.
It's been a while, and is very good with the Jax they already have set up for side lane pressure. It becomes so difficult to deal with DRX in the late game, and that's where Bro crumbles, but they won't do it. They're going to go for this Annie Nocturne that we have seen before. Not my favorite mid-duo here, but does have a little bit of synergy. Obviously, you can charm into the Fear. It's a lot of damage there. And this will just allow Bro now to pick up a pretty safe Renekton. The Kai'Sa is just completely out of this draft at the moment, though.
Yeah, it looks like they just don't really mind about the bottom side of the map at all at this point. And I think it makes sense when you've got Beryl, who's got an extraordinarily extensive champion pool, and Effort, who is in the same boat. Both of these players have the most experience on their team outside of Umpty and Rascal, perhaps. But definitely the veterans of the squad. So kind of interesting that they do leave it up in the air. Playing for that counter pick on the Bro side of things, I think makes a lot of sense, especially with Rel up in the air, Alistar up in the air, things like this. I think that Beryl, if given the opportunity to play either Rel or Alistar, it's a difficult question, right? Because his Alistar historically has been fantastic, but his Rel more recently and win rate-wise is certainly very notable. I
like the Zeri ban here a lot because I think that Bro have a really nice comp in terms of pick potential. And
I thought you were just going to say, because it's Zeri and I don't want to see it.
No, in a serious way, I think Anna's a very good Zeri player, and I think the draft really suits Zeri because you can, with this front line and also Annie's engaged, really keep her protected. And DRX don't have longevity in this draft so far and won't be able to lock her down necessarily. Draven gone here, so looking for a pretty strong scaling bot laner here.
I guess like Kai'Sa is just kind of ignored by both of the teams. I would imagine DRX should ban it away here.
They could do that, or they could ban the Xayah. And now you're saying, okay, I want to go Rel here. We'll see what they want to play, because this could be like a Neela angle as well here for Podok potentially. As for Bro, Xayah I think is the only choice you can realistically go here in terms of scaling and anti-dive.
This trap is so huge, though, because now you can pick Rakan away and have the Kai'Sa Rakan lane, which we have actually seen find a fair bit of success, especially into these Xayah lanes that have been cropping up. I don't think that this is necessarily the way that Bro were going to be able to play this one out, and I honestly thought that the Rakan might have even been higher priority, because then at least you guarantee that you get Rakan Kai'Sa or you get Xayah Rakan. You get the Lovers duo.
Could have been the way. And it's not like they can deny the Xayah from you, you know, as Rel looks like it's going to be the follow-up here. Doesn't feel that strong in this draft, though. Was a pick that would have looked a lot better, I think, in DRX's hands, but they picked the Rakan to deny. Now this Maokai final lock-in is going to buy a lot of space into DRX's composition. On the other hand, though, it's really easy. Nocturne is one of the only champions that could kind of avoid Maokai because he could just simply ult over the Nature's Grasp and get into the backline really easily. So you have to be aware of that, because oftentimes Maokai just says no to dive. You can't come towards me. I put this ult down. We're going to front to back. We've got our own set of engage. But into the Nocturne, you really have to be careful about that. And I think the flank potential here for Jax and Ahri, if DRX are ahead in this game, makes their setup on objectives so strong. Because you got Kai'Sa poke, you got the Jax flank. Where's Ahri? Okay, Nocturne's going to ult. Where's Rakan? He actually has the ability to flank and set up this, and it feels like the perfect anti-Bro composition against a team that already struggles so much to get ready for objectives, and now you have all these threats that are looming.
Yeah, and Bro's composition requires all of its pieces to really function in these team fights as well. They're low range, and I think that they are relatively susceptible to some of these flanks. Kind of thought that, you know, as the draft shapes up, Twist of Fate would have looked even cooler, you know, because 1-3-1 kind of tears Bro apart as well, right? And, like, yes, they have some side laning in Renekton during the mid to early late game. But outside of that, I think that, you know, Jax would be just dominant in the side lane, and that is going to continue to be the case. The Ahri, not necessarily so much, but Fate feeling a little bit more confident on that pick now and does team fight that little bit better if you can get it going. Sort of works like a pick composition, which can start to ruin what OK Savings Bank Breon are trying to do. But the power of Bro is never to be underestimated. Let's get into game one. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for our first game of the day. This game could tell us almost everything. Because if DRX wins, there is a very, very low likelihood that Bro are going to turn around their Game 2 loss streak.
Yeah,
that's the difficulty.
This is really what it's all about for Bros, winning Game 1s. and
then perhaps winning Game 3.
Exactly,
you know?
exactly. But at least you get the Game 3 if you win Game 1, because Game 2 is not a thing.
What if we just went backstage and told Bro, right? It's not true, but we told them that Game 2 is automatically a loss for them, and when they're coming on stage, it's actually a Game 3. How many, 2-0s would they get?
I don't think they'd ever believe you.
Oh, they would, though. I mean, Bros, they're overflowing with trust, and we have their best interests at heart. You know, we just want them to win more games and lose less games.
I think their fans are full of the trust, Atlas. I don't know if they're full of the trust. I think the fans are ready to bro leave.
Yeah, that's true.
I think they bro leave your theory, perhaps.
Are you saying that Bro only creates bro leaf and doesn't actually have any bro leaf themselves?
Well, that's kind of the crux of the problem, isn't it?
No, I really walked into that.
Yeah, it's it's a little bit of a problem, but it can be solved potentially tonight. And also, I mean, if Bro win this series and then go on to actually take out Genji, because that's not impossible. Bro actually plays up. We didn't really mention this in the narrative lead up to this, but Bro usually does better against stronger opponents.
Yep.
You know, I mean, that's the kind of momentum shift that could lead to a potential crazy playoffs run. They've already beaten D+ once before, and they certainly could do it again, you know, if that's what we end up getting in that playoffs match. But I think Bro is so much more capable of what they have shown us these last few weeks, and that's the frustrating thing about being a Bro fan, is you know they're so good at snowballing in the early game. It's just after that it becomes problematic. You see that Sejuani win rate is why she's so heavily banned right now.
And she's also with one of her best partners as well in Morgan's Renekton towards the top side. Very notable Renekton player, as those that are connoisseurs of League of Legends emotes would absolutely know. It's the only one that I actually put it on my bar in every single slot.
Yeah, same.
That's just all I want to use.
It's legit the only emote I use, not even ironically.
No, it's just the best. Morgan, honestly, he's a genius. He's figured it out. Deft's emote, I think a little bit more universal, but I think just for pure goodness, it's Morgan's emote. Absolutely incredible stuff. Anyway, we digress a little bit. Well, let's have a look at the state of the game right now. Level 2 was hit by DRX, but now we've got an immediate cleanse that has to come through from Padak as he gets away from the aggression. Level 3 seems to be the Bro time, as Umpty and Croco may meet each other here towards the bottom side.
Great scry there, and there's just not much that the bot lane could do here of DRX. Wanted to potentially punish that bait they had there, where they went in for the trade, lost cleanse, and then had an effort pushed through, but Umpty's there, checks it out. Won't be able to get the scuttle here, nor will he be able to put any pressure on Fate. Looks like he was considering that for a moment, but they won't get caught there. So not a win in gold or anything like that for Bro, but got a cleanse, and we'll be able to get away with that without any further bottom side pressure. Could have been a trap they walked straight up into. Nocturne not that great at level 4, you know, coming over for a gank like that, but if you walk into it, certainly can be disastrous.
Yep. Rascal did that farm behind the turret thing, and then go back for a bit of a cheater recall. He's going to come back to lane with just a Ruby Crystal. Not exactly a massive amount of power, but holds on to his teleport, as does Morgan, who is just chilling out in the lane. Doesn't feel too bothered by this, especially as a level 4 Renekton. Just going to get stronger and stronger until he gets towards that level 6 mark with more points in the queue.
Didn't see the proxy up here that you often get on your first back as the Jax, but it won't ultimately matter, as the mid lane matchup as well is one that's very difficult for Ahri to get advantages in, and because this is a Nocturne jungle game, it's really hard for anything to happen pre-6, so Karis is going to be very comfortably just getting through this laning phase. Didn't go first strike because he wants to be able to trade back some of that Ahri damage when she's going in for aggressive trades with her Electrocute. The Ahri's going to offer you a little bit back, and so, you know, I like the way they've set this one up. And the first objective fight is really going to be quite telling, especially of which one of these top laners is likely going to get ahead, because at this stage now Morgan's starting to take control of this lane. We'll hit level 6 here shortly, and the Herald fight is going to be the big one. That Bro is so good at the first Herald fight, even if they're down a member. Like Edgar said in an interview, we're not that good at 2v2s or 3v3s. I'm like, I think you actually are really good at 2v2s and 3v3s.
Well, they're always 4v4s. This is the thing. Bro brings the whole squad. You know, if they're going like they need everyone there, everyone plays a part for Bro. As Rascal going to pick up some minions, as Morgan is also going to do some farming behind the turret. As the bear comes down into the mid lane, Fate does have Spirit Rush, so isn't in too much direct trouble. However, it's difficult to lane against two people in the mid lane, and Tibbers and Annie, kind of two people, you know?
Yeah. Two
entities.
2 units on the map creating damage. Look at that. Pressure.
Charmed Tibbers. Beautiful. What a notion. As Umpty going to come on over and look to start off this dragon.
Yeah, this should be pretty difficult to contest with that push in with Tibbers from Karis. And this is Bro. They get these early Drakes. Very difficult to contest. Teleport coming out for both top laners. We'll see if Bro decide to push this early advantage in 90 seconds here to the top side of the map. As Crocco's coming over.
Yeah, he is going to make Morgan a little bit frightened, but you can see that Rascal isn't too worried about it. He's just teleported back as Fate's going to move on up. And Morgan is just kind of doing battle for this. Does go into his Dominus, but I just don't know how you're ever supposed to really be all right. But Umpty is going to turn up, and he is. So it's just fine. No flash is going to be burnt or anything like that, and no DRX overcommitment to this.
Dominus, though, used here does feel pretty frustrating for Morgan. He also doesn't have teleport, so this is not the scuffle you were really looking for. A good play from Crocco comes over there, and because he has Spell Shield, it's really difficult for Morgan to actually do anything there, and Karis also didn't have Tibbers available because he used it to get that lane prio moments before for the Drake, so bit strange that Morgan was trying to look for more there. Even in terms of trying to get information, he does not get any control over the river and will actually lose a plate because of it in the top side. So does backfire, actually losing a significant amount of farm as well here.
Yeah, this is not great because you do want to be extending a lead against the Jax at this point in the game. Rascal going to be able to go back home and build up a little bit more, probably wants his steel caps before he's really happy, but just some brown bags and a Kindle Gem. But does get the extra ability haste. His effort taking a bit of poke damage here. And I do like, there are teams and there are DRXs of the past that would have just gone too far in.
Yeah.
And the counter engage is actually fantastic, right? Umpty and Karis move on over, and even though there's no Tibbers, there's Incinerate for the AoE CC. And then Sejuani there to stack up the permafrost in the extended fights with a Renekton. Very, very strong. But DRX don't bite off more than they can chew, and they understand that if they extend this game and play the funny business, right? They play the macro game, they can easily just win this one as Paranoia comes in. There's the flash out from Morgan, and he still doesn't have teleport. Now he doesn't have his life. That is first blood going to Rascal. As Umpty also in trouble. The quickness comes out from Beryl, and Puddux dived in. Does cleanse a little late, but it does not matter. And that is 2 swift kills as Karis is going to come on over. There is now 2 versus 3 in this river, but Hennet's going to move on up, and Karis survives. It's just an Annie drive-by, and he's going to make that one work. Still, Crocco going to be able to grab the Rift Herald, and Rascal grabs the top outer turret.
Massive win here for DRX in every metric. Yes, you did end up grabbing Kai'Sa there at the end, but they get Herald, they get plates, and Jax doesn't need any resources now here in the top side. The Herald can freely go mid to give Annie some gold here. And you opted into this as Umpty. I was watching on the minimap because the top dive is super obvious, right? Morgan has to know that Crocco's top side there and has ult, so this one is pretty apparent that it's going to happen here. Almost rather see it from Morgan's perspective here. Dashes forward here and goes for the stun, and at that moment, he's 100% dead. No way out you use your stun like that with no dash available. And Umpty was trying to set up on the bottom side as well, so why be that far out? And this is what I was watching on the minimap while this was happening, is Umpty thinks he can come over here and catch Beryl because they're trying to set up a lot of vision here and make a cross map happen, but there's such a huge disconnect between him and the bottom lane that he's just going to end up getting burned down. But very bizarre and an overforced decision here. Karis at least will be able to turn it in with effort to a kill, but that is all you're going to get because DRX got so much topside, and this Jax is such a problem.
Yeah,
Crocco can't even believe it.
Having a good time. Here are the DRX players, and it's not a massive gold advantage, but we already said that we kind of like how this composition is going to go as far as their setups in the later stages of the game. Nocturne really does alleviate quite a few issues when it comes to getting fights started on your terms. It's kind of like the Sivir situation, as Beryl takes an auto attack from his former partner here, currently lane-crossed lovers, Zaya and Rakan, still. Not going to be too worried about it. But yeah, it does really feel like it works like on the hunt, right? You press the paranoia and then you know everyone's going in. We're making stuff happen. We're doing things. It works like on the hunt. So I think that DRX should be able to just press the go button and get stuff done as this game continues. Still, it is game 1 and it's Bro. They are pretty good at figuring out how to find a good skirmish at around now until 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's true. Unfortunately for them, they ended up losing the Herald, and the next Drake isn't that appealing. So even if you do end up going in there and having control on bottom side, I don't know if DRX are really going to care all that much. Giving 2 Drakes, though, into potentially like Hextech Soul could be problematic, so we'll see what the focus is going to be here for DRX. Paranoia is back up here. Teleport back up for Rascal in just a moment, so they absolutely can group for this. It is a 11.5-minute fight, so Rascal can teleport directly in. Morgan isn't going to be aware. It will cost him plates, of course, if they do want to commit. But right now, it's unknown where this Jax is. Umpty trying to set up a control ward here, try to keep DRX a little bit in the dark about how they're going to set up for this. Karus also has Tibbers and Flash available for an engage. And as the clock ticks here, Morgan is just going to pick up a ton of gold. He does not have his teleport just yet, so this is kind of default all he can do. And as soon as he sees this Jax, he's going to feel pretty good.
Yeah, can also just move immediately down towards that bottom side.
Exactly.
Actually channeling it back to go for that reset, try and look for a Gore Drinker, and then head over to the Dragon. But looks like Bro are going to play it safe. They're going to give this second Drake. And of course, a singular Chemtech Drake is not going to be the end of the world whatsoever. Beryl looking for a bit of a flank angle here, as there are a lot of bad guys coming on in. And there is the Paranoia. The Charm's going to connect, and they immediately obliterate Karus. That setup was gorgeous from DRX, and they can get straight back to work on this Dragon.
Rakan Nocturne is like this new LCK combo that is so strong so far this week, where if you turn the lights off, it's hard to play around Rakan. It's hard to dodge his knock-up, see where his charm is coming from, and as soon as the Rakan appears, it gives vision for the Nocturne to ult in with Paranoia, and that's it. That's your Annie gone, and that's going to be a ton of plate gold going down here in the mid lane as well with that Herald delayed, so you picked up the Drake as well. It is Hextech.
Ooh.
So it would have felt really nice if Bro was able to get both of those to have potentially, Soul Point around the corner, but they lose control as well.
And it's all just kind of coming up DRX here in this early stage of the game. Kind of loving the setups and how they're playing things out. As we're going to have a look at this one more time, Beryl just says, we go on this guy, and everyone's like, all right, let's do that.
Yeah, really nice flank there from Beryl. And the ward that is being cleared is what ultimately dooms Karus. Sees him coming. He's like, I'll take care of this. Promptly, instantly deleted.
Yeah, does a great job. We have to reiterate as well, guys, that if Bro lose 0-2, they are out of this. They are just not capable of making it to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, if you told me last week before any of the matches happened that Bro would be the first team eliminated, I would have laughed at you.
I know, I would have laughed at myself.
And, I mean, it's the reality we may be living in now. It's still early days.
It is.
But
and
it's looking really good. It's looking really good for DRX in this first game because of the early Sunderer for the Jax. Rascal still hasn't used his teleport. He's got most of that turret.
He is going to teleport towards this last remaining minion in the wave, and does get a cheeky shot onto Morgan there. Like you say, Divine Sunderer has been built up, and Morgan does have the Gore Drinker, but I think the first item spike for a Jax does feel absolutely fantastic. Went for Merc Treads as well, so not going for the steel caps for lane, trying to make sure that he doesn't get CC'd to death in these team fights. And looking down the line, there's a fair bit of CC available.
Yeah, it's also full damage here on the build from Fate, so he's going to be able to burn through Umpty's health bar pretty reliably.
I kind of love that.
Yeah, and also deal with Morgan when he's trying to come in there. And because you have this Jax with Merc Treads, he's also kind of more up in the thick of things here, so he can get a second Counter-Strike off in a team fight, for example, be very slippery, and then you have the Rakan, right? There's all these threats, there's all these flank angles, and while you're trying to set up, you're getting Kai'Sa poked, you're getting Ahri poked because it's Leandri's, so really difficult.
And Jax is killing your inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, if he's not there, yeah, he's it's for a reason. It's because he's killing your inhibitor turrets, and if he's there, he's got Merc Treads. And he won't be able to get that first brick just yet here on the top side, but he really wants it. And he's got some help now grouped around. If they grab this Herald, it should be easy for him with a one-team fight here, even without the Herald charge, to take out that top turret.
And you got Rift Herald now being started up by Croco. He should be able to hold on to this, although Umpty in the vicinity and Morgan coming on over. Dominus is up and Flash is available. Arctic Assault's going to hit Beryl, but he's going to be able to get out of there. And Puddock, he's underneath his turret, but Killer Instinct can get him over in a moment's notice. It's the benefit of having this Kai'Sa Nocturne that DRX were able to procure for themselves with the fact that the Xayah was opted into here by Bro. Of course, Xayah feels good into Paranoia, right? You can't press R on the Xayah without her Feather Storming, and then you look a little bit silly when you land on top of Thin Air. But I do think that the benefits of going for a Kai'Sa instead, as far as denying DRX and getting yourself some extra power as well, would have been pretty strong. But we digress. Umpty coming over, and once again, he's going to be hitting Beryl as Beryl is going to quickness in. Looks for it, finds a decent knock-up as they have all piled on top. Fate, the Orbit Deception just massive, and it's his turn to start clearing this one up. They just immediately identify the two carries, but they didn't identify Morgan, who is now looking for Puddock. There's the twisted advance and effort. Just punches the Kai'Sa in the face. Beryl now finds himself behind enemy lines, and I don't know whether he's going to be all right. He's still looking for some cooldowns, and he's not going to be able to make it over that wall. In the meantime, though, DRX are going to take an outer turret in the mid lane, and while Bro takes this Rift Herald.
Not sure if they know Umpty is doing this, so they just decide to push mid and give that up. I think they definitely could have tried to instead push Umpty off. But watch this fight. Paranoia, nobody can see. Really good movement here from the side of Karis to actually get into the back, but you have Paranoia, you've got the Charm coming through from the Rakan. Tons of damage here, but unfortunately, it's at the cost of all of your health bars here, as Effort's ult is pretty big, and Morgan is able to slice through some of these health bars. Umpty decides instantly to go onto the Herald here. As you can see, they've just decided Barrel's going to buy time for that mid turret to go down. It is, of course, the first turret of the game, so a quick macro decision here from DRX. They'll pick that one up. There's a lot of gold sitting on that top turret as well for Rascal to pick up, so they don't deny the Herald, that's true, but I feel like still a pretty big win in the team fight for DRX, even though it looked like maybe, Bro, yeah, they turned it around, but they still end up losing the critical turret.
Henna completely saved it with that Blade Call. It was so much damage ripped through the entirety of DRX. Gets that flash off, gets behind the members that were all piled in on top of each other, and really gets that work done. Yes, he is going to die. Karis goes down as well. It looked like they'd lost damage, but I mean, it's Renekton at 16 or so minutes in the game during that team fight, and he is extremely powerful. So Bro, making it work in the team fight. Still, like you say, doesn't actually help them at all when it comes to getting themselves leads, especially map control, because with the outer turret falling down, it gives DRX so much leeway, and Nocturnes love it when the map's that extended and they have control.
It's like Bro got more kills, but actually they lost the fight, because what they gained was so little in comparison to what DRX got, and now not able to contest for this Herald either, so top turret goes down, mid turret's down, or sorry, not Herald, Hextech Drake, as the Drake is going to go down as well, so one step closer to Hextech Soul with this insane Kai'Sa composition. Just feels real bad, as, yeah, like you say, Henna kind of saves it, but we're going to need to see Bro do something in this next team fight realistically here, maybe an early Baron take or a denial on this next Drake at, 23 minutes, because otherwise, this is just a losing game because the Jax is just unstoppable in sides. The Ahri is going to be a decent threat too, and with the chances of you getting that 5v5 fight the way you want, or, Renekton just running through the team comp and slicing those final kills through, they get smaller and smaller, those opportunities, as this game goes on.
Yep. I do want to say that I feel like this is one of the best Beryl comps you could ever have.
Yeah.
Because as soon as, if they ever decide that killing Beryl is a good idea, Puddock and Croco can instantly be there. Fate as well can move a fair distance at a moment's notice. And so the follow-up and any of the insane calls that Beryl comes up with should be instantaneous.
Oh, yeah.
And that is terrifying if you're a Bro fan.
It's like, suddenly DRX realized with Beryl and Croco on this team, if we just all go R-button dive,
right?
it's going to be really good. There's nowhere to go but in. And that's Beryl. He only has one direction he walks in. So I do agree with your sentiment here. It feels like a playstyle that's very fantastic for these two players in particular. With Rascal's massive lead as well, they get to pull people around the map and press R at will when Bro is trying to set up. And Bro have the Sejuani Renekton, but weren't able to use it in the early game. They have the Sejuani to set up for Tibbers Engage, for example, but if you don't have map control, it's a little bit tricky.
Yeah. They are looking for a little bit of a Baron angle. That's why there was no one defending the outer turret towards the bottom side of the map. Also a difficult turret to kind of contest, given the fact that the outer was open. And yeah, Herald just to get some vision control around this Baron. Umpty now looking for Rascal. Should have full information that this is a dangerous lane to be up in. Because Effort, Henna, and Umpty all making their way in. And it was pretty dark in that brush.
I like the attempt here from Bro, though. This is the kind of chance you're going to get with Herald to actually start a team fight or force a turn on Baron. Like, can they do Baron realistically right now? No, but can they force DRX to respond and then win the ensuing team fight where there's not a lot of vision for DRX? That could have happened. It doesn't ultimately pan out, but I like the decisive call here from Bro. Use Herald for that additional prio in mid, group on Baron, and see if DRX take the bait. They did not.
Yeah, and then ultimately it ends up being Bro kind of wasting their time a little bit. Yes, they're catching waves, so the gold lead hasn't really extended all that much. But Wolf, like, I'm just worried about Bro's chances to convince DRX to just come at them.
Yeah, show up, please.
Yeah, right.
Bros, they're asking, like, I would like you to come to my tea party.
Maybe they just need a really nice invite. You know, like, get some calligraphy going on. You know, you've got a really nice scented card in a beautiful envelope or something like that. Maybe that's what we've got to work on, because that's where Bro's composition is going to thrive. Like, their turn, also fantastic, but that involves them actually starting up an objective, and I just don't know whether that is, that might be too much to ask at this point in time.
Now, the fact that Rascal has already got this wave kind of pushing in here too is really frustrating for Bro, because then they could set up deeper vision here. And Bro, again, they can't do this Baron very quickly, and if they don't have vision around it, there's just no way they can even start. So if you look at the map right now, you can see DRX is oppressively pushing vision. Look at Barrel using the Hextech portal, come over that Drake. And what do you do as Bro here? You've got to deal with this Ahri on the top side. Jax has constantly got the wave out, so they both entry points to the Dragon here realistically are so difficult to control as Poduk is Shiv Kaisa. So yeah, you push that wave in, he just clears it instantly, and Rascal's now starting to push the screws in.
He is. You can see just immediately Counter-Strike is going to be pressed, and now the paranoia comes in. The teleport is a difficult one, and it's coming behind the ultimate. As the ult does come through from Umpty, Effort is going to have to flash his way out, but that is the Xayah dead immediately. And Morgan not going to be able to stop it as Rascal is going to be taken down. So in the end, it is a 1-for-1. And DRX, I have a feeling that they could have got more off that. They weren't quite able to find it, as now Umpty, realizing it, is going to go for a bit of a re-engage. A difficult one, though.
Once Tibbers is down, I don't know if you can win this fight as Bro anymore. You just don't have the damage. If you killed anyone else as DRX, I feel, then maybe Bro actually win this fight with Xayah. But unfortunately, she's gone. You don't have that longevity anymore. And I just love how decisive they are. And, like, Panic from Effort here. He's like, well, they're probably coming from this way. I can't see anything. I'm just going to toss this down, and maybe we'll get objective control. Maybe we can keep the Xayah alive in front to back, and they jump onto the Xayah instantly. His ultimate really having very low impact, but who can blame him? Nocturne Paranoia is going to get dropped down.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't even use it. He just got knocked off by Beryl, unfortunately. So maybe if Bro had a Xayah that could have actually Featherstormed in that fight, then it could have been a better story. However, this is pretty good. They're going to move on over and take themselves their second Hextech, or their second Drake and their first Hextech of the game, evening the Drake score out. DRX will be able to get an inner turret. That is a fair bit more gold injected into this team, as Beryl is just toying with them by the looks of things. I don't know whether it's necessarily a good thing or a bad thing, but it's definitely a Beryl thing that he is doing. And DRX, they do, I guess, trade up as far as money, but Bro buy themselves time. And do you know what Bro really likes?
Time.
Spending more time on Summoner's Rift.
I don't know if they should like it into this composition, though.
No, I don't think so either. But I feel like they just do
It's
anyway.
an unhealthy obsession, maybe.
Yeah.
That we do encourage them to not indulge in. But it is going to be quite significant, though, picking up this Drake, because you give over Soul Point to DRX, and then it's disastrous. They can always take the fight on their terms or abort and then move away from the fight, and their comp obviously scales way better in terms of what the map control is going to look like, and the Kaisa poke, etc., all of the threats we've talked about. So, small win for Bro, but one giant leap for DRX kind, you know?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Because the gold lead is starting to snowball so much. The buffed Spear of Shojin is out here. and Rascal is, building towards getting that Zonias here. It's going to be
Teamwork.
so difficult to actually beat this team straight up in 5v5s if you're not on the objective, and the lack of control, for example, allows DRX to now start to threaten Baron starts, and without any vision, you just can't play this out as Bro.
Yeah, it's so hard as well, because if you're struggling to win 5v5s and you definitely lose side lane and you lose the poke war, like there's nothing else that Bro can really hope for other than DRX to dive in on top of them and for Henna to find an incredible Blade Caller that can give them the team fight that they're looking for, because every other avenue for victory DRX has in spades.
Okay,
they should stop going in, to be perfectly honest. But this is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
The turn is valuable as Fate looking for that flank angle. Croco does spot him out. They knew that Karis was waiting in that brush as Paranoia comes down. Fate trying to dance around the fight, but Beryl is just immediately locked down. And Bro are like, we're just going straight back to this Baron.
Critically, Henna didn't ult, so he's still got his feathers.
Yeah, Karis though in a little bit of trouble. Effort very, very low here as the Void Seeker's going to be able to pick up that kill. Rascal dives into the pit, but the Baron will go to Bro. But can they keep themselves alive is the question. Morgan, a massive Crocodile. Fate trying to do what he can. And now it's Henna taking matters into his own hands. Rascal going to go down, but that is going to be the ace, and DRX will win it out in the end. Bro for your whole team. Baron for your whole team. I got Bro on the mind. It just doesn't quite work out for the squad.
I mean, that was the kind of Hail Mary they needed so desperately, though, because as we've talked about this entire mid-game, DRX are not going to come to you unless you sit on an objective and basically camp it. As effort goes incredibly low, gets sniped here by Poduk. They secure the objective, but Umpty's going to go down. He takes too much damage at the front line here, and yeah, you've got a Xayah, but unfortunately there's just not enough numbers here. Doesn't have any front line, and it's just going to ultimately be taken out by Fate. Burns him down. Poduk as well, surviving to the end of this fight, and that is going to be the loss of all Baron buffs. And I was going to say the Baron that DRX secures to end the game, but it's not their Baron. They just deny all the buffs, and that's going to be ultimate map control for the rest of this game. In 70 seconds, they will be able to fight for that Hextech Soul Point. And I think you're not going to get a chance to force a Baron like that again as Bro, unfortunately. Now you might have to, like, 5-man push bottom to get DRX to come to you, as they just don't have to anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the Hextech Drake, that's coming up in 53 seconds. And I think Bro just have to get there. They have to try and fight for it. And it's a 7,000 gold lead now. We're talking about DRX being very, very far ahead. I mean, look at Fate. I mean, this is one of the more impressive Ahri performances that we've seen in recent weeks, because she just hasn't been all that great, to be honest. But in this composition, it's working out very well. And I was, jokingly calling for Fate's Twisted Fate, his namesake champion and things like that. But he's making me an Ahri believer in this moment, which is difficult for me. I've been a bit of an Ahri anti so far this season.
I think the build really sells it to me quite a bit as well. Cosmic Drive for all of that additional AP, and the Void Staff coming through here means he just does so much damage, and he also threatens in neutral just with his Orbs of Deception, just like this poke coming out from Kai'Sa, and now he's got the Magi, so, I mean, he knows that this game is pretty much donezo, but he can also
feeling himself.
Yeah, he can also become pretty big, too. If something goes wrong and he survives, he's going to get a ton of value with that item. I think it's just for fun, though, as Morgan will pick up the first turret of the game here for Bro and trade for all of bottom side map control. The Drake goes over for free. And Bro, there's not even like a conversation to be had about the Hourglass. Like, the sand is already completely fallen, and there's no sand left.
I mean, Rascal has the Hourglass, and that means that he can just turn it whenever he'd like. If it's on the wrong side, he just gets more. So it's just that easy.
It's on his side right now, though. I don't know if he wants to turn it. He's got all the sand.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess, like, if it's up, then, the sand goes down. But then he just flips it, and then it's like, oh, but we just get it all back again.
Yeah.
That's exactly how time works, guys. If you have access to the Hourglass yourself, then you just make time. It's extraordinarily valuable.
Yeah, if it's a 3-item Jax at 30 minutes with that Zonias, that's how time works,
Yeah.
And that's how objective setup works, unfortunately, for Bro as well, and or it doesn't work. as the Baron is not up for 2.5. We're still fighting over this vision, though.
Really nice charm there connects from Fate as Umpty just wants to get onto his Bramble back. They will be able to secure it, but now the paranoia comes in. Another charm comes down as Rascal finds the backline, and Beryl this time is going to get on top of Henna. He will go golden, and now Tibbers is running amok, but it's still going to be the kill onto the Xayah. Not enough threats here for Bro, unfortunately, as the bottom lane will be taken down. Rascal on the warpath as he dives towards Karis, but I don't think he wants to mess with 2 Nexus turrets, and I think, ladies and gentlemen, that this is game number 1 going over to DRX. What an incredible draft. Beautiful play, like the macro decisions, the turning on a dime. I love this from this iteration of DRX. And if this is what we're going to get moving towards playoffs, then maybe they deserve to be the 6th team going. Of course, we're not going to know any of that until after a few more games. There's the knock-up onto the Sejuani. Pretty decent game from Beryl, as we don't see the end of it.
No, it's not yet, but I mean, the Nexus is still alive, but you know, let's be realistic here. The effort Maokai has just been so invisible because, again, he can't see. When the ult comes in from the Nocturne, he's like, well, I guess I'll just ult in that direction because I don't know where anybody is. And Poduk and Nocturne can just leap over the Nature's Grasp, and they have instant backline access. And from this far ahead, Bro are just tossing wards into bushes and seeing if maybe they could leapfrog. Maybe DRX makes a mistake. They won't. They will punish you even for trying to leapfrog wards into Baron. And unfortunately, they're not able to end here because Karis does end up setting up this stun. They are able to clear out this wave pretty significantly, even with the TP coming through. Umpty buying a ton of time with stopwatch here, so there is enough time for Henna to come back. DRX will say better safe than sorry and back away. Yep, Baron's up in 30 though, and Bro's chances aren't looking any better.
Certainly not. And with super minions coming down that top lane and only 1 Nexus turret, it's going to be difficult for Bro to find an avenue to fight for that. And Baron into Hextech Soul into Nexus take could be how it goes, or just win teamfight into Destroy Nexus could also work out here, as there is the Paranoia. Fate also able to find the charm onto Umpty, who is going to be able to turn it into a bit of a re-engage here. Decent work from Bro, but they haven't been able to find a kill just yet. Rascal gets into the backline, but now the kills start to flood through, and I have a feeling it might just be wallet dip here in favor of DRX. It is going to be the ace. There it is for Rascal. A triple kill for Fate as well, whose Ahri was absolutely amazing in this game. And finally, I get to do that voice that dictates the end of the game and the Nexus going down, and the Nexus afterwards will actually fall down, as game number 1 will be taken by DRX.
6-0-11, Ahri. I think we know where all those votes are going. Fantastic performance from Fate. Great build, but I think he had a great game. Kroko had a fantastic Nocturne game because he and Beryl dictated the pace of the early mid game, and when there's no vision, there's no way to hit that Jackson sides. Like, even if Renekton actually stood up to Jax, you wouldn't be able to beat him because Nocturne will just ult and it's instantly a 2v1. You commit a lot of resources down there. Jax gets away. There's amazing follow-up for DRX. They can follow up from such large range, and Beryl, really good game from him on the Rakan, and I think that the draft has to change substantially here for Bro because, yeah, there were some individual mistakes and it wasn't the cleanest game from them, but ultimately I think they were kind of a little bit handicapped. If you don't win mid-game hard here, and especially if you over-index into some fights and DRX get a fed Jax early, the game just becomes so difficult to play out from there.
And it certainly was. That is the first time I've seen such a massive Ahri damage number here in this game. Fate, absolutely massive. Maybe the Fater spam gets to come back into our Twitch chat that has been a little bit absent over the last few weeks. And honestly, just in general, right? Like, Fate was such a promising prospect. I remember, you know, a young Yamato Cannon talking about how much promise this player had. Maybe, just maybe, they're going to be able to win a couple of series this week and take themselves to the playoffs. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is a best of 3. Bro, against all odds, could win a game number 2. But first, we have to go to a break. Then the space will break down game number 1. Then we'll get to that game number 2.
하면서 직스위치.
가자 볼게.
아 지금 공 껐어.
야 우리 랜선 때려줘 랜선 때려줘. 내 한타 빼 한타 빼.
가인이 들어갈 수 있어. 애니.
야 세주 때려 세주
앞에 거 때려. 앞에 거 때려. 나 가인. 앞에 거 때려. 앞에 거.
야나 5인 매우 5인 매우.
야그 자야 높여 자야
나 스킬 없어 스킬 없어.
가져 나이스.
이거 한 명도 안 죽었네.
오
뭔데?
자, 몸 내줄게. 가자.
땀날 밀어줘야 돼.
그러지 말아줘.
뭐가? 나 뭐 했는데?
날 죽이지 말아줘.
안 죽이지. 속상하.
에휴
큐. W. 몰라?
나이스.
앞에 파괴. 나이스.
좋은데?
다음 파이팅.
파이팅.
and welcome to the space. We're here after game number 1 of DRX taking down Bro. I am Valdez. With me is William, of course, as always, alongside of Chronicler. And we are going to be getting into the draft and talking about this first game because this one was actually a really nicely executed one from DRX. Felt like a lot of the time just holding on to this game.
Yeah, I was very pleasantly surprised, as was William here right beside me. In case you're wondering, it says William there on his chest.
That's
because looking at the draft here for DRX, I think we can all identify there's a lot of power here. It's also funny the classic everyone picks their own champion. But what is really telling is how well they were able to play around specifically the Nocturne. Because I think with a lot of Ahri comps we've seen, like Ahri, Kaiser, Rakan, Jax, Nocturne, the goal is to go in and dive. But if you do it into linear fashion, I do think you run into a lot of trouble into the Bro comp because they have a lot of disengage with the Maokai. They have the Sejuani as a big body, and he has a lot of on-demand CC. And then you have the Xayah as well, who has a lot of innate safety when she can kite back. But contrary to what I kind of expected coming in, they actually did a really good job of executing this kind of dive 1-3-1 threat comp.
I think what I loved is that, sometimes we see like isolated engage members, and into a comp like Brion's, you'd really struggle. If you're one person going into a Xayah, into a Maokai, you'd have a bad time. But they have the late engage, they have multiple people who can all match the pace of the Nocturne. And also one of the issues I had with Brion comp was that every single person on that composition had CC that you had value with Make Treads. Everyone had like cleansable CC, and you actually saw in the game everyone on the side of DRX had Make Treads apart from the Kaiser who had cleanse.
And also 3 of them went unflinching. So actually the CC just didn't stick at all.
Yeah, and especially when you have champions like Ahri or Kaiser who are so mobile, if your CC is not sticking, there's not really much you can do to interrupt. Like if you're playing Maokai and you're like, I need to peel, and you W in the last like 0.5 of a second, and then Ahri dashes onto your AD carry, you're not really achieving much. So I think that was one issue I had with it. And also I think like a big aspect of the strength of Brion's comp was the Renekton Sejuani, but we never really saw that come together.
Let's take a look at the first highlight here we did have. This was on the Herald, and this fight was actually pretty back and forth. Thought that maybe Bro with a really nice Blade Caller would have been able to pull this one back, but it was just the beginning of DRX showing that they knew how to play this comp and that they could engage well.
Because the main takeaway for me is even though they don't end up really winning, as Morgan comes in with full dominance, level 11, really strong at this point, you saw there, and they replicate this multiple times throughout the game, engages from 3 separate angles, right? You had the Nocturne come in, you had Beryl come in, and it was always one member, be it Rascal, be it Beryl, flanking from DRX. And even though this specific fight ends up being relatively even, it is the DRX that picks up the objective afterwards and are able to kind of set the pace of the game from there.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the thing we can't really see from this perspective is like the impact of the Nocturne ult from the spectator perspective, but like it's so suffocating, especially when flanks are coming in and you're trying to like peel, but when you just can't see anything at all, you can't really work with your teammates effectively. And I think the way they would often pop it, and I think we see this actually in the next highlight, they'd like pop it and then delay the engage until they're out of position, was really good.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see actually in the second highlight right now, this fight on the Baron that, Bro, I feel like the idea was pretty good, trying to turn off of it, but it did not go their way in the end.
Yeah, and I mean, in this situation, they managed to get Beryl initially, burst him down on the Rakan, but it's just patient play from DRX, and they actually don't care about the Baron. Rather than overcommit for the Baron, try and get in the pit, and Smite Stealer, they decide to play for the fight. And we see Paddock just constantly layering that poking, gets the kill on the effort, and then here, the Jax jumps in with this disruption, and I think Fate also does a fantastic job here, kiting out, landing consistent charms.
And it is just remarkable, because we've seen DRX so many times go for these Hail Mary plays in the past, where they just would go all into that pit and die. And here you actually see Paddock go forward, land some poke, back off with E. You see Fate really skirting kind of the edges of the fight, and it meant that Brion never really got to get a hold of anyone on this slippery team.
Yeah, it's definitely a problem for them. Let's take a look at the POG on the side of DRX, though, because I feel like there were a lot of good candidates, but it will be Fate, our vote for this one, 6-0-11. A very fun Ahri build as well, and did tons, oodles and boodles of damage.
Yeah, I think the jungle, mid support, all were highlights in this game. They were the ones sent up the engage, but I think Fate was just super on point with the charms. Again, built a build we haven't really seen too much from Ahri's, with a lot of ability haste, a lot of spell rotations, and a lot of damage with Leandries. And and was really getting value out of it, particularly this last team fight, just taking over.
And the cohesion between mid, jungle, and support was incredible. Really, really enjoyed the way that was played out. I think the Croco votes in that light make complete sense. And I'm really looking forward if DRX
How about the
maintains
product
form.
How are you
I'm not,
feeling
I'm
about
not,
that
I'm not talking about that one.
Yeah, we don't.
If that was a barrel vote, I'd be like, based. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. We're not going to say any more on that topic. We'll see how the votes go in the future. But guys, we are done here on the space. Let's see what happens in game number 2. Back to you, casters.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 1. I think we're with you on the surprise of DRX being able to pilot this composition so expertly, and I'm just still worried. Worried about the game 2 situation here because Bro really have struggled when it's got to that point. But it is also Bro, and perhaps that means that they might be able to find an angle, get themselves into
They're going
a
to be
better
on blue
position.
side. Yeah, they're going to be on blue side this time. They will definitely adapt to what they've seen in game 1. I think the drafting in that first game was not our favorite from Bro, but I think Edgar is a very smart draft coach, especially in round 2 here. He's had some really cool ones. So ban away the Jax. I don't think that DRX are going to be able to play anything like what they just played the last time around, so they'll be tested a second time here on red side now. Kaisa also gone, so instead of just saying, let's just ban the standard blue side things here, they're just going to take away the picks that DRX utilized very successfully in that last game. I don't think DRX need to change the Poppy. We'll see if they, with the Kaisa ban, what they'll do with that third one, because there's a lot of options now available.
True. And with things opening up just a little bit, certainly could help out. Is Sejuani going to be taken away, actually? I would have thought that could have been open as a first pick. With Jax banned away, I guess you don't really want to go for the trade anymore. Also, the first Sejuani loss that we've seen in quite some time.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting. As now DRX, what is going to be the final ban? First time, they banned the Vi. They may elect to go with something else here.
I think the Vi is fine. Nico is fine. Annie also fine. Aatrox will be banned, though, ultimately, so Morgan won't be able to play that first pick Aatrox with no Jax, no Sejuani. It looks like maybe that's what they were fishing for, but you kind of get to trade 2 bans for 1 here as DRX. And Bro, based on the fact that there's a lot of conversation happening, it's not an insta-lock. They're a little bit thrown off by it, but the Tristana still available here will get locked in for Karas. And we were a little bit reluctant to say we thought he had a license, but he has had a few decent games of the Tristana. And, it's not a pick that I would be as worried about as I was a few weeks ago for him, but see what DRX are going to get in return, because Jace Maokai is a pretty common response. They'll take away Morgan's Renekton. Well, they thought of it.
Yeah,
But probably just Jace Maokai.
Yeah, Maokai and Jace both available. The LeBlanc also there if they would like to go with it. I know we don't necessarily like it so much, but we have seen it finding some success, especially in some of these more chaotic games that DRX just showed us they're pretty capable of navigating. Maokai, of course, a great flex for this team, so it doesn't necessarily mean that is what Croco is going to be playing, as there is the Jace locked in for Fate almost definitely.
Yeah. This is what you're going to get on red side when Bro decide to ban the Jax, the Kaisa, the Sejuani to try to fish for that Aatrox. Now, the Rel, they will also be able to grab as a flex pick here. And we'll see what else they get. Ivern is still available. I don't know if I trust Bro to be able to pilot that, and they're going to lock in the Rel instead here. And Cassante is an option here, but you're basically letting DRX know you're opting into a scaling AD carry here for Henna and hoping to front to back later on. The Rel pick feels less good with the Cassante. You don't usually get that big Magnet Storm into Q3. We've seen it before, actually, but it's pretty rare.
It's not necessarily the one that happens most often. Yeah, Renekton going to be locked in, and so Maokai Renekton. It's not exactly super inspiring. But neither is Cassante in general at this point in time. So lacking a little bit on the damage front. So looking forward to seeing what the rest of this is going to involve. Because Lilia taken away from Umpty, I really like that.
Gotta be a Varus ban.
There's so much respect necessary, though, because you've got the Rel flex, you've got Tristana flex, I think you've got Maokai flex. Technically, Like, obviously now you've got Jace Flex with the Renekton as well, in theory.
I think it's probably going to be jungle Maokai in this comp, but we'll see. The Ziggs also could be viable here for DRX. I think that's one they should potentially lock down here right now as Bro, as you have so much poke, so much setup, and it scales really well, can get those turrets off early. We'll actually ban the Rakan instead here, expecting potentially that Xayah to come through. And you don't want to give that synergy because you could lock the Rakan like you were suggesting last game in this R4 spot and then flex it, and then you don't know what's going to happen in terms of that final pick. So I do like this ban, but Zeri also suspiciously will get through the draft here, and this is what was taken away from Bro last time, and DRX will be happy to pick it up. Not going to go all in on poke with the Ziggs, just want to have some follow-up damage to the Jace engage, or rather poke and follow-up with Maokai coming through. And Bro, let's find out what that 80 carry pick is going to be for Henna here. Is he going to be brave enough to pull out something like a Draven in this composition and look for explosive resets for the Tristana? Or is he just going to match scaling? And it's going to be the Aphelios here. And this was really, I think, other than Xayah, one of your last options if you're going to match that late game that DRX has put together here.
I think it's so dangerous, though. Aphelios has been nerfed patch after patch after patch after patch. And yes, we saw Viper pick up a win on it, but outside of that, I mean, he's got a skin for the champion, you know? Like, it's a difficult one to make work as Beryl back to an old favorite here, as Vi does mean confirmation of Rel in the support role for effort, and Beryl can now just counterpick. And so, like you were talking about, the Maokai going to be held onto, will be heading towards the jungle. Of course, isn't actually the worst pick into a Rel support, so showing that Beryl wants to have something else here up his sleeve. And there is a lot of brawl potential here for DRX. It's less on the let's, you know, take, like, in a moment's notice, follow up on Beryl, though. So I think that DRX are going to have to play this one very differently from what they did in game number one. If they can show us the same level of mastery on a comp like this, like their one in the previous game, then I think they deserve the 2-0 here today.
I think that the comp of DRX is just so... It's so basic and easy to play out, and they gave us proof, like you were saying, that if they play to their best in like they did in game one, they absolutely can pilot compositions like this and just absolutely crush opponents like Bro, who have been often very timid around objective setup. And the fact that the Cassante Aphelios is what Bro are going to default back to, two picks that have both been nerfed so many times. It was a duo that, even at the beginning of the season, we were like, oh yeah, this is pretty strong. It's been nerfed a little bit, but we've kind of watched it fall down like little by little, percentages by percentages.
Yeah.
And now it's at its worst possible state, and this is what you're going to stake your playoff life on, Bro, is the Aphelios here for Henna. Let's see if it works out, as there's a pretty significant lack of magic damage in this composition here for the side of Bro as well. I think we're all leaning towards DRX comp here, especially with how easy it is to play.
I would agree. I think that DRX have a little bit of an advantage. They also have a fair bit of mixed damage. Of course, Zeri does a fair bit of mixed damage. You've got Maokai in there as well to try and go against all of the AD the Bro is going to bring. Let's see how they go here as we hop into game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are on to Summoner's Rift for game number 2. Bro do have the blue side. They may have brewed too much. That was the original. This was the original matchup, wasn't it, for the Bro and Brew?
I think it may have been.
And
it was either Bro DRX or Bro Nongshim.
I think it was Bro DRX, and we know that they went all 3 games every single time. So the likelihood, you know, I think like the majority of the time so far this year, like during the regular season, I think has been DRX versus Bro games.
Yeah.
Because they do certainly take their time. This one, I mean, I'm not going to beat around the bush. I feel like this might be the first 2-0 in the matchup so far this year, if DRX are going to play things out as we expect.
And Bro, I mean, they have a comp that if Tristana gets ahead early, thanks to Umpty, because he has a lot of power early in this game, then absolutely the Tristana can just be the main character. Then you have some Aphelios scaling alongside of it. And, you know, Aphelios Cassante has been nerfed significantly, right? But it still does function in front to back, where it's really difficult to get on top of the Aphelios, and the Cassante can tank a lot of that poke damage from the Jace. And so you know, at least we already know from the get-go here it's not Mountain Soul. That's the first Drake, so feeling pretty good about that as DRX here. But see, Henna's played this champion 20 times this season.
Whoa, that is a flash. Henna's already lit on fire here as Beryl going aggressive. Effort now at full health is going to be able to play Bouncer here, but I guess we now know how this game is going to be played, and shout-outs to Beryl understanding Hex Flash better than Flash.
Yep, 2 summoners for 1, though, for DRX here. Is only Henna's Flash going to go down? Effort still having his. We'll be able to hold on to that cleanse as well as the Ghost now is down. I do really feel like there's a much stronger window for the Zeri to get ahead in this composition, though, for DRX, as long as they can play around the Vi, because Zeri is kind of often misconstrued as this late-game champion where she does a ton in the late game and that's it, and she's very weak early. She's actually quite strong in early skirmishes. If she has her Ghost, especially, that's getting nerfed on the or on this patch. You know, she's not going to be able to like get resets and zoom around, but still in you know, the initial engages and all-ins, for example, like she's going to have at level 6. That's something that needs to be respected here for Henna and Effort.
Not going for the cleanse is actually quite interesting. Of course, you can't cleanse, cease and desist, all out, things like that. So I guess not as much cleansable CC that you're going to be too worried about. But Rel does have a fair plethora of things that you might need to be worried about. So Podok going to have to see whether he can play safe enough. And of course, he is Zeri. He can just sort of slide away from the majority of situations that he doesn't like the look of.
Jace into Tristana is a really interesting conversation. I think a lot of the time it's been the Maokai that's been so strong actually for the Jace side of this matchup, because it's kind of a package duo right now where you get Jace Maokai on red side, and so Tristana is struggling not necessarily into the Jace per se, but also just the rest of the red side comp that comes along with Jace, Maokai, and the poke, because she's very low range. And if this Tristana is survived by Fate in the early game, once he starts picking up some lethality stats, as he is going to take that first back right now, then he can actually stop some of these all-ins and trade back a ton of damage on the Tristana. So it gets more comfortable over time, especially when you end up grabbing a Dirk. He's just going to get the tier and the longsword now.
Croco is on him.
He's in.
There's the flash. Bramble Smash comes down as Karis is going to flash into the wall. Oh dear. Do they get the follow-up? They do. That is first blood, and I believe Rocket Jump was just on cooldown that whole time. Umpty going to have to flash the wall as well, as Croco's wild journey that he went on throughout the enemy jungle pays off gorgeously.
Yeah, they really aggressively setting up for this potential play. Fate hits it here with the back timing coming in. Now, Karis, of course, didn't back yet, does still have his teleport, so he's going to be able to get back into lane, and not at a huge cost here to minions or anything like that, but a massive play here. Umpty also losing his flash, which is a lot of the early game Vi power, now deleted, as Croco and Fate will both use their flashes, but for a good cause. And absolutely, the huge win that Jace is looking for in this early game is the faster you can snowball this champion towards his lethality, the harder of a time Tristana is going to have to get pressure in this lane.
Just amazing stuff here as Effort going to get a little bit of a stun onto Beryl as they get that wave shoved in. Let's have a look at this one more time.
Yeah, the long wraparound here, the timing with this teleport, this is pre-communicated, and he jumps for the minion. Oh no. Well,
that is an absolute disaster.
And I can't get over the wall. Obviously, he's just way too far away from it, and Umpty tries his best here, but probably should have just let him die, because then he has to also then ultimately flash. Feels bad if you are a bro leaver, but hold on to your bro leaf. You know, it's not over till it's over.
Yeah, it's not over till it's brover, but it's not just yet. It is just first blood still, 400 gold. This was kind of how game number 1 started as well. A different composition here from DRX, but it is a worrying sign at the beginning of this one, to say the least, Wolf. I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
Some of those game 2 jitters kind of continuing. Stendo beam here from Podok as Effort and Henna should be able to gain some control of this wave. Beryl moving on over though, and Croco makes the Drake a little bit upset. Fate's going to move on over and help him out, and the team play, just the coordination from DRX really has been a huge level up story for this team.
And Rascal is just happy to sit up here and be like, yeah, Vi can't dive me. With Cassante, absolutely no chance. She's not going to have 6, so really easy for DRX to just leave the Crocodile on an island, group up here, and take this Drake, and it's the mid-prio that Fate picked up. You know, when he went back after that kill and grabbed the Dirk, now he's just sitting pretty has the prio to actually go help secure the Drake, and now we'll clear this wave. Croco looking for part 2.
Yeah, Karis, I believe, has W available this time around. As Umpty was stealing popcorn chickens, does take a serrated Dirk shock blast to the face, and that actually hurts. You can see, does a bit of a chunk. Effort now looking to try and annoy Puddock and Beryl, who've been laning quite effectively. As you can see, well and truly just even on farm, and if Zeri is going even, you're generally feeling all right, especially with the state of Aphelios at the moment. There's the headbutt back, as Effort did manage to stun up Puddock just for a few moments.
Yeah, and we're getting close to that level 6 timing. Notice the experience bar here for Puddock, surfing around 45%, or sorry, 75% of that experience to 6. And there's an all-in angle here. Got to be really respectful of it as Henna and Effort here. That level 6 does go over first for Henna. It should be okay. As over here, Control Ward trolling us for a moment, but it's actually the jungler's very far away, just straight up a 2v2. And look at the vision here.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what Jonas Strong's illustrating here, is the fact that that Control Ward is down, spotting exactly where Umpty is going to be, and it means that DRX can just play with impunity in these lanes, understanding that they have an idea of where Umpty is almost at all times. Was spotted on that ward towards the top side of the map. Yeah. Rascal goes over, knows what's up, and he still has that advantage. And of course, you're going to. The Shuriman Crocodile, just a little bit better than the Shuriman Gentleman at early game play. And this is Rascal as well. He's the OG Renekton guy.
And they're just trying to find Umpty right now because they have all those wards on the top side like you were talking about. Then they're going to see him here on this blue buff. And while Umpty's over here, you know you can control this Herald. There's just no way they can contest. And you could say, all right, I'll trade blue buff for Herald. That's totally fine. And as Umpty here, you successfully grab this buff, but it's at the cost of so much money here. DRX already got that first Mountain Drake.
Yeah, Rift Herald going over to Croco as well. And I think you're just happy to trade a few buffs and things like that if you are the Maokai.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially if you have access to potentially another kill here onto Karis, which is what they're going to look for. Is, it might just be a counter. Another rocket jump going to be used forward as in goes the tree. Karis going to get over the wall there. A cease and desist comes down, and they do manage to get the kill here onto the Jace. The reset's starting to come down as now Croco going to have to walk back towards this turret. Does still have flash, and he's going to flash after the kill onto Karis. He picks up the turret shot, and that is just a dead tree.
All right, if you're a pro-lever, Croco, that was a very Croco moment, let's say, Atlas.
Yeah,
he, like Beryl, he only goes in, and he decided he was going to go in on that, and it was not the right call. And I think when I watched him go in, I was like, does he kill ever? And I think I couldn't really see the angle where that actually happens as long as bro pressed their buttons. Pretty unusual and strange call there. And now Umpty with 2 kills under his name here, pretty fed on the Vi. And fortunately, the Nature's Grasp also completely whiffing in that moment, I think is ultimately what did Fate in here. Is he's low on mana, right? But he's in melee form here, and then Karis comes over. He knows Umpty has the ult. Croco goes in. A Nature's Grasp here, though, is going to be avoided. So they just leap right over the wall. Goodbye to Fate. And then Croco decides here at this moment in time, he has the damage with the W flash, but he also doesn't have any mana.
I think he maybe didn't know that the ult was still up.
59였어, 만화가.
That was a pretty bizarre decision there.
Yeah. Interesting that we do get it from Croco's perspective. I'm not sure what he said there, but...
Yeah, I didn't quite hear what he said either, but... Definitely a miscall. Yeah, I mean, his Q also going to be absorbed by Umpty. Just could not get it done. Still a pretty good game state here for DRX, all things considered, It's,
yeah.
Like, it's okay to slip on a banana peel every now and then, but at the end of the day, DRX still a lead here in the mid lane.
You can always just grab a blue shell because your probability is higher,
Yeah.
That's how that one works out. The Cassante not going to be stopped here as Rascal looks to clear out a ward, and I believe he's able to do so with the help of his Ruthless Predator. Teleport brings Morgan back in the lane, who has built the patented Thornmail first into the Renekton.
Pretty good item in terms of what it does for you in the matchup. Everywhere else, hard to say how much value that's going to get, but...
It's no Sunfire, Kate, that's all I'm saying.
And bottom side here, looks like Zeri might be able to grab a solo plate right before this Drake spawns. Baryl can find out where Effort is, so Potic gets plate. They get Drake control right now. A little bit of prio for Karis, but he is flashless here. Kroko has his ult back up. This is going to be a really critical moment here for DRX if they can actually win this fight decisively, take that second Drake. And as Bro here, you don't have enough control to feel very good about contesting this, even with Effort with flash ult. Because if Zeri gets 2 kills here, the game probably ends. So you have to be really cautious about whether you opt in or not.
Yeah, Rascal getting a bit aggressive here. Morgan more than happy to take a few of these trades now that he does have his Thornmail completed. And Umpty, he's heading towards the top side. I think they're going to give up this Drake. Not worried about second one on the map, especially given the fact that it is a Chemtech.
Man, Umpty is all about trading small objectives for big ones this game in the early game. And blue buff for Herald, second Drake for Krugs, and maybe you can make a dive happen on Rascal up here, but you have no flash. He is Renekton. He's got ult and flash himself. I just don't think you can make a play here topside. I love how slowly Baryl played this game. Mid, maybe there's an angle.
Yeah,
maybe
Kroko
not.
Gonna immediately find Umpty here. Cease and desist comes down. Karis turns up as well as the Nature's Grasp comes in. Kroko trying to keep himself alive, and he will be able to do so as now Rascal's moving in, but it does not matter. That is just a dead Tristana. And now Morgan is lit on fire as well. Oh no! He's out of the furnace into the fire here as he's not going to be able to go through that Hex Gate. That was a bit of a pipe dream. I guess it's not a pipe, it's more like a teleporter, but that's fine. Kroko going to grab some plates here in the mid lane, and DRX reaffirm their control of this game.
Oh, absolutely. This time, Kroko plays it well, and they just kind of got baited into that one. DRX with a huge lead now. You see the Bro fans in tatters here after the after that last play. The previous one was a DRX fan who looked really excited about how things were going. As TP here, going to try to catch Baryl.
Well, Baryl should be able to use his ult at least, try and keep himself up and available. As there it is. Umpty is still going to smite him though. They're looking for it. Doesn't have cease and desist available just yet, and so the cow just kind of wanders his way out.
Yeah.
Still has to use ult.
Teleport burned for Alistar ult doesn't feel great, and they didn't know where Kroko was. They didn't know exactly where Fate was. They can't chase any further there. Baryl gets out, doesn't even have to flash. You'll absolutely take it as DRX. And now Bro really over-forcing quite a bit. This is one of those moments where you're trying to come in here and catch Fate and then going to completely whiff your Umpty and then decides to go in on the ult anyways with Karis in range. But this time, Kroko is going to be able to kite his way out, and then Umpty just abandons Karis there. He doesn't have his jump because he can't get the reset. And Morgan also just heavily committing, indexing into the play, following Rascal, who was already way ahead of him because it's on the red side of the map here to come down. So is donating some additional gold, and this is now a 2,000 gold lead here. 2 Drakes up for Hextech Soul again. Not feeling great.
No, not for the Bro Leavers. DRX though, once again, it's coordinated play. Bro were just like a little bit off sync, right? And DRX, even though they had that messed up play, we're like, Kroko going in on that twisted advance earlier on wasn't great. This also not great for DRX as Beryl is going to get a headbutt off, but otherwise explodes. That is a kill going over to Henna. Very high value. Second Herald is going to lose interest in the whole situation. Still should be taken here by Bro. As DRX missing a member. Still, Fate able to throw Shock Blast over this wall, and him and Kroko,
he's got ult.
They've been the Bash Bros so far here today. See whether that is going to continue as red-white guns available for Henna.
They're not going to commit. They're just like, bro, what are you going to get done with this second Herald? I don't really care as much, and I do like that they decide not to commit. They have some good poke, but not enough vision to support it, and even with Kroko's Nature's Grasp available, it's just going into a funnel here in this fight you absolutely don't want to take, and it's a high risk for DRX of losing their entire lead over it. And what will Bro do with no map control with this second Herald is a tough question to answer. You know, might be able to use it for a little bit of mid-prio here on this next Drake, but that's, I think, the most hopeful case.
Oh dear. Still, Karis is going to dive in. He's going to get pushed back there as well. Headbutt Pulve comes down as Fate is so incredibly low. Is Karis going to burn down and make it a 1-for-1? The answer is no. And that was almost a really sick play, but unfortunately wasn't in the end.
No, ultimately not, but almost really cool, as you say. Beryl trying to save Fate here, who has been just the central point of action all game long, whether it's in the mid lane or the top lane. And so Bro will be able to secure a kill here as well as get that bottom scuttle here right before this next Drake spawn. So feeling pretty good about that one. Stopwatch also broken for Fate. He did go for perfectly timed if I'm not mistaken, and now that one is gone. Not going to be buying Azonias on this champion. So yeah, maybe you get a GA, but that's going to be a long ways away from now. As DRX here losing a little bit of control. This is a pivotal moment where DRX could try to set up for this next fight.
Yep.
As we're going to go back a little bit further to Beryl having to use his ultimate.
And then
no, this is actually the play after that, not the time where he got away. And then this, he's coming up to try to save his boy. Wants to bait this, but fortunately, Tristana ult's pretty good.
Yeah, and there were flashes sort of all over the place, but Effort in a great position here. Gets the stab off and had to. I think, you know, you could be like, oh no, the support stole the kill away from the 0 kills Tristana. But if he had got an auto or two, then it could have just been a dead Karis. As Puddock's going to have to get himself out of there. That extendo beam did just a lot of damage. And Rift Herald going to pop down in this mid lane. DRX now wrapping around Umpty. Going to get closed in on and just slammed into the ground.
Yeah, I think Bro just a little bit sloppy with their setup on this one. They're like, all right, we've got Herald. We just got a push away of the Zeri. We just walk in and take this for free. But they had no vision whatsoever of that choke point. You have to respect the point and click Maokai with the Jace burst damage. If you don't know where they are, they absolutely can kill you. And that's going to be sole point for DRX after everything that Bro just set up. The pick onto the Jace, the push away of the Zeri. They had complete control with that Herald. The only thing that could have gotten out of the Herald was Drake Prio, and they just give it away. It sails off into the sunset. Oh, Beryl.
Beryl able to get the Hex Flash over the wall. And Effort just barely not able to stop it. So there is Soul Point and a Tech Soul as well. The amount of electricity flowing through this Zeri will be obscene as this game goes on. Bro not out of it just yet. Henna, of course, can be the difference maker alongside Karis if they can get themselves in order. But look at this. I mean, what are you supposed to do as Umpty? He just doesn't have any defensive stats and just gets blown up.
It's just sloppy. You have to come in with your whole team if you don't have any vision there.
How much value has Beryl got out of this Hex Flash, by the way?
It's quite high. It is a lot.
That's what I'm talking about, you know? You should just use your flash at all times if you're a Hex Flasher. Because otherwise, you know, you're going to feel bad about having to use the flashes. Croco and Fate once again together here.
And, you know, the ways in which Bro win this game are really just down to front-to-back team fighting or mistakes from DRX at this point. You know, maybe.
Okay, Effort going to get zapped a little bit here, but it's once again Beryl trying to get the work done. There's the flash forward, and they've singled out Umpty one more time. The extender beam comes in, and Puddock's going to use it as a way of engaging. He's now looking for Karis. There's the double kill as I'm feeling some certifications coming in. As Henna slowed down, not hit by the extendo, but DRX is still getting all that they want from this moment. They'll just kite back towards a Baron that's spawning in 6 seconds time. Thank you so much, Jonah Strong, for making sure that we get the image of Baron turning up in the nick of time.
Yeah, this snowball is rolling down the hill. We're at the end game of Katamari right now. We're picking up cruise ships as one last contest here from the side of Breon. They do have effort here with Flash Magnet Storm.
That is true, and he's going to look for Fate instead. So the Baron is going to be taken down. There's the slice over the wall. Croco doesn't have the abilities that get him over the wall, but there's the Magnet Storm like we were talking about. Beryl looks for the Pulverize. He gets it, as now Henna's getting engaged on by Rascal, who just launches his way in. Still, Effort is going to be there to try and play bouncer, but now the CC comes down. Slice, dice, and good night to Henna. And now Croco going to get engaged on it. It's a small 2v3 with not a lot of health bars for DRX, so maybe suboptimal as Karis from over the wall is trying to grab himself a handbag. And he might be able to get one, although the Gore Drinker plus Culver Meek is pretty powerful. So, Bro, they get rid of a couple of Barons, but there are still 3 left up and a 4,000 gold lead for this squad that are looking in 2 minutes' time for Hextech Soul.
Exactly, and this is not a comp that could skirmish anymore, Bro. You have a red-white Gonophelios, but that's Alistair with ult. You can't be forcing fights like this without proper, complete control or your Cassante here to then allow Chorus and your Aphelios to actually then do the damage that's required in the later part of the fight. Just trying to pick off an Alistar allows the insane turn here for DRX to come into full effect. As DRX do hold on to this Drake aggro here, and I like that Bro are willing to commit the teleport and actually try to make something happen because the game is doomed if you just walk away here. Rascal also gets empowered here by effort, unfortunately for Henna, to get that double dash coming through. He's rooted, and that is the end of the Aphelios. Yeah, you end up trading back this kill onto Rascal as well as Croco, who has no escapes here, but ultimately the Baron is still up. That means lane push and prio for that Hextech Soul. So yeah, a bit of a whoopsie here at the end, but it's worth, you know, you killed the Aphelios and you got the Drake, or rather the Baron, which will lead to the Drake.
Exactly, and I think Hextech Soul is going to be the most important part. You can see the goal graph, not exactly linear, not exactly clean, but DRX still, you know, they are making it go up as this game continues. 22 minutes in, and I tell you what, like this Zeri is pretty accelerated. That was a very quick 20-minute Baron. You know, that Baron did not really stand too much of a chance. Fresh out of the gate.
The quick blades are quick.
Indeed.
You know? And that's going to be a siege up of this turret. They could just use the Maokai ult if they want to. I'd rather see them use it just to secure the Drake, but they have options here.
And the more of these turrets that they take down as well, the more Drake control that they're going to gain for themselves. So this inner turret doesn't last very long as Beryl going on a bit of a journey here. Morgan going to mitigate the CC from the headbutt Pulv. But still, Beryl's just keeping tabs.
He alone can just flash in, Hex flash in, and he can, of course, set up for a multi-man knock-up here, too, when he stands like this. And because he has ult, they can't try to focus him. He's so powerful in these moments. Here's the Hex flash attempt.
Yeah, he's going to try and get it over there as there's the Pulverize, going to lock down Effort momentarily. Takes a lot of damage from the Extendo Beam, and now the ult comes through. Moonlight Vigil comes down, but does barely anything as Effort's going to stab Podok, and Podok says, what? I don't care. He's going to get Buster Shotted away. Cares about that a little bit, as the follow-up not going to be as comfortable. So they mitigate the Zeri ult, but they lose 2 inner turrets, and now DRX can back away to this Dragon unhindered.
Yeah, a lot of ults were used, but the same to be true of Bro, so it's not like they have an inherent advantage here, and the same damage problem we talked about they have to deal with in terms of objective take is still here for Podok, who can just zap his way through this one. And then once he gets this, he zaps even more, and as Brion, your win conditions are really gone now. You know, you can't peel for the Aphelios, and you have this Cassante in the game to make sure that Henna could be a champion so he could actually do proper damage. And Beryl on Alistar has been more of a frontline and more of a tank than Cassante is ever going to be in this game. Beryl has had a phenomenal series, to be totally honest. A real return to form from him. And on his Alistar, it's what you expect.
Someone told him that, like, oh, by the way, you may not be able to go to Worlds if you don't win this series. And he's like, oh, all right. Well, I guess we'll pull out the big guns for this one. And you know, 6th place. That is the Beryl sweet spot, as we found out last year. So I guess, you know, it all just makes sense. If it is DRX that gets 6th and head to playoffs and then, you know, do something crazy, I'm gonna lose my mind because it's crazy. Beryl can't keep getting away with this. All right, there it is.
Looks like he will.
There's the flash pole. Magnus Storm is decent as Beryl's kind of getting cut apart as Effort does have to make his way out. Beryl's still alive, and he's just going to stay alive. It's a double for the Zeri. They're looking for even more. Their wallets are heavy. They've got a Hextech Soul.
That's it.
It's a triple kill, and DRX with a clean 2-0 here, outside of a couple of kerfuffles, I guess. Maybe clean is a little bit of an overstatement. But they will still march down the mid lane. They will take out these Nexus turrets, and they will eliminate Bro from playoff contention. I am so sorry, Bro Leavers, but they are not the team that is going to playoffs this time around in this summer. Still, they're the Bros. We love them anyway. Doesn't matter how much winning they do.
And the hope of DRX remains here for playoffs. They have Guangdong Freaks as their final opponent, and that is definitely, of the teams remaining to face here, the easiest of all of our teams in playoff contention. A lot of people would say right now Guangdong is the weakest team in the LCK, so you could go up to 6-12 here as DRX if you end up winning both of these. And I gotta say, you know, for Bro, it was a great season. I think the early game fights we saw from them were great. The punch-ups we saw against top teams were also fun to watch. It's the kind of bro that makes you bro leave, but kind of over their last 3 series, falling out of playoffs in a whimper. It just wasn't even close to what we were seeing from them at the end of round 1. And I think the pressure started to mount up and get to them. But DRX, like you said before this is not a team that cracks under pressure. They rise to the occasion, and they've done it once again. They're not confirmed for playoffs just yet, but they certainly will not go quietly into that good night.
They certainly will not. Of course, it's Liv Sandbox that is their biggest opposition. They're sitting at -11 after this. DRX moved to -13. And so they're relying on a loss and not necessarily a clean victory. If they are going to be able to get there. Just some very happy DRX players. And I could imagine that, -11, 6, and 12 is probably where DRX are going to end up. Quandong Freaks don't really see them putting up too much of a fight against this squad. And so, if that is the case, Liv Sandbox need to lose to KT and not beat T1 by too much.
Yeah.
And then there's still a chance for DRX with that victory. If there's a 2-0 victory for Liv Sandbox in their next match, though, then DRX is still going to be on the road.
If you are a DRX fan, you are also now a KT fan.
Oh, 100%.
Because Nongshim's last opponent is KT, and Liv Sandbox will face KT in that final match on Sunday. So KT is kind of on your team now if you're DRX. And, of course, KT have a lot to play for first place as well. So they are absolutely looking for 2-0 here. We'll see if Genji can win against Hanwha in our second series of the night, because that might just be a moot point if they cannot. Still will be important, but again, KT massively favored.
Yep, and also, if you are a DRX fan, you're probably also a bit of a KT fan as well, right? Because BDD's starting off, getting the Longzhu train rolling. Rascal has played for both teams in the past as well. There's a lot of crossover between those two squads, so I think it probably feels absolutely fine. Just cheering for them just a little bit if you want your team to make it. DRX looking just great in this, and even though they had, like Croco going in with that insane twisted advance, I want to see more play like that. I want to see more decisive play, and just send it. Just go for it, man.
They did. They absolutely did. They certainly sent it. And I think Bro also opting into too many early fights. And this is always the seesaw with OK Savings Bank Breon is they get the feedback, oh, you guys didn't go in enough. You guys were too timid. You guys didn't engage. And then they come back in a series like this, and then they engage at the wrong moment. So they over-index into an Alistair who has ult available, and with their comp can't skirmish anymore. And this is going to be the final moments here where Beryl engages onto Hannah, pushes him over the wall.
Yeah, the headbutt flash Colv, absolutely fantastic, and making sure that this was just a seamless fight. And of course, there is a wallet diff situation at this stage, but you have to give credit where it's due. And Beryl is just going back to some of his old form.
And look at Henna's flash timing here as well. It's coming up just now, but they called out several times that Henna has no flash. They've tracked it to the number there, so they absolutely know they can pick him. Really good shot calling here from Beryl and the crew. And Beryl, when Beryl's on point, when his shot calling is crisp as well, we've seen teams like this very team, this very org, find success. And if they were able to make a playoffs run with this roster, with Croco coming back, Paddock, the rookie player from Academy, what a story it would be.
It would. And I swear, there's, outside of Faker, I guess, Beryl is the only other player that I know of that can just decide to win. He's just like, nah, just kind of want to win this one. Marta used to do it all the time. He'd pick Alistair and he'd just walk mid lane and kill the enemy mid laner, and the game would be over. He used to do that all the time. Beryl, I guess today is the day that he decided the bro leavers were going to be sad.
When Beryl says it's time, it's time. When he wants to go in, they go in. When it's Beryl and Croco, I'm all for it.
Absolutely. But now it is time for the space to break down the DRX 2-0.
Thank you, casters, for the wonderful cast on the series. DRX take the 2-0, and with that, Bro have been eliminated from playoff contention. So sorry to all the Bro leavers, but DRX will take it from here. And Liv Sandbox and potentially Nongshim will have to see who does get a chance to make it into playoffs. But guys, that was game number 2. DRX do take it down. Any thoughts on how this one went?
I am pleasantly surprised by what DRX has been able to show. This team has already started showing signs of life. I think starting round 2 after Croco came back and actually was playing a little bit decent, even though we got to see both sides of him. Looking at the draft here again, I think the draft from DRX makes a lot of sense. You have the Maokai Jace 1-2, which has been very successful. I don't think it's a standout draft by any means, but it just has a lot of power, and it feels a lot stronger in the current meta than Brion going for the Aphelios and Vi on 4-5, who I think both have really dropped in priority, particularly the Vi, because I don't feel like the Vi into Zeri works as well, because you don't really have anyone who can follow you. Like Tristana maybe, but she can also, if she jumps in, she just kind of dies.
Yeah, and I think as well, there were some moments when they contested the mid-jungle 2v2, but they really started to struggle after a point. And I think the Alistar was just enabled so well in this game. I feel like Croco and Beryl have been really in sync this whole series, and they kind of demonstrated that again in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. The Aphelios coming out here after many nerfs to himself and his items, but wasn't able to get across the line this time around. We could take a look at the highlight one, which was early DRX basically making a lot of plays here. They do start off with this kill on Takaris, and they were able to roll it into more early on.
Yeah, and it wasn't necessarily a perfect mid-jungle 2v2, but I do think that what really was the big difference maker for me was the willingness to be extremely proactive. And this was really well done, where Beryl was already preemptively roaming to top to cover for a possible dive. So they know that they can go into this because they will have a members advantage. Croco actually tanks a lot, and then the extended fight is still won by DRX because they're a member up.
I just think Beryl was everywhere he needed to be in this game, super active on the map, and so many plays. You had the insurance of having the Alistar there, you had the setup as well, and those early skirmishes where we've often seen, maybe not recently, but like in previous weeks, Brion has been really good at the skirmishes, particularly Herald fights. They've excelled at it. It's been struggling after that in the late stage of the game, and I feel like they've lost that capability to handle it, where DRX have massively stepped up.
Yeah, it does feel like Bro have kind of been a bit confused in the last bunch of series about exactly where does the meter have to go. How far are we going to go? How are we going to go into this one as a team? And it's been rough, but DRX do step it up. Let's take a look at the second highlight here, which was the fight before the Baron, right before the Baron spawned even. Another big team fight, this one going the way of DRX.
And once again, it's Beryl just being on the front line, and I think sometimes you see Beryl a bit too aggressively positioned, over the course of the season. He gets caught out. But on this Alistar, he's exactly where he needs to be. He's happy to go confidently in these aggressive positions because he knows they can't kill him with his ultimate, and he keeps setting up these fantastic plays for the team.
In many ways, this makes Beryl an even more frustrating player. Because if you can play like this and have good roams, have good setups, do well in your 2v2, then where were you, Beryl?
Yeah.
I think it was just playing.
Just waiting for the right moment.
It was maybe he was playing some of his trademark gacha games. I don't know what the real reason was, but this DRX is a team that you could have maybe seen come in at the beginning of spring and then never really came to fruition. And now I don't think Brion is the strongest opponent, but I do want to give credit to DRX for the development that they've made. You see here as well, the actual restraint, knowing when you can go in, the way that they set up these team fights and kind of weave back in and forth depending on cooldown usage, looks really good.
I think the thing that's impressed me most in this game in the last one is how willing DRX are to have independent members on flanks at different angles. I think often when you're a team in the lower end of the standings, it's hard to coordinate that. It's hard to trust your teammates. You fear that if you split up, people will get picked off. You won't be able to layer the engage properly. But I feel like most fights that we saw DRX starting, in both games, you'd have someone at a flank angle, whether it's a top laner, whether it's Beryl on things like the Alistar, the Rakan, that have someone at this awkward angle that make it so difficult for Bro to team fight against. And I just love seeing that. Really shows that they've practiced that over the course of the split.
Yeah, right on time. I mean, you take some losses here, you're probably not making playoffs, but now they still have a chance. Let's jump into the POG and see who does pick it up here for game number 2. We had our eyes on a certain Cal player, and yes, it will be Beryl's first POG of the summer season here at week 9.
And if you're a DRX fan, you're not surprised. If you just tune in, you saw Worlds, and you're like, oh man, Beryl, yeah, he was really good at Worlds. He had the Heimerdinger, he had the creative. And you come in, it's like, how is this? Well, this is not the barrel we've been seeing for most of the split, but as Alistair de Cost also mentioned it, return to form for the player, looking really good, I think, in the entirety of today. And it has taken them a year, but Croco and Barrel are finally on the same page. And I think it's really, it shows how important that synergy between those two roles is. Because when I look at Humble Life, we've seen the same thing, where the Grizzly, I'm not gonna talk about it, guys. I'm not doing it. Where the Grizzly and Life synergy is a lot better, and then as a result, you used to see, which is what D+ struggles with, because Canyon and Canyon Bible, neither of them have really been able to figure it out. So maybe that could be enough, because given the current state, I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being DRX after everything, after all the ups and downs, given that they only face Kwangdong.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Bro was kind of the front. I mean, I feel like we've switched who's been the front runner so many times over the course of the season, especially towards the end. Bro had the easiest run with the best position to make playoffs, and
Before, after Kwangdong.
Yeah.
Who added but then they go on like their 8-game losing streak.
Yeah, so they were on a massive loss streak, even though they were ahead.
Then Bro.
And then Bro was like, well, they have an easy schedule at the end of it, and then they've kind of bombed it. Now it looks like DRX, but also Sandbox, it changes constantly, and I'm just hoping that this form from DRX, they maintain it, and if they end up being the playoff representative, even though I don't think this form is enough to win or anything, I just want to see this level continue and not revert back to what we've seen, because that sounds like, well, why would they revert? So many teams have been doing that. Why have Bro reverted? I have no idea.
Yeah, and you know, they were talking about being KT fans. I think as DRX actually are the biggest T1 fan. You want T1 to beat Live Sandbox. That's going to be the most important one, because we know that KT should be heavily favored into Live Sandbox. But hey, you never know what's going to happen with the playoffs. But guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Fate and Beryl on the side of DRX, who is on a playoff surge. How do you feel, Fate? Like whenever we went up against OK Savings Bank Brion, we would always go up to a 3-game series, but I'm really happy that we got a clean 2-0 today. And Beryl, this is your first summer POG. How do you feel? I don't really pay much attention about getting POG, but I'm really happy that I got a win. Just like Fate said, this year, every time you guys met OK Savings Bank Brion, you guys went to a 3-game series. But you got a dominant win today, so did you expect a 2-0? I felt like when we were practicing yesterday, I stole Padog's pentakill by just last hitting. I feel like we were just having a good time and had a good feeling. And so how has practice been? I feel like after the patch update, we were trying to communicate about all the changes and keep in mind what kind of good champions there are that we can play. And you guys quickly took Nocturne and Ari to complete a rush composition. So were you confident with this rush comp regardless of what the opponent would pick? We just felt like it was playable, but the last time we were up against the same opponent, I feel like we were able to go ahead and have a smoother time playing this comp against them. So what was your main game plan? Did it go well as well as planned? I feel like there are moments where we could have played better. There are a lot of places that I can think of that we could have made a lot of improvements on. And Fate, with you buying Medjai's Soul Stealer, were you confident that you wouldn't die? I feel like I had an awkward amount of gold left, and it was just the best outcome that I could have gone for. And given that I hadn't been dying, and I haven't really seen any opening or angle that I would die, I just went ahead and bought it. And Beryl, in game 2, the opponent drafted a 2 AD carry comp, which has a late game burst. So how did you guys manage to deal with this? Yeah, they had 2 AD carry comps, but they didn't really have a lot of AP comps, so we weren't too concerned. And your Alistar had great engages, but you were also very annoying with how slippery you were, escaping all those crucial moments. So, do you have a secret trick on playing Alistar? I feel like Alistar has such good survivability because of his ult, and given that the opponent was all AD, I feel like given just building around their comp was very helpful. And in the voice comm, we were able to hear Beryl saying, "What's going on, Beryl? God, Beryl, you are reaching your prime form as we get closer to Worlds. So do you notice that you're performing differently?" No, not really. I didn't really feel different, but I think everyone did pretty well today. What about you, Fate? Did you think that Beryl was doing a little better? I feel like Beryl tends to really show up when it matters. But I feel like compared to all the recent matches, he was very impactful in today's match, especially. And now, your last match in the season will be against KDF, Guangdong Freaks, which is an opponent you guys must win against to make it to the playoffs. So what are your resolutions? Yeah, it might be a last match for Guangdong Freaks, but I will make sure that it's not our last match of this season and make sure we are ready for the next match to win. And Beryl? In my professional career, I feel like we've been playing a lot of opening matches. And it seems like now we're just, I'm a part of a closing match, closing day for the last season. So I'll make sure that we finish strong and make it worthwhile. And any last messages to your fans? It's been really hot lately, so I hope you guys all take care of your health. And regardless of how hot it is, thank you so much for coming here to watch us. Congratulations again, and this will be the end of the interview with Fate and Beryl, and back to the space.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. Good to hear from Beryl, finally. Fate's been up there a lot of times when they do actually get the wins, but let's take a look at the standings that we do have now that DRX have taken the 2-0. This is very important as DRX are one step closer to challenging for that 6th place spot, whereas Bro are now out of contention.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is the outcome of Live Sandbox's remaining matches. DRX still have to face Guangdong Freaks, which they should win. If I'm being completely honest, Guangdong Freaks have looked really rough, so we can expect DRX to finish with 6 wins. If Live Sandbox lose to both T1 and KT, then DRX are in a very good position, especially with how much higher their game difference is compared to Nongshim. But we'll have to see whether or not that comes true.
And this probability is based upon a T1 with Poby, who is not the same team, because Faker is back.
Yeah.
So Sandbox actually getting their 2 wins now is so much more unlikely, given that T1, again, was against Guangdong Freaks, but even T1 with Faker previously to him having to take a break, like, I would still think that they would be favored over Sandbox, even with all their failings. I don't know.
I also think game difference could be massive. You know, if we see DRX 2-0 their last one, and then even if they beat T1, but it's a 2-1 and they lose 2-0 to KT, we could still see DRX go in. So them beating T1 doesn't guarantee that Sandbox will go through, but a lot can still unfold here.
Yeah, the playoff probability percentage, don't look at that in this case. It doesn't quite match up because of T1 and their roster change. But guys, we are done here for the first series. We do have the next one on the way, which will be Homolife Esports versus Gen.G. This one could be quite contentious as Homolife Esports looking to get that win and try to secure 3rd place. But we'll see you guys after about a 30-minute break for Homolife Esports versus Gen.G. Don't go anywhere.
항상 단타르고 못 버티고
저희 팀이 상등하려고 모인 팀원들도 아니고 해서 더 잘해서 다 이기도록 하겠습니다.
더 세진 동부학살자예요. 하나생명 e스포츠 13 잭스입니다. Walk through the fire. Walk through the fire. Into the night. Walk through the fire. I gotta fight. Walk through the fire. Into the night. Walk through the fire. Into the night.
T1의 제우스와 캐리합니다. 단합대회라는 콘텐츠가 있잖아요.
그렇죠.
나중에 단합대회하면 우리 또 서포터들도 한번 모여야죠. 할 말 많잖아요, 서포터.
이번 달에 모인다고 들었는데 뭐 서포터분들 다들 재밌는 분들 뭐랑 많으셔서 재밌을 것 같아요.
불추로 땡겨. 노틸로 땡겨. 터져라.
아 잠깐만 다시 해. 아니잖아. 뭐야.
아 엄격하시다.
아니, 막내야.
좋아요.
선서야, 너가 포탑골드 두 칸 혼자 먹는다고 게임 안 달라져.
안녕하세요. LCK 단합대회 서포터 편 윤수빈입니다. 반갑습니다. 안녕하세요. 저는 진행을 맡은 배혜주입니다. 반갑습니다.
안녕하세요. 저도 진행을 맡은 코친잭 강형호입니다. 반갑습니다.
아니 근데 오늘 서포 편인데 왜 캡틴잭님이 오신 거예요? 그러니까요.
제가 이제 또 바텀 듀오는 한 몸이잖아요. 그러니까 서포터가 얘기하는 얘기를 이제 원딜러가 듣고 원딜러 입장에서도 답변 드리기 위해서 나왔습니다.
아우 잘하셨습니다. 네 반갑습니다. 네 이렇게 9분의 서포터분들과 함께하게 됐는데요. 오늘 디플러스 기아는 챌린저스 리그 출전으로 아쉽게도 불참을 좀 하게 됐습니다. 맞습니다. 네, 다음 기회에 또 함께할 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다. 저희가 단합대회를 하면서 각 라인마다 모임장을 뽑고 있는데요. 서포트 편도 모임장을 한번 뽑아보도록 하겠습니다. 한 분씩 모임장을 추천해 주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
그럼 뭐 한 명씩 다 들어봐야겠죠?
근데 막내가 누구죠?
그게 아니라 그냥 저희가 많이 모였으니까 궁금해서 막내가 혹시
막내 사람,
그러면
막내 사람?
여기 그러면 가장 막내고 그럼 가장 최연장자가
저기 선배님.
좋습니다. 자,
됐구나.
이렇게 한번 들어봤으니까 그럼 먼저 막내의 의견부터 한번 들어볼까요?
저는 딜라이트 선수로
왜요? 뭐죠?
활발하고
그럼.
잘 이끌어줄 수 있을 것 같아가지고.
그럼 딜라이트 선수는요?
저 이제 리엔즈 선수
이유는 뭘까요?
매력이 철철 넘치기 때문에
맞지 맞지.
자, 그러면 이제 이 모임의 최연장자인 베릴 선수의 의견 한번 들어볼까요?
저는 리엔즈 선수 뽑았어요.
왜요?
성격이 되게 유쾌해 보이고 LCK 데뷔 연도가 제가 알기로 제일 빨라요.
선배.
네. 그래서 뽑았습니다.
베테랑이다.
네.
저는 딜라이트 선수라 해서
딜라이트 선수 2표?
인기 폭발?
제가 무서워하는 재욱이 형을 닮았기 때문에 좀 무섭거든요. 근데
조금 닮았다.
저도 전 파트너가 룰러 선수였잖아요. 딜라이트 선수가 너무 정감이 가서 쌌네.
네, 딜라이트 선수 3표 현재.
저는 베리 선수를 뽑았습니다. 카일 선수.
저는 피터 선수.
마지막으로 안될 선수는요?
저는 리엔즈 선수 복등하겠습니다.
왜요? 이유가 뭐예요?
리엔즈 선수가 성격이 엄청 밝으시더라고요. 유쾌하시고. 그래서 저는 리엔즈 선수 뽑겠습니다.
그럼 지금 딜라이트 선수 3표, 리엔드 선수 3표로 공동 1위거든요.
캐스팅 보트 해야 되는 거 아니에요?
그러니까요.
그러면은 저희가 그냥 거수로 한번 진행을 해볼까요?
그럴까요? 두 분 눈 감아주시겠어요? 딜라이트 선수가 뽑혔으면 좋겠다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 손 들어주세요.
빨리요.
카일 선수.
어머나.
말해버렸네.
자, 좋아요.
네.
그리고 리엔드 선수가 뽑혔으면 좋겠다. 손 들어주세요.
압도적인 표 차이로 당선이 되셨습니다. 축하드립니다.
그러면 이제 모임장이 된 기념으로 한마디.
정말 하고 싶었는데 뽑아주셔서 감사하고요. 나중에 서포터 10명이랑 노래를
나 노래 좋아하잖아요.
할 수 있다면
네.
할 수 있어요. 오늘
9명,
하고.
딱 9명만.
오늘
하고
했어요.
가시면 되잖아요.
방송이니까요. 예, 방송이니까요. 예, 방송은
아직 단합이 좀 부족한
네,
것 같아서
아직 안
이따가
틀어져가지고.
단합대회 끝날 때쯤에 한 번 더 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다.
자, 이제 이번 시간은 서로의 마음을 알 수 있는 몸풀기 퀴즈 코너입니다. 선수분들에게 저희가 스케치북을 하나씩 이렇게 다 나눠 드렸는데요. 저희가 드리는 질문을 듣고 생각나시는 답을 써주시면 되겠습니다. 그럼 첫 번째 질문 바로 드리겠습니다. 서포터 근본 챔피언은 뭘까요?
못 맞추면 서포터 아니다, 진짜로.
자, 그럼 공개해주세요. 하나, 둘, 셋. 짜잔! 쓰레쉬!
근데 잠깐만요. 여기 한 명 이단이 있어요.
유미는 굉장히 멀티 능력이 뛰어나야 되는 게 유미 하면서 이제 뭐 다른 게임도 하고 먹고 유튜브도 보고 약간 그럴 수도 있다는 제가 그런 생각이 아니고
그럴 수 있다.
그럴 수도 있다. 좋네. 확실히 깨어있네요.
그러네요.
그러네요. 아니, 근데 유미가 근본까지인가라는 생각이 들긴 하는데.
옛날 사람들 마인드는 이제 쓰레쉬인데 저같이 이제 MZ
MZ
세대는
카일 선수는 제일 MZ시잖아요. 왜 쓰레쉬를 써주셨어요?
옛날부터 LCK에서 많이 나오던 서퍼 챔피언이 딱 쓰레쉬여서 그냥
대회에 많이 나왔으니까.
그럼 또 안딜 선수도 쓰레쉬를 써주셨어요.
저는 이 쓰레쉬가 서폿의 모든 능력치를 볼 수 있는 챔프라고 생각하고 있어요.
그럼 옛날 사람으로서 어떻게 생각하세요?
잠깐만 옛날 사람
옛날 사람.
옛날 사람이 여기. 네.
제 기준에는 일단 근본은 카밀 이후에 나온 챔피언은 근본이 없어요.
이거 개발자에게 한마디 해야 될 것 같은데.
캡틴이 원딜러시니까 그러면 제리를 하셨어요. 유미랑 하실래요? 쓰레쉬랑 하실래요? 그런 거 아니고 그런 거죠.
아니.
반론의 여지 있습니다.
네네.
제리 못하십니다.
이게 은퇴 이후에 나온 챔피언이라.
아직도 11호 하시는 걸로 알고 있어요.
혹시 카밀 이후에 나온 챔피언 다 못하시는 거 아니에요?
아니에요. 자야까지는 다룰 수 있어요. 자야까지는.
빨리 다음 문제로 넘어가지 않으면 유혈 사태가 일어날 것 같아가지고 두 번째 문제 바로 드리도록 하겠습니다. 현재 게임 내 서포터의 서열은?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 중에.
네. 다 써주셨으면 하나, 둘, 셋 하면 들어주세요. 하나, 둘, 셋. 4등, 4등, 2등, 3등,
3등,
1등,
1등, 4등.
4, 5, 5.
와, 4랑 5가 대체로 맞네요?
선수를 제가 그냥 인게임 안에서 게임 들어갔을 때 저는 탑이 헬만 잘 타면 된다 생각하거든요.
라스칼 선수가 5등.
아 그건 아니에요. 네, 제가 말했죠. 선수 이름 빼고.
라스칼 선수
네,
빼고.
선수 이름 빼고 이제.
선수 이름 빼고.
네, 탑은 솔직히 찰만 잘 타면 저는 된다 생각하고 저 그래서 서폿은 4등으로 했습니다.
그리고 또 4위를 써주신 분 한번 의견 들어볼게요.
저는 이제 상체 위에다 다 넣고 이제 원딜 그냥 딸깍딸깍 하면 된다 생각해서 원딜이
원딜은 깔짝깔짝하면 된다.
개치요. 개치요.
아니 근데 이거 원딜을 걸었어. 참을 수 없는데 이거.
이제 3등을 써주신 안딜 선수는요?
딜라이트 선수 의견을 좀 반영해서 탑은 일단 5등이고 저도 4등은 이제 좀 날깍이지 않나.
아니 이거 바텀 듀오끼리 이 서로 안아주고 감싸줘야 되는데 서로 혐오감이 차 있어.
아 그렇네요.
반면에 또 에포트 선수는 1등이라고 써주셨거든요.
그렇네요.
저는 다 1등 쓸 줄 알았는데 다 낮게 쓰셨네요.
이 사람 뭐야?
아니.
이거 브리온 먹으셨다. 제가 브리온 먹으셨다.
이제 세상의 중심은 뭐 저라고 생각합니다, 저는.
자신의 애교가 아주 확실하신데.
뭐 사실 밖에서는 우리가 4등, 5등이라고 얘기할 수 있지만 서포터 단합대회니만큼 이런 의견 나올 수 있죠?
브리온 먹어버렸어 브리온.
좋아요.
피터 선수는 위에 1등 누구라고 생각하시는 거예요?
저는 1등은 정글이라고 생각합니다. 왜냐하면 이제 정글이 이제 좀 종합을 해주고 정글 서포트 제일 중요하다 생각하고 탑은 역시 5등. 걔네는 알아서 해라.
알아서 해라.
제일 안 중요한 것 같습니다.
든든 안 중요하다.
그렇군요. 자, 그럼 다음 질문 한번 또 드려볼게요. 서포터라면 피지컬 대 뇌지컬. 어떤 게 더 중요할까요? 정답 볼까요?
하나, 둘, 셋.
짜잔!
피지컬, 뇌지컬.
뇌지컬. 오!
적은 거부터 물어볼까요? 네, 피지컬 고르신 이제 파일 선수부터.
솔직히 서포터들도 피지컬이 좀 많이 필요한 챔프들이 좀 많이 나오는 것 같아서.
그러면 혹시 유미를 플레이할 때 피지컬이 필요한가요?
이거 아니 질문.
그러니까.
질문. 유미 큐 맞추기 힘든데 요즘.
근본 유미입니다.
오케이. 큐 맞추기 좀 어렵지. 예.
자, 피터 선수 얘기 들어볼게요.
결국 뇌지컬을 바탕으로 피지컬이 나오는 거라 생각해가지고
핑거파크.
그래가지고 뇌지컬을 줘. 네.
오, 좋아요.
근데 저는 캐리어 선수가 뇌지컬을 써주신 게 조금 의외라고 생각했어요.
저는 서폿이 할 수 있는 게 이제 라인전이랑 한타랑 운영이라 생각하는데 그 세 개 다 이제 구도만 잘 파악하고 내만 있으면은 내만 잘 좋으면은 잘 판을 짤 수 있다 생각해서 뇌지컬 적었습니다.
뇌만 좋으면
뇌가 나
더 많이 부족한가 보다. 네, 이번 코너는 팬 여러분들의 사랑을 듬뿍 받고 있는 고민 상담소 시간입니다. LCK 팬분들의 사연을 저희가 사전에 좀 받아봤는데요. 바로 오늘 이 사연들을 읽고 해결해보는 시간을 가져보도록 하겠습니다.
맞습니다. 벌써 고민 상담소가 3번째 시간인데요. 저희가 뭐 들어오는 질문이나 사연이 라인별로 좀 성격이 다르거든요. 근데 이번에는 서포 편이잖아요. 억울하다. 서운하다. 이런 사연들이 참 많았는데 이모티콘도 막 다 울고 있었다고 그러더라고요.
네, 어떤 사연들이 들어왔을지 벌써부터 굉장히 궁금해지는데요. 첫 번째 고민 캐리어 선수가 좀 읽어주실까요?
이러지도 못하고 저러지도 못하고 님의 고민입니다. 라인전을 하기 위해 미니언을 같이 쳐주면 미니언의 손끝 하나도 건들지 말라고 화내는 원딜도 있고 미니언을 안 치고 견제만 하면 왜 안 도와주냐고 화내는 원딜도 있어서 어떻게 해야 할지 정말 모르겠습니다. 거기다 가끔 원딜이 필요 없다고 다른 곳 가라고 하면 갈 곳을 잃어 처량한 신세가 되기도 하는데요. 저는 도대체 어떻게 해야 하는 걸까요?
듣기만 해도 진짜 마음이 찢어지는 것 같아요.
그러니까요. 서포터가 아니 미니언 막타 쳐도 된다 안 된다? 여러분들 손으로 한번 표시해 주실 수 있을까요?
막타요?
막타 쳐도 된다는
막타가 아니라 그러면
미니언을
화내지 마세요.
하는 게 아니라.
화내지 마요.
하는 게 아니라.
나 잘못 말할 수 있잖아요.
잘못
잘못
들었는데.
말해서
그것 때문에.
미니언을 같이 쳐줘도
같이
된다.
쳐도 된다. 서포터가 미니언을 같이 쳐도 된다 안 된다. 하나 둘 셋.
됩니다. 네, 동그라미.
다 된다.
다 된다.
그치, 근데 여기 다 서포터니까 잠깐만. 된다, 안 된다?
된다.
오.
이거는 그냥 게임하는 사람 입장으로서 무조건 된다.
쳐서 그냥 라인 빨리 밀어줬으면 좋겠다.
아 당연하죠.
오.
근데 이제
막 땡기려고 했는데 계속 막
라인 막.
이제 쳐주는 것도 당연히 이제 실력이 좀 갈리긴 해요.
아니 근데 솔직히 말하면은 부실골에서는 그러면은 이렇게 말할게. 그러면은 그 일반 유저분들 사이에서는 딜기차이 잘 안 돼가지고 내가 이렇게
먹어볼
딱
수도
쳐서
있으니까.
모험일 수도 있잖아요.
해지
아니요.
근데 이런 거 아마 서포터 분들이 되게 팁 잘 주실 수 있을 것 같은데요.
그러니까 그 딜기사인 참 어렵더라고요.
어떻게 해결할 수 있을까요?
피가 많은 이제 미니언을 좀 번갈아가면서 쳐주는 게. 아니, 근데 너무 번갈아서 치면 근데 또 이상해지니까. 나 좀 약간 계단식으로, 그러니까 피가 좀 계단식으로 되게끔 하는 게 이제 또 그러니까 낮은 티어 분들한테는 편하지 않을까라고 생각합니다.
좋은데요?
근데 왜 저희를 보면서 얘기하시는?
그럼 카메라
기분 탓이겠죠?
네.
오케이.
계단식으로 피를 만들어봐라. 이거 좋은 꿀팁인 것 같아요.
근데 또 미니언 말고 와드 막타. 이 서포터가 쳐도 되는가에 대한 논란도 있거든요. 이것도 한번 OX로 표시를 해주시면.
얘기해서. 아닙니다.
죄송한데 자세 좀 똑바로 해주세요.
잘 오므리고 있겠습니다.
자, OX 같이 해주세요, 캡틴장님. 하나, 둘, 셋.
오, X가 꽤 많아요.
오.
MZ.
아니 동그라미가 몇 명이야? 그럼 저는 그냥 원딜 입장에서 서포터한테 그냥 질문을 할게요. 그 와드 막타 안 몰아줄 거면 CS로 왜 몰아주세요?
이거 두 분이 오해했으니까. 저희 X. 저희 오해의 여지가 있어요. 저희는 이해합니다.
그러니까 그렇게 해석을 할 수 있는 거죠.
근데 왜 이렇게 화를 내요? 여기 다답대 바깥
대답을 그러니까 궁금해서 한번 대답을 듣고 싶습니다.
서포터들이 돈이 필요할 때도 있고 그리고 요즘 렌즈 쿨이 짧아져가지고 원딜이 기다릴 시간이 없긴 해요. 요즘. 그래서
또 O를 선택해 주셨던?
제 행동이 1초라도 늦어지면은 그거는 손해니까. 핑 한번 찍고 1초 안에 안 왔다 바로.
야하.
1초. 네.
그러면 서포터 모임장님께서 한번 서포터들의 의견을 한번 정리를 해주시죠.
이게 CS를 빨리 주는 게 이게 막 몇십 원 때문에 한 라인을 더 한다던가 막 이렇게 꼬일 때도 있어가지고 저 같은 경우에는 그냥 사람신한테 다 몰아주는 편이고.
그러면 저희 서포터에서는 일단 와드는 몰아주는 게 낫다.
저는 그렇게 생각합니다.
모임장님이 결론.
우리는 그렇게 생각합니다.
우리는 좋아요.
우리는
이게
그렇게
바로
생각합니다.
단합이죠.
저도 그렇게 생각합니다.
좋습니다. 별이 선수 어떻게 괜찮을까요?
저는 근데 좀 반론이 그만큼 CS를 잘 먹으면 된다가 그건 있어요.
그것도 괜찮은데?
왜냐면 보통 핑크를 막타를 결국 누가 먹냐가 상황이 결국 유리한 상황이거든요. 그래서 이제 원딜이 안 먹는 게 좀 좋다.
스타일이 다르다. 어쩔 수 없다.
오케이. 그러면은 우리 뭐 상황에 맞게 대처하는 걸로 정리해 보겠습니다.
그 와드 막타 안 몰아줄 거면 CS로 왜 몰아주세요?
그만큼 CS를 잘 먹으면 된다가
저도 그렇게 생각합니다.
저는 뭐 티오가 안 오르는 건 포지션이 문제가 아니라
그 얘기를 꺼내면 안 돼!
그리고 무시당하는 것도 이제 서포트라서가 아니라 실력이
역시 하나 둘 셋!
정답.
아무튼 있어봐. 우리 좀 하게.
아니 두 분이서 같이 하신다고 하시길래.
Valorant Champions is kicking off on August 6th. Here's what you need to know before the tournament begins. Champions is the global finale of the 2023 Valorant Champions Tour. 16 of the world's best teams will meet in Los Angeles to compete for the title Valorant World Champion. Let's take a look at how each of these teams earned the spots for this event. 9 teams qualified directly into Champions by finishing top 3 within their respective international leagues. 4 more teams earned an invitation through 3 last chance qualifiers hosted by the ILs. Each LCQ qualified 1 team, with the exception of VCT EMEA, who earned the right to qualify 2 teams as a result of Fnatic winning Masters Tokyo. Finally, 3 team representatives from China were selected for champions based on their strong performance at regional tournaments. Taking place from August 6th through to the 26th, champions will begin with a group stage followed by a double elimination bracket stage. First qualified teams will be sorted into 4 random groups. Each group will play through a 4-team double elimination bracket, with 2 teams emerging from each of the 4 groups. Those 8 teams will then be randomly placed into a double elimination bracket, with teams from the same group being placed on opposite sides of the bracket. Teams will play through each round of the bracket until a single team remains, earning the title of Valorant World Champion. To learn more about champions, check out ValorantEsports.com and follow our socials for further updates. Good luck to all the competitors, and we'll see you in Los Angeles.
Teleport in for the contest. This is going to be a rough fight for Jen.
They're going to try to go for the 4v5, but this Baron is already gone. There's the smite, and now the 4v5 3-man stun comes in from the Jax, but Doran is already dead. As now it's 3v5. They should be able to take out Willer. Lips that much pretty low on their health bar. Base just hunting them down as he will take out Kyle. And he's looking for more. Flash on in, gets the triple, looking for the quadra. There it is, as Zeri will have.
For D+, but still just grabbing the bottom lane. May not be enough here. As Chovier's gonna find it, he just wipes the floor with him. Chovy not even gonna go down to death as it's a double. And Showmaker now looks for him, but he's not gonna get it. Make it a triple. Alright.
All or nothing.
Alright. We're refilling the glass just a little bit. Let's see whether T1 can steal this one away. As BD's just flashing in, he finds the 3-man instantly. Gumayushi is dead. They had to go for it, didn't they? But it just wasn't going to work out. Equalizer doing a fair bit of work there as Amy's just going to grab a few last hits. Away as Kingen is in trouble. There's the flash twist and advance the needlework. Trying to get the way. Oh, the turnaround as Kingen lets the minions do it. It's a disaster for Nongshim and now Grizzly. Yeah, I like it when things are a little bit more laborious. Okay, there is the headbutt into Impale combo. It's Grizzly gonna go for the fadeaway to try and get himself out. There's the knockback, Kingen! Oh my goodness, his on is just a joy, and it continues to be so as Jiwoo.
Yeah. Canyon has taken a little bit of damage. That ult doesn't hit anything, as now they are going to catch Kellen, but the massive Nico ult on top of 4 of them. As now Tatum is going to be pulled into the backside, and nobody's there to help him out due to alone.
Setting up on the Baron. Ona has to try and get in. Yeah, it's in full darkness here as they do try and pull in Ona. He goes golden, but they take down the Baron anyway. They jump on top of Zeus, but now Gumayushi is dived in. The feathers are so good. Puddock, DRX, where have you been all season? This is amazing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here for our final match of the evening. And it's a big one. It is Gen G looking at that first place in its Armor Life, looking to confirm their third place. If they win 2-0, they guarantee it. No way that D+ can catch up.
And also, if they win this series, it is very likely that with the remaining schedule for KT, that they will also secure first place. Won't be confirmed, but extremely likely at this point. KT having a little bit of the later schedule this week, hitting tomorrow, Friday, and Sunday. Tomorrow being Friday, not tomorrow, Friday, and Sunday, but just...
Well, technically, you are still correct.
Yeah, just not...
They're playing tomorrow and Friday. They just happen to be the same day.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so,
nailed it. Let's have a look at the standings.
Yeah, let's take a look at this to visualize. Let's visualize.
Let's look at tomorrow, Friday, in the standings. It's not here, but KT are going to be there.
So KT out by 1, right? Ahead by 1. So any loss for Gen G puts them further and further ahead. And if Gen G lose this series and KT win both of their remaining matches, that's just it. So for Hanwha, you see that the gap between them and D+ is 3. So if they win 2-0, it will become 5, which will make it impossible, of course, for D+ to catch up. And they'll also be, for the moment, a series ahead. But Hanwha, I think, going into this series, in terms of global predictions, we actually had them as favorites. But I don't know if everyone agrees. I think it certainly was a feeling that we all had going into this week that Gen G was slipping a little bit. Hanwha have continued to level up. And my money is still on Hanwha, except I didn't actually put money on it. But my feel is still on Hanwha. But when I try to put it to words, I think it's going to be very contentious. As for Doran, he's looking for his 1,000th kill tonight. 7 kills would do it, so extremely likely.
Yep, and he's going to be playing online as well. Unfortunately, tested positive for COVID. That didn't actually play into our prediction whatsoever. In fact, this is a bit of a surprise for us for today. So hopefully he's feeling all right, and he is still going to be playing, so that should be all right. As Formidable versus Formidable here. Zeka versus Chovy. A big matchup. And, one that Zeka has overcome in the past. There was that big tournament last year that he managed to take the series over Chovy in, but otherwise has felt a little bit like Chovy has been the front runner. But solo kills, Zeka is definitely there.
Yeah, I mean, Zeka has improved so much this season. Had a very rocky start, but you change up the jungler, and suddenly he's back in form. As Hanwha Life going to walk out first. Grizzly has been he's back, and he's been such a critical part of this roster. And it's not just the mistakes his predecessor was making in the late game, getting caught before objectives, but he just wasn't making the same consistent early fight impact that Grizzly has made on champions like Viego. And even if you try to target Zeka's champion pool in this meta, it's really difficult with so many OP champions kind of rotating around. You target Zeka, then suddenly Kingan's got great opportunities to play Aatrox, for example, which I think will be a very pivotal pick for this best of 3.
No, I agree. We haven't really spoken about it, but moving on to this patch, it feels again, once more, that this team is getting patched in over and over again. Of course, the Aphelios nerfs do feel like it goes against Viper, but Viper can play actually any champion that exists in League of Legends to a pretty high level, so I don't think we're going to be too worried about it. So Hanwha Life, looking good. This team, looking without a top laner at the moment, but still being able to find some great wins. Most notably, their more recent one against D+, where it did not look close whatsoever. Delight has certainly been stepping up. We've seen a lot more supports with a whole bunch of agency. Lehens comes to mind, Beryl in our previous series, finding some old form there as well. But Delight, his engages have been fantastic, and his ability to know exactly when to go in has been really, really great for this team.
And another microcosm of competition here, Gen G racing against KT Rolster, but I think Delight and Lehens are racing for everyone's all-pro votes right now. Because the competition between these two is extremely fierce at the moment. It's hard to actually definitively say one player is better than the other. As you take a look at the mid matchup, we talked about solo kills already here, but notice the gold difference. The laning phase here for Zeka has been much, I'd say in terms of what he's been able to do outside of the lane and get his team advantage, it's been much more solid than Chovy, who has kind of reverted a little bit back to his older ways where he's pushing for plates, he's pushing for solo advantages, whereas Zeka's kill participation is much higher. He is getting his team bigger leads at 14, and his laning phase is also strong. So at the moment, it's hard to say like that Zeka's had a better season than Chovy. I think that's impossible to say. Chovy's been so good, but the last few weeks, I'm kind of leaning towards Zeka. I think he has been the stronger mid laner by a small margin, but his impact has been great.
Yeah, especially in the early game. Looking at the damage numbers does show that Chovy in the late game has been getting it done just that little bit more. Doran looks really upset and sick. Yeah, really sick and stuff. Not really. Looking in fighting form there, but of course not wanting to infect anyone, so we'll be staying home. You can see very, very close. Only 7 kills away from 1,000. Here is Doran.
Look at his top 5 win rate champions as well. You know, the Jack's extremely relevant. The Gragas was extremely relevant throughout this season. Cassante is still pretty relevant. Aatrox, pretty relevant at the moment. So his best champions historically are very much in the forefront of the meta. And Gen.G, you know, on paper, I think a team that absolutely playing at their best could defeat Hanwha Life here. I think it is going to be about the form on the day.
No, I would agree. Must be sad, though, for Doran. He's got such a great win rate on Aatrox, but he's still not the best Aatrox on the team. Really sucks. He could have been on any other team, you know, and he would have probably been fine. Unfortunately, he's on Gen.G. And so I'm actually really interested to see whether there will be any flexing. I had a little bit of a peer into whether or not Chovy has been playing any Aatrox on his main account. He has not, but all these players have so many. So I wouldn't be able to really catch up, and I especially do not know what they've been playing in scrims. So it might be that we could see some recalibrations on where these champions are going as well, and having that extra draft flexibility, I think is something really, really good to demonstrate before playoffs. Show that you can do it, and then the opposition has to think about it every time they're trying to figure out how to draft against.
Well, I'm more interested, Atlas, in Maokai and Rel for flexing at the moment, and how Score is going to utilize those picks here for Peanut, because Peanut has been so huge for Gen.G. His early game is what holds this team together, and if it's Maokai, if it's Rel, you could bet Peanut is going to be finding the pressure points, and his Kha'Zix has been the best in LCK. I think that's pretty definitive. No one is really even close. And Hanwha Life, not as impactful in the early game with Grizzly. It's really Zeka who I think helps set up a lot of early game plays, as we talked about earlier. Let's see if he gets targeted in this draft, because as I mentioned before, I think it's so difficult in this meta, especially when Hanwha have blue side advantage.
Yeah, I'm really interested. These bans are going to tell us so much. The Poppy taken away from Peanut, though, makes a heck of a lot of sense. And that's where they're going to start.
I think that is absolutely a great call. Now the Renekton will be removed here.
Someone wants an Aatrox, I guess.
I think so. So they might be willing to trade Aatrox for Kai'Sa, potentially. Sejuani gone. Really limiting the strength of top laners that aren't Aatrox at the moment, aren't we, Gen.G?
Yeah, and also I think you just have to ban it against Hanwha Life Esports, not because of Grizzly, but because of the Yone problem that you may run into. And Sejuani really does enable those sorts of compositions so beautifully.
Peanut targeted further here with this Vi ban. We'll see what the final ban will end up being. Wouldn't even be surprised with something like an Azir here. Chovy has been so good on the pick. As Jax is now gone, and I think the Aatrox stocks are rising quite rapidly here.
Quite considerably, indeed.
But it feels like Hanwha get the better...
There it is.
Hanwha absolutely get the better end of these 6 bans. You know, they ban only a Jax, whereas Gen.G take away the Sejuani and the Renekton, and still obviously aren't going to be able to get the Aatrox trade. So a lot left open here.
Yeah.
And Kai'Sa still up, Azir still up. Incredibly powerful for both of these teams.
I would recommend just the Kai'Sa first pick and then say, Gen.G, your move. And then Kingen is going to play Ornn. Like he just... you know, he's Kingen. He's going to be very happy to do that. We'll see where Gen.G are going to go, though, now with a little bit more flexibility in their hands, and that is a Tristana. Peanut going to go for the other tree, not the Ivern this time around. And so it could just be Tristana Maokai and then Cassante, perhaps, that we have seen picked up quite a bit. Having some front line there with these double 80 carry comps can be important.
No, I think you're absolutely on the money with that. Hanwha Life, on the other hand, will they want to play the Annie into the Tristana, or will be the more safe Azir? We've seen this matchup go both ways, as you have to be the Tristana who can, you know, avoid the Emperor's Divide with your jump buffer correctly. Otherwise, this can go awry, but if you jump over the Emperor's Divide, Tristana could absolutely smash Azir. As Grizzly is going back to an old Challenger's favorite, potentially.
I mean, this would be the stones on the boy, you know? Wow, to pick Lee Sin into Genji here, that would definitely be a big one. Or instead,
the Cassante you already recommended.
Yeah, the Cassante that we recommended for Genji, and this would be a little bit of a pick away if that's where Kingen is going to go.
Yeah.
The Rel instead going to be elected into. Great lane partner for the Kai'Sa, also flexible into the jungle. You love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely love this. So both jungles for the teams not yet locked in, as the Xayah here feels like a pretty common answer to the Kai'Sa. Don't love it in this composition necessarily. Could have gone for something like a Varus instead, but it is going to feel very safe here for Pays. And obviously very good into Rel engage if you can just simply avoid it and then pull those feathers back.
Yep, bit of an answer into the Emperor's Divide as well, I guess.
Yeah.
So, there's those sort of options. In fact, everyone can kind of make Zeka's life difficult with things like Rocket Jump, Twisted Advance, and now the Feather Storm. Untargetability kind of a thing. Although I guess Tristana's not untargetable. She just gets to buff a Rocket Jump because I guess it was coded years and years and years ago.
So,
and it does weird stuff.
Alice, we've gotten to a point now where basically every meta top laner is gone. So we're kind of living in a Jax Renekton world, but Aatrox is also the third other champ that exists. So Gnar is now being removed here because Gnar is super safe into a lot of champions. We don't know what Doran has planned just yet.
Are we back to Sion versus Ornn? Is that what's happening here?
I mean, it certainly could happen as Rakan is going to get banned.
Oh no, Cassante is still up, so we can still ban that.
I would say that's probably where the last ban for Hanwha Life is going to go here, as Genji will be able to pick it. It's pretty safe. As otherwise, you know, you ban the Alistar and Doran can play it. So let's see what Genji's final ban is going to be. It's going to be pretty telling as to what they want to do here. Nautilus taken away, and that's even with the Rel locked in here. Doesn't feel like an incredibly strong ban into what they have either, as now you've got to say, all right, I don't want that Alistar. I don't want to deal with that. I want the Rel engage to be strong, or you want to take away the front to back with the Cassante.
I really wouldn't mind the Alistar ban, just because I feel like Kingen can weather the storm against a Cassante. And so the Alistar is going to be banned away here. Genji probably, I mean, I would imagine it's the Shuriman gentleman that's going to be locked in.
Yep.
And there he is.
You could tell that Life, he kind of had a chuckle there because he was like, I just don't want to play into this, which does also lead me to believe this Rel is going to go support, and Hanwha Life could just play Viego here. That's still up and available.
Oh, true.
And okay, opting into the Rumble here, blind instead. Now, Nocturne, so incredibly strong into this comp. We've seen this so many times. Kai'Sa, Nocturne, you could actually just lock this in here and zoom over the ultimates here of the Maokai, get on top of the Rumble, make Equalizer pretty tough to play out.
That is such a good point. I actually hadn't really thought about it. I was thinking things like the Viego, like the Lee Sin that he'd already hovered. I think Nocturne could be genius. First, the Cassante going to come in. Somewhat of a neutral matchup into the Rumble, but Rumble should still have a lot of control early on. See whether he does go for the Ignite. But now, Nocturne check for Grizzly.
Yeah, I mean, Life's not talking. I think he's playing Rel. Yeah, let's put the cam on Grizzly. The man, can he play Nocturne? Does he want to play Nocturne here? Is he going to go back to the Comfort Viego in this draft that is so good for resets, has such great setup for getting that first takedown? Wukong will actually be the choice here. Did not see that one coming.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Wukong into Maokai.
It's not sparking a lot of joy. Remember, Maokai's also flexible. And so now Peanut, he could go for his own Nocturne if he'd like to. Play whatever he'd like. Instead, Delight is going to go back to an old favorite here in the Leona, wanting to get a little bit more engage. And I think just relying on only Maokai isn't really enough. And so Leona is going to come in. So we'll confirm that the tree is in the jungle, kind of okay with the Wukong matchup. And whoa, this monkey is raising some eyebrows.
Yeah, I think it's not a bad pick in this situation by any means, but it feels really rough into Tristana's, ability to peel. Xayah, Leona. So if Wukong gets on top of Xayah, she's got her ult, which is, obviously the Cyclone can outlast it, but then you have a Leona to peel for her, and then you have Maokai who could just keep you at arm's length. And the beautiful thing about this Leona is it feels like you've got this 1-2 punch where the Maokai ult allows Rumble to put down tons of damage.
Yep.
And then if they are able to then push through the Equalizer, Leona can peel for your Xayah, but also help you re-engage after that initial setup where everyone's health bars are low. You could even burn through the Cassante. As on the other side here, the Wukong isn't going to offer you much in the early game. I think Zeka is going to have to get a lot done with very little on this Azir. And if they don't get an early lead, I feel like Gen G have such great scaling in this composition.
Yeah, they absolutely do. But they also, I think, have great lanes at the same time, Tristana and the Rumble. So it's, like you say, would be really nice if Farmer Life Esports could get some early leads. I don't think they're going to get them. I just don't think that that is going to happen here. They're going to have to look to the mid game once that level 6 has come through for the Wukong and see whether Grizzly can find himself some value on this pick, which is just going to be real tough in a game such as this. Gen G, we've seen this comp so many times before, and should just work exactly how it says on the tin. Really interested to see how Hanwha is going to go as we hop into the Rift for game 1. Ooh, Gen G fans in full voice here today as we hop onto the Rift for the first game. And Grizzly has at least got a really cool new skin for True. That is dope. Chovy having dab here in the mid lane, as we've got rainbow poros. Everything's just going crazy. Chovy has really started to go back towards this this particular chroma of the Dragon Tamer Tristana skin, and I'm not a huge fan because I just like Firefighter so much. Chovy telling the story with emotes actually is just amazing.
All right, well, don't use all that Dragon Breath before the game starts. You're going to need some of that, you know?
Exactly.
Do dragons have unlimited fire breath? Can they just summon it at will, or do they kind of like get tired and can't do it anymore? Like, where's the fire come from, really?
I guess it's like they have flammable saliva or something like that. So I guess they need to like drink perhaps gasoline in order to make that one work.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about that in my like medieval fantasy, but you know, maybe that like would be how it actually works. They just get some petrol. And
yeah,
that's how I don't know.
I remember there was.
How do they heat it up? You know,
there was a movie that explained it with Christian Bale. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've seen it. But it's something about like they have a different gland that has like something that's flammable in it.
All right.
We could, I don't know. I haven't read a scientific paper on dragons recently, unfortunately.
Yeah. But luckily for Chovy, you know, the emote spam isn't going to affect him at all. And knows Peanut 5-1 on this Maokai. Doran, I talked about this last week a little bit. You know, this is a pick that we didn't expect to see Gen G pull out, and they didn't pull it out against KT. They haven't played it at all, and we saw Keen was pretty uncomfortable on the pick. We've seen a few players here in the LCK just not really feel like they understand how Rumble works, and it makes Huni really upset. But Doran's been around long enough to where he absolutely should be well-versed on this champion. A lot of our newer top laners didn't live through the top Rumble meta.
Yep, he's already failed the first test, though, which is taking Ignite. So he hasn't taken Ignite. So Huni is currently commentating. He's on the desk right now, so he's probably teaching the Korean community that he made a massive error.
Early game Wukong.
Yeah. He's not going to be able to take his Wolf Camp. That is Peanut that's able to steal that one away. And now Grizzly wanting to do some battle here. Does get a ward over. Peanut is going to spot that one out.
And this is what you were talking about, the winning lanes. You have a winning lane topside in the early levels. You have Tristana into the early Azir. And so Peanut could just do this.
Yeah.
Who can help him? No one can help Grizzly. Like, he is just on his own. And so Peanut's just going to take away some of these camps here. And Grizzly is going to try to just go find value elsewhere. Maybe punish Chovy for his overextension here in mid.
Well, Chovy is pretty low, looking for a little bit of a back timer. I would have taken that opportunity to wander across the mid lane and head towards a different blue buff.
He's like, I'm Wukong, I can't do anything for anybody, and no one can do anything for me, and this is a big problem.
Well, Peanut doesn't have Smite, so at least Grizzly is going to be able to get the Rift Scuttler, might be able to double scuttle, and then look for something elsewhere. Kingen going to move Doran towards his turret, but not get him underneath it.
That was
important.
Really nicely played there from Doran, shielding at the right time, getting him mostly maximum value out of that flamethrower. And Peanut's just going to come down here and get his own scuttle. But, you know, Grizzly has been a player who has played for just over a month. He has played, it's been 36 days since his debut game. So he's played for like 5 weeks in LCK. This is like his 5th week of play. And that's just, unfortunately, the cards you've been dealt, Hanwha. You know, you're going up against Peanut. His life's going to take a bunch of damage here.
Quite a bit. Nice little stun does come back.
And it's a champion pool issue, I think, here to a certain extent for Grizzly in terms of what is set up. And not comfortable enough to play the Nocturne. We've seen find great success. And you know, who can blame him? He's in a tough situation here, but this Wukong pick, a little bit of comfort, has just been nerfed so many times. And with no winning lanes, it is really just going to be the hole in Hanwha Life's draft here in the early game. And you can see the lead here at 0-0 kills is already 600 nearly here.
Yep. And it was always going to be difficult. Like, you pick losing lanes, like jungling is just in general going to be tough no matter who you are, unless you have a massively one-sided matchup. And Grizzly is doing kind of all right. You know, he's only behind a camp or something. And so going to be able to take his popcorn chickens here, take his puppies there as well, and he should be A-okay. I don't think Peanut has even entered his bottom side jungle yet. That's just like kind of hanging out there. And Grizzly going to look to Scry to see what's going on. Does see that that blue buff is still up and available. And Grizzly gets the bad news that his Krug camp is also gone.
Also noticed Delight was hanging out around the blue buff there just to make sure that Grizzly wasn't going to try to counter jungle over there and start taking those camps to kind of opt into vertical a little bit. Just has all the information. Scryer's Bloom isn't going to really give you any good news as Grizzly right now. You can see the camp lead is starting to balloon because he spent so much time. You know, when you mentioned it earlier, it was a camp down, but now, you know, just coming down here and taking his own as he's coming back over here to Wolves. And, yeah, it's a rough time here. Peanut is just so good right now that who could blame Grizzly? He's playing early game Wukong. He doesn't have lane prio, and it's Peanut. Yep. Nobody is going to be upset about this performance here, but Grizzly himself. And take a look at this one more time when he sees... Yeah, wow, he took all even my Krugs.
Yeah. And he did. That's because he didn't head towards his bottom side at all. He's now going to get over there. Does manage to take his Grump. And that is going to be 4 camps now in the lead for Peanut. And the Rumble, able to walk into the river whenever he would like. Peanut continuing to move around and be frustrating. And
no pressure.
Oh dear, okay. There's the all-out though as Doran has to flash. So Kingen says thank you very much before he goes home.
Getting a little bit too close to the turret there.
Yeah.
He saw the angle. He was like, I think actually I burst him down with my passive. We got the equalizer. You know, maybe we can actually grab this guy, but not quite.
Yeah, Chovy coming on over to help clear out some of this vision. Does so very nicely. Puts that dragon to use. And I think, you know, it's going to be a slow early game. It always was, based on what Hanwha Life Esports have drafted. It's Emperor's Divide is going to throw Chovy back. He's going to flash. There's the Buster Shot, as he's still standing on Sand Soldiers, so not wanting to do too much battle here with this Azir. And now just a flash has to be used in the mid lane. Very nicely played by Zeka.
Zeka, though, not going to be able to get enough control here to come down and contest this Drake, so ultimately Chovy is just like, my job here is done. He swings his cape over. And that is going to be the first Drake, it's Mountain, going over to Gen G, so Chovy handles the pressure pretty well. Obviously, jumping over that is the ideal scenario, as Doran's going to show up and Zeka will be fine, but, you know, he has to flash, but guess what? He's occupying the enemy Azir. Grizzly can't do anything. He's pre-6 Wukong. They don't have prio in bottom. And so now Gen G, maybe they could group up here and end up contesting this Herald as well, though with Chovy having no flash and losing all of his health, it's a little bit less likely.
Yep. We do have level 6 now for Grizzly, so he does have at least access to the Cyclone, but you can see his health bar. He just does not have very much going on right now as far as longevity. Still, with the fact that Chovy is on a reset, doesn't have teleport, might be that they can take this Rift Herald.
Peanut going to come over here and maybe set up for a Rumble ult.
Yeah, Magnastorm is going to hit towards the bottom side. Featherstorm comes down. There's the Killer Instinct from Viper as Pays is going to flash to get into position. Viper holds on to his. There's the flash forward from Delight. Don't know about that one. It's very aggressive. Gets the flash out with the Solar Flare that only just got picked up. A lot of battle being done, and not a lot of summoner spells remaining here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, everybody's summoners are now down. No kills going over, and actually, Peanut and Doran show up, don't commit ults, but are able to get Hanwha off of the Herald. So, it was just watching on the mini-map there, it looked like perhaps they were going to drop those down, but Hanwha Life respecting it quite substantially, and that means that no kill bottom side with the engage attempt, no Herald take, so you lose first objective, you may lose the second. And you can see the gold lead here is starting to mount up in these lanes. It's nothing that, isn't insurmountable. It's not insurmountable at the moment, but it is definitely exactly where Gen G want to be. And once again, if Peanut comes over here for the contest, they absolutely can fight for this, especially now that Grizzly, is kind of like hovering around, and it's given Chovy enough time to teleport back in, potentially actually just getting back to lane without teleport. His teleport's coming up now, but he has full health is what I'm really getting at here, so he can fight.
Yeah. Zeka does have Emperor's Divide back up as well, though, so team fight potential from our, reigning world champion mid laner. Feeling pretty good. As Doran, Kingen, even though you've got a Negatron Cloak, you're still not feeling very good in this instance.
Yeah, Doran flirting with that wall there as well. Kingen does have his ult back up, but he's not going to be able to push him in, and the rest of Gen G is here too, and he knows it. Doesn't even want to all out there, and look at the setup here for Peanut to just drop down ult and then press the equalizer on top of it. Life looking for a flank, will be spotted.
Gonna be a 4v5 just for a little bit as Zeka is looking to make his way over. Full vision on the Azir as he gets out of the way. There's the Flash Emperor's Divide, they saw it! The Magnet Storm picks them up, and that's first blood going to Viper. He'll take another one as well as Gen G get obliterated. Chovy was nowhere in sight.
He wasn't there.
And they knew!
And they also knew that the focal point for Gen G in this fight was an early Nature's Grasp and Equalizer combo, but they did not account for the Flash Emperor's Divide. And you see, as the observers know more than Gen G, they put the focus on that Emperor's Divide engage. But if you watch, Peanut drops this down. Look at the angle here for Doran. He's like, oh, sick, we won this fight. However, boom, in comes Zeka, huge Emperor's Divide into Magnet Storm, and Viper is just picking up gold. And this is not game winning by any means, but it is a huge swing of advantage now to Hanwha Life Esports, as Equalizer plus Nature's Grasp is often enough to win you the fight, but not when Zeka is going to clutch it out. 4 kills to Hanwha Life.
And they watched it. And Chovy was there dealing with a lane in the mid lane. Like, give up the objective if you're just not in position to fight for it, right? Like, oh man. Not great. And like you say, it's not the end of the game, but it's pretty close, to be perfectly honest. Giving this sort of advantage towards a composition like what Hanwha Life Esports has, like, one of the reasons why Wukong isn't very good at all is if the game remains neutral for a really long time, he can just be suffocated out. And as we saw Peanut play towards, he just wasn't able to really do anything. Still is behind by quite a lot, but the extra 4 assists gonna really give him that extra money back.
It was just so 5-head from Zeka because he knows this composition. He's like, oh, they're just gonna go for the Emperor's Divide or the Nature's Grasp combo. They're not gonna take account for the fact that I could flank here, and they're gonna use it in such an angle to where I actually have the free engage right afterwards. It was just so 3D chess of Hanwha Life to actually figure this one out. And we talked about how it's hard to get early leads with Hanwha Life, especially because the lane, the early team fighting as well can be quite tricky against Rumble. But if you clutch it out like that and catch Gen G with their pants down, yeah, you'll get that early lead.
As, all right, Viper could be in a little bit of trouble. Does cleanse immediately. His Solar Flare not going to get the stun, but does do a decent amount of work. But still, Grizzly is going to make his way in. That is going to be a kill going over to Life. And now, Peanut, can you actually get anything back? As Void Seeker will find Pays. And Chovy not quite here in time to try and mop up any potential kills. So they just grab the kill onto Delight, and that is now 5-0 in favor of Hanwha Life.
Yeah, really rough stuff here, trying to make these engages happen and starting to fall apart a little bit. And we're almost getting to the point where Gen G has had to stop fighting and hope that they could scale up and win some objective fights. They at least have this one Drake they could sit on, but they absolutely should not contest this, as that would just be throwing more gold into Hanwha Life. Chovy's coming over. Okay, they're going to TP flank. That's pretty late.
This is aggressive as Life is going to Magnet Storm. They dive in. It's another Emperor's Divide. This time it's on to Pace. He flashes though, gets himself to relative safety, and Grizzly not going to be going anywhere. That's 2 kills for Gen G. And this time the Emperor's Divide play did not work. Buster Shot gets Zeka out of his potential. Teleport as he now looks to try and escape. It's gonna, be a little bit of a walk before that does happen, but Gen G answer back in a huge way. As Chovy has to flash in the end, but he's gonna be able to pick up the kill onto his opposite number. Hanwha Life Esports kind of flopped that one.
Yeah, and I think while it was a bit of a flub from Hanwha Life, they were very confident they could take it. They didn't account for the teleport angle coming through, and it was a bit broken up. They were like, oh yeah, we can go in here. We've got the Magnet Storm Emperor's Divide combo, but you're going over the wall here into relatively unknown territory, and Pays is Zaya. Like, they knew the target they wanted to hit, but he's got ult, so he's going to be able to get his way out. We're going to go back to, unfortunately, the failed attempt here from Gen G to look for the assassination onto Viper. Ends up being a huge overextension here, as Viper does have cleanse. But then the follow-up fight was just so over-aggressive here from Hanwha Life. The teleport comes through. Chovy is coming over here on this angle, and then Life comes in. The follow-up is pretty late. Pays, he just ults, flashes over the wall. They smite. They're like, can I get this guy? No, you can't. Now you're on the wrong side of the rift. Now Peanut showed up. Now Chovy showed up. And we're just trading leads back and forth here, Atlas, in this one.
Yeah, no, it doesn't quite work. The equalizer was also placed so beautifully so that Hanwha Life could never get themselves back together and sort it out as K'Sante tries to do some K'Sante things, but that doesn't work out. Chovy eventually does decide to flash
Probably
in order to pick up the kill.
Probably hoped he wasn't going to have to there, but ultimately does.
Yeah. Better to be safe than sorry on that front. As Chovy now thinking about some shellfish, but there is the horse legs lady. So just going to move out of the way of that one.
This series is so important for both teams, and you could just feel the tension, of course, of these teams trading back this massive gold lead, 1,500 apiece, kind of back and forth here. And now we're looking at a game state where Hanwha Life have full control of the map, but only temporarily because of this Shiv. Gen G still need to look for these upcoming fights, but it's Infernal Soul.
Yeah,
Let's
this
see
is
if
a big
Chovy,
deal.
like, this is that map control I was talking about. Chovy has no idea.
I think Chovy may struggle to be alive. Magnus Storm is going to pull him back. There's the Emperor's Divide to squish him into the wall, and that will pick up the kill onto the Tristana. Hanwha Life Esports wanting to turn this into also an outer turret. They might be able to get there, but the sapling is actually going to help lock it down. And so they're going to have to wait for another wave if they want to get that one done. Still, there is a Shiv in the mid lane as well, so Viper does have that one. He's now going to move towards the top side of the map, looking to gank Doran. That's an interesting move.
Might actually work.
Yeah, as there's the all-out from Kingen, pulls him back with the Q. Now Viper, Killer Instinct comes in, and that is going to be Kingen picking up the kill with the help of his 80 carry.
These are the moments that give you that Viper 1v9 type of gameplay, right? Where you could trust that Viper's going to get it done in front-to-back team fights, but even on the Kai'Sa, we talked about his playstyle isn't really definable. He could play so many different champions, and
front to back, he can also back to front.
Yeah,
you know,
he communicates like, we can kill this guy topside. Viper though,
yeah,
caster curse.
We can also cast a curse. Yeah, we're pretty good at it. He's just going to stick around that lane for just a little bit too long. Big apologies to any Viper fans out there.
We tried our best to big him up, you know.
Yeah, I think that was the back to front. That was the back to front. Let's do the front to back from now on. I actually think that I like that one more. And Gen G going to take the 4th neutral objective in a row. In fact, Hanwha Life Esports haven't been able to get any of those so far this game. They have looked okay in these team fights, but you can see if they don't get the big ol' Emperor's Divide, Gen G's ability to clean up is certainly very good. Of course, double 80 carry can do that.
It's also, I think, the crown fantastic in this comp for what Zeka is trying to do. Now, look at the lack of vision here for Gen G. After that last fight, they didn't do their due diligence to actually clean up any vision in the river. And because of the Shiv power of Viper in mid, he's able to get that one controlled. Could have been involved as well. There's just no vision. And then Doran realizes, okay, Kingen's all-inning me. Viper's probably coming up. He was just mid. So the rest of the team rotates over. They're a little bit too late. However, Viper's like, oh, well, I guess I'll just Shiv one more wave. What's one more wave? Shiv can be addicting like that. But, you know, Delight and Chovy are here. Delight was rotating over from the previous play. Chovy had teleport. He commits teleport, but then the answering teleport comes back from Azir. So it's not like Chovy traded teleport for that kill. It was actually Zeka who then had to answer his to protect this turret. So really a trade up in every way for Gen G.
And I tell you what, like Hanwha Life Esports, this is all about securing that 3rd place. It would be kind of cool if we had KT, Gen G, and Hanwha Life Esports in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Because it really makes you remember, Griffin was a great team.
Yeah.
They were pretty, like, all 5 of those players, you know, it wasn't necessarily Doran all that often, but he was certainly the player that continued playing long after Sword had retired. But yeah, no, Griffin, there was some talent there. As Zeka misses a cannon, I'm busy reminiscing to really be too bothered by it. And as we see, watch the dust settle in this game. It's about a 600 gold lead for Gen G that they're going to extend, utilizing the Rift Herald here towards the bottom side.
Yeah, Doran has top side control as well, so this is going to be potentially multiple turrets picked up here before the Dragon itself, so they're getting everything. The snowball is starting to roll a little bit here, even though it has been a little bit of a back and forth game. They just have so much more wave clear here with the Rumble, and Now it's 3 turrets down here with Doran cleaning the last part of this one up. He also has teleport to join the fight. His ultimate coming online at the perfect timing here as well. Gen G, they've really thought of everything for this one.
Yeah, and Life Esports really have to try and stop this Infernal Drake from going down. Teleport going to come in as Zeka looking for that flank angle. The Buster Shot to try and get Grizzly out of there, but he does manage to go into his Warrior Trickster. There's the Equalizer, but the Magnet Storm massive once again as Emperor's Divide comes down one more time. Another flash from Pays, though, is going to get him to relative safety, and this time Gen G will not be bamboozled. There'll be a pickup there of a kill onto Pays, but I have a feeling that Gen G are still absolutely all right with it, and yeah, maybe, you know, some of Viper's ex-teammates might let him live, but they're not going to be as accommodating to the rest of his teammates.
Chovy's reaction time on Grizzly's engage was so beautiful to watch, just instantly Buster Shots him away, and then Gen G decide to actually drop Equalizer. Well, Doran decides to drop Equalizer to try to kill the Wukong, so it gives an opportunity for the re-engage there from Hanwha Life, and it looked like maybe Magnet Storm, Emperor's Divide is going to be enough, but they're just too far behind in the fight already, don't really have a jungler in place.
And you have to layer the CC as well, right? Because the Magnet Storm comes in, and then it's just that split second too late for Zeka.
Chovy said no. And then look at the grasp here as well. Like, everybody's split. The Equalizer's used onto Grizzly here. It doesn't end up securing the kill here. But look at Doran. There's no follow-up damage onto him, and that is the end of this team fight. King and Will watch him die again. He wants to be Cassante, but he's not going to be in this fight. And Viper, yeah, he has to get out of there. It doesn't end up doing the damage that's required. It's just a little bit too split. And if you were going for a burst damage build with Azir, instead of the I'm going to set Viper up build, then maybe you actually win the fight off of the Emperor's Divide alone, but not in this one.
No, it didn't quite work out, unfortunately, for Hanwha Life. So, Gen G, they now have Soul Point, they have Baron, and it is just going from winning to a little bit more winning ever since that first hiccup. And I honestly thought that Hanwha Life Esports were going to be able to take that one team fight around the Herald and run with it. What I didn't really factor in, okay, Emperor's Divide is going to come through. Viper will turn up. There's some immediate teleports to come down here as they need to kill Doran. They do manage to take him down, but there's the Buster Shot. Chovy is trying to outplay them, picks up the double now as Kingen tries to get out of this alcove, and Chovy grabs the triple.
This is the kind of fight where you can tell that Doran knows exactly how to turn it. He's going to die, but he's going to hit that Equalizer, and that's going to be enough damage for Chovy to get just one reset, and that is all he needs to turn that into a triple kill. Easy play here from Gen G. Chovy with the aggressive teleport calls this game, and they have been paying off. Grizzly gets the bounty, but...
There we go. Does interrupt Chovy as he's trying to dash after him. As I think this is going to be a Grizzly Wild Ride type situation here. As he's looking for that... Oh! Out of vision, kind of cute. As he might have actually just escaped. He did. And Chovy not going to get over that wall. And now Grizzly going to go, oh, spotted.
Thanks for 15 gold.
He's going to go back to it again. Although, if he does die here, he is actually going to be executed. So it's fine. And Chovy going to dab. So I guess Chovy wins. That was he emoted towards the end.
Cool play from Grizzly there. Grabs the bounty gold as well.
This was a cooler play, I think.
Yeah, watch how quickly Doran reacts to this. Immediately decides to flash to get into the alcove. He's like, let me buy as much space because Jovi's coming in. He's got the blast going as well. He's like, maybe I can get even more space here. But the Equalizer alone is enough. Speaking of Equalizer.
Yeah, that is Equalizer and Solar Flare. Yeah, it's tale as old as time. It's pretty powerful as it turns out, and that is going to be enough to fry the pigeon. They'll also take down this inhibitor turret as well as Gen G. They are snowballing this game extraordinarily quickly, and Hanwha Life Esports, it was already difficult with the composition that they had. It is now starting to look impossible as Chovy going to jump over that wall. And I think we're going to be getting back towards some Tristana permabans. I think after we have seen her kind of unseen in the ban phase quite a bit.
Sure,
on this patch.
Yeah, I think Chovy has proven that this composition in particular is just so incredibly strong with it. Doran, his Equalizer control this game has been fantastic. Like, yeah, there was that one time maybe he probably could have used it on the Magnet Storm engage there instead of actually trying to kill Grizzly, but otherwise, he's been extremely good at zoning. He set up Chovy for those kills topside to maximize how much damage he had, so Chovy get the resets in this fight as well, just blanketing Hanwha Life to allow them to further siege. And he's about to get Infernal Soul on top of all of his items that he's sitting on right now. 4 stacks of Dark Seal, halfway to a Death Cap. He's backing right now. We'll see how much gold he's sitting on. But the man is big, and Chovy, the only person who's bigger. So this is a little bit of a problematic situation for Hanwha Life.
I would say so. He's got his Maw of Malmortius done already. 3 items complete for Chovy. Being a bit of a quiet game for Pays. The Gen G getting set up around this area. 20 seconds until that Drake is going to spawn. A flank angle for Grizzly. But Hanwha Life Esports need to try and not take too much damage before this fight kicks off as Pays gets back to the rest of his team. And Gen G collapsing on the jungler. Makes a bit of sense as Grizzly walks the red carpet. He has to flash to get out of this equalizer damage. Needs to preserve his health bar as much as he can. There is a control ward in the back of this pit. Grizzly, no flash now available though. And the Sapling's slowing him down. The Wukong's so difficult for him to get involved.
Yeah, he just can't
Takes
engage.
a blast cone though. Let's see whether this is going to be enough. There's the engage from King in this time as the Magnastorm does come through. Chovy gets over the wall as Viper. He's going to ult to try and kill his old teammate. It's Zeka that picks that one up, but unfortunately there are too many carries on this Gen G team, and Pays not going to be taken out this time. That's going to be the ace. And if they'd like an Infernal Soul, they can get one, or they can take 50 gold from the enemy Nexus.
It's like, as soon as you said Pays has had a quiet one, Gen G, you know, they were like, well, if Chovy dies, don't worry, Atlas. He'll take care of it. He did take care of it, in fact, in this fight. Is every single time we've seen Hanwha Life engage correctly. Like, Kingen actually flashes for this engage, ends up pulling into Light in, which isn't ideal. He actually ends up healing a little bit, but Zeka can still slide through, secure the kill here onto Chovy. But you've had to go so deep for this that there's nothing else left in the tank. And Viper is kind of a binary champion in this game on the Kai'Sa, in that he goes in, does most of his damage, but is never going to be able to compete with the Xayah in the longer fight, and is eventually just taken out once Zeka is dead. And that, unfortunately, the Asher's Tooth isn't really helping Zek out because he's kind of in and he's out. You know, he's setting up combos, but he isn't actually really putting down that much damage in these fights because he's just not living very long against all the burst and lockdown that Gen G have. Infernal Soul is insane. As look at the damage diff here between the Azir and the Tristana, as we were saying, at 8K at this point in the game.
Yeah. Kill participation pretty close between the two, but Chovy this time winning on that metric as well, as Viper is going to be discovered here by Peanut, and I have a feeling the tree is just going to stop him from having a good time. Burnt down by Doran, held in place by Peanut. 1-2 punch working out very well. Gen G able to move on over towards this Baron.
Doran is 3 levels up on King in this game, as well as nearly an item up. Has 10 stacks of Dark Seal and did buy the stopwatch here instead of anything else, just delaying that death cap. And he'll buy a Majais instead. He's feeling himself, and you know, who could blame him? Because he's big. He has done a massive amount of damage and zoning for his team, and I think there was a real hope for Hanwha after that first fight went their way that Gen G opted to on the top side. But after the follow-up from Gen G, it has never been close this game, as Viper is just trying to keep the minions away from the inhibitor. Is going to be unsuccessful, let's say, as he will, of course, be blown up here. That inhibitor's down already. Probably could have shivved a little bit safer.
Yeah, perhaps. It's really rough. Honestly, it feels like the game is well and truly over for Hanwha Life Esports at this point in time. And this was after getting that initial great team fight that it felt to me like they'd put themselves back in a decent position and sort of mitigated what was going to be the very difficult early game. Unfortunately, like, it wasn't enough to make Wukong an actual champion in this game, unfortunately. And Viper's tried pretty hard, and there has been some decent Magnet Storms, but Gen G's composition just soaks that aggro so beautifully. Another equalizer comes down. Solar Flare paired alongside it gorgeously. That's the knockback from the third Q. Hanwha Life Esports keeping themselves alive this time as OK Grizzly. He's going to burn down, but does take out his opposite number. And a 1-for-1, I guess you'll take that if you're Hanwha Life.
Yeah.
Still, these siege minions are really doing some work.
Trying to get anything back that you can, trying to burn through the last of this 90-second Baron, as Chovy is going to get the reset on this inhibitor. Life trying to Hex Flash to scare him away. He won't be fooled. And I mean, now Chovy's coming down. You've got to be respectful here, Hanwha. Yeah, there's no Maokai, but they still have 2 incredibly fed 80 carries and a Rumble with 14 stacks of Majais.
Yep, and Peanut had already ulted, right? So, you know.
Yeah. Is he really a champion?
What more use is he? He's just, he's going to come back up. And of course, Grizzly is there alongside him. So 4v4, Gen.G still able to put on as much pressure as they would like. Teleport to come through, though, immediately. And Hanwha trying to keep them here in this 4v5 situation now, as Grizzly has just respawned. Kingen, can you find an all-out onto a priority target is the question. The answer is you don't have a chance.
The best defense is a good offense. Doran just puts the equalizer in first, and then they're just going to put Chovy topside here and take out an inhib, just completely circumventing Hanwha Life. Teleports behind you, nothing personal, team, but we are looking for a 1-0 here.
Yeah, looking to try and finish it off right now is okay. Chovy going to correctly buffer this time around. Life is going to explode almost literally there as Grizzly taking so much damage. He flashes, he goes gold, and the Empress Divide is avoided though by Chovy. Flashes out of the way, and Viper is now going to be destroyed by his former mid laner. Zeka on the turret taking more damage though, because that equalizer is one heck of a barbecue. Still, he's going to be able to kill Doran. And now try and skate over and stop Paze from killing his Nexus. But I have a feeling he's not going to be able to stop the rest of Gen.G from taking that 50 gold. And there it is, 1-0 in the series. An absolute statement here from our second place team.
Chovy just on form. He looked so incredible in this first game. Almost like he took some of those stats that were shown earlier personally.
Or took that first team fight personally. The rest of his team's like, Chovy, you weren't here for us. He's like, it's all right.
Don't worry, I'll be there every time carrying you for the rest of the game. You're welcome, by the way.
Yeah. And even if he turns up late, he'll just kill everyone that's still there. And that's also another thing.
Yeah, I felt like
absolutely happened.
Paze was the alternate 80 carry in this first game. He was the plan B. If something happens to Chovy, you will get involved.
He was the worm on the hook attached to the fishing rod, I think.
When Majais is almost completed on a Rumble who plays a 30-minute game when he has an advantage where he's sitting in the first 14 minutes of the game blasting at Cassante and the Tristana matches his damage, that's when you know the Tristana did a lot of work in this game. And Chovy absolutely did. And who can blame Grizzly, right? In this scenario against so many champions on the other team, 3 world champions on his own team. He defaults to the Wukong, and I think we're going to have to see another look at draft here, Atlas.
Yeah, please pick different champions, Hanwha Life Esports. That's all I'm going to ask there. But Gen.G, if they continue playing like this, I don't know whether draft is going to really matter. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, it is the Space game number 2. See you there.
한 대씩 툭툭 치면 얘네가 무조건 걸어야 되거든? 너네 나머지 3명만 걸리지 마. 걸었다. 내일 먼저. 내일 노플 로고. 괜찮아. 나 공대 가자. 카이사 슬로우 공 조심해 있는 것만 생각해. 오공 노플. 나 공. 아디로 노플.
걸렸다.
가인이긴
타워 치자. 끝내자.
나 이렇게 못했는데 이제. 내가 잘했잖아. 그렇긴 해.
Now we're going to see Thorin teleport in for the contest. This is going to be a rough fight for Jen.
They're going to try to go for the 4v5, but this Baron is already gone. There's the smite, and now the 4v5 three-man stun comes in from the Jax, but Thorin is already dead. As now it's 3v5. They should be able to take out Willer. Liv Sandbox pretty low on their health bar. Space just hunting them down as he will take out Kyle. And he's looking for more. Flash on in, gets the triple, looking for the quadra. There it is. As Zeri will have.
For D+, but still just grabbing the bottom lane. May not be enough here. As Chovier's gonna find it. He just wipes the floor with the Chovy. Not even gonna go down to death as it's a double. And Showmaker now looks for him, but he's not gonna get it. Make it a triple. All right. All or nothing. All right. Baron. We're refilling the glass just a little bit. Let's see whether T1 can steal this one away. As BD's just flashing in. He finds the three-man instantly. Gumayushi is dead. They had to go for it, didn't they? But it just wasn't going to work out. Equalizer doing a fair bit of work there as Amy's just going to grab a few last hits. Away as Kingen is in trouble. There's the flash twist and advance the needlework. Trying to get the way. Oh, the turnaround as Kingen lets the minions do it. It's a disaster for Nongshim and now Grizzly. Yeah, I like it when things are a little bit more laborious. Okay, there is the headbutt into Impale combo. It's Grizzly gonna go for the fadeaway to try and get himself out. There's the knockback, Kingen! Oh my goodness, his on is just a joy, and it continues to be so as Jiwoo.
Yeah. Cannon has taken a little bit of damage. That ult doesn't hit anything, as now they are going to catch Kellen, but the massive Nico ult on top of 4 of them. As now Tame's just going to be pulled into the backside, and nobody's there to help him out due to alone.
Setting up on the Baron. Ona has to try and get in. Yeah, it's in full darkness here as they do try and pull in Ona. He goes golden, but they take down the Baron anyway. They jump on top of Zeus, but now Gumayushi is dived in. The feathers are so good. Puddock, DRX, where have you been all season? This is amazing.
Hello and welcome to the space. We are here after game number 1 of Humble Life Esports versus Gen G. I'm Valdez. With me once again is William, aka Ox, and of course Chronicler here. That was a crazy game. Very back and forth, very high level between these two teams, really showcasing what they have, what they're capable of here at the top of the LCK.
Yeah, I think personally for me, Hololive Esports were hamstrung a little bit by the draft. I think that disadvantage is there. Wukong has fallen off massively in priority. He's had so many nerfs since he first came in the meta as a jungler, and that's really made him suffer. I also think you could definitely see the higher impact of the Rumble compared to the Xante in the team fights. But otherwise, I still think there was very much potential for Hololive Esports to win this. I don't think the draft completely removed their chances of winning. I think it just gave Gen G an edge, but really it came down to execution more than anything.
Yeah, I think they put themselves in a little bit of an awkward position, because if you look at the two champions that Grizzly would like to play in this scenario, and he also we saw it on the cam when the Wukong was locked in, he was like, oh, would be Viego or Lee. But I don't think the setup is that great for either of those two champions, right? If you're looking at what you have in mid, most notably, if this was an Annie, for example, not saying that they should have gone in that direction, but I think that they were in kind of an awkward spot with keeping the jungle to that not picked until that late, and then they ended up with a pick that was clearly not as good as a lot of the other junglers that we've currently seen. For Gen G, it's just a really good team fighting comp. You have Maokai Rumble, which is a combo that I absolutely love, think it's really strong. They are, I'd say, the best team at using Tristana, because they actually have flexed it to multiple roles, and clearly Chovy is pretty good at Tristana.
Yeah. Is it fair when you have Chovy on your team? I'm not so sure, but Gen G will say yes. Let's take a look at the highlight number one, which was a couple of fights we had early on in the game. And it started off well for Hololive Esports. A couple of very nicely layered ults in this one.
Yeah, that was just phenomenal comboing. Zeka going in with a huge ultimate. Pivotal thing is that Chovy isn't actually here. Only arrives at the end. And does secure the Herald, so that's a little bonus, but
nice.
Just decimation from Hololive Esports there. Really like the fact that they're very willing to pull the trigger quickly, set up the engage, but then we have this fight where it does end up going towards Gen G.
And crucially here, life gets found out, and I think it's still salvageable if they kill Pace, don't get the final auto, and then this ultimate from Doran makes it impossible for the damage dealers on Hololive to actually do anything. Like, both Viper and Zeka don't have anything left in the tank, and they're just standing there watching the equalizer burn down as the rest of their team goes up in flames. And it really showcases to me as well that this just came down to the team fights, and if this fight wouldn't have gone the way of Gen G, Hololive would have won this game, like 100%, because they would have gotten Viper even further ahead. He actually was sitting on a pretty good spot at that point in time, and I think it would have been really hard for Gen G to come back.
I think terrain ended up being a massive thing. The fact that we saw the Xayah flash over the wall, the fact that you have Trist, you can obviously go with terrain, and also the fact he was in a choke, and you have this Rumble equalizer in the river, it wouldn't have been nearly as devastating, but because they funneled into that area, I think that's what really backfired for them.
Yeah, definitely ended up being pretty huge. Let's take a look at the second highlight we have as well, which was the fight right after on the Dragon, the first Infernal Drake we did have going the way of Gen G.
That cancel from Chovy, man. Grizzly tries to flash E and ult to start the fight setup, but instead he gets ulted back, immediately is taken low. And then the problem for Halva is they have two carries they need to deal with. Like, eventually they end up killing Pace, but it's too late. And we keep seeing this be a problem where sometimes they're able to kill Pace, sometimes they're able to kill Chovy, but they don't ever get the two of them at the same time. And even then, you still have Doran there as well, toasting people.
I feel like as well, so many times you would see, as a fight plays out, Peanut is just locked onto a target, chasing them down, and he'll have a carry, whether it's Paze or Chovy, following him to deal the damage. It's like, hey, Maokai root, I'm here to deal the damage. And I feel like that pairing you find in fights, even in the chaos of these team fights, you would still see them like very effectively sequence like little bits of the fight. Like, okay, we're going to chase this person down, we're going to chase this person down. And the target selection from Gen G was really excellent.
Oh yeah, it was really important. I feel like, there was a reason why a lot of us did end up voting for Hololive Esports. We feel like Gen G kind of struggling, Hololive Esports on the up and up, but Gen G certainly have re-entered that same form that we have seen from earlier in the season. And guys, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up here on the side of Gen G for game number one. As, no surprise, it's Chovy. It is Chover in this game.
Chovy Tristana is just a little bit not okay. And this was actually very reminiscent of some of the best plays we've seen from T1, for example, where you getting a pick in side lane actually ends up being just more gold for the enemy carry.
Like the ult buffering with that initial bomb to get it to explode on both the enemy carries. I feel like without that play, it still probably would have been a Chovy POG, but that one was just him really taking the 1v3, and he continued to be such a threat. The flash here on the shuffle again. I don't think he needs this for them to win the game, him flashing the Streamer Shuffle. He's kind of just styling on them.
And what is really a big part of what I think makes Gen G such a tough team to face is that even with Doran, you know, being Doran, having his ups and downs, both Chovy and Paze are so insanely consistent. The only, I think, series where we've seen both of them really struggle throughout the entirety of this entire summer is against KT. I think that was like the one is nice. The
Maybe
one
was watching this series.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's not sure there was enough Chovy votes. I think maybe like 13 would have been 14.
The one instance was against KT where KT like straight up outclassed him, but outside of that, I think it's so hard because you have to invest so much to kill like one of the two, and then the other one will carry. What do? You don't have enough resources.
Both?
Well, they did it.
And the thing is, here's
it
the
wasn't
problem as
there
well.
in that first fight.
You look at the damage graph, Doran was also doing like 1 million damage. I feel like this is one of the things. Doran was like this big weak point for Gen G earlier in the split. We've moved to like carries being such a prominent factor in top lane. We've moved away from like the tanks we had like at MSI. And Doran has really stepped up. So even though this game wasn't about him, it was about Chovy, it's so good seeing him performing regularly on these carry picks that it means it's so difficult because even if you take one out, the other two pick up the slack and it just becomes so hard to convincingly win a team fight.
Yes, as we see the somewhat disgruntled Hololive Esports players as they will be on the blue side once again. Not a big surprise moving into game 2.
Well, it's after the initial fight, the setup for them actually looked pretty good, but then they weren't able to actually execute upon it. We'll see if they get a better mid-jungle duo. I think that is where a lot of fights are fought out. Need to have more impact there.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, I feel like this game alone has me excited for the series, but also for playoffs, because the race between KT and Gen G is phenomenal, but Hololive Esports, even though they lost this, I feel like that was with a weaker draft, and they still made it feel very competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a really high-level series we already have underway, but we are done here on the space. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Great breakdown of a fantastic game number 1 between Hololive Esports and Gen G. So much on the line with a second victory here for Gen G. They really do keep that race up with KT. First place still very important. It means whoever wins in our first round of playoffs, you get to choose who you're going to be facing off against, and that could give you so much power.
In the case of Hololive Esports, now because they lost this first game, they can't guarantee third today. They're still very likely to get third place, but that's the difference between choosing, for example, T1 or DRX, right? So for them, third place is extremely valuable. Could be Live Sandbox. We don't know who that 6th place spot is. Anyone but Bro at this point in time, but jump back into the second draft here. Let's see if any adaptation does happen as Hololive once again on the blue side. Same 2 starting bans here across both teams.
Yeah, not going to see too many changes just yet. Might be, here that things start to move as Jax still left up and available. We'll see whether Gen G do take that one away, but Tristana, I think, is the only mandatory ban that you need to go with after that game number 1.
So are we trading Jax for Aatrox or what, Gen G? Are we banning Aatrox? We're trading.
Ooh.
We're giving them the opportunity. You receive...
oh, no.
Aatrox. I receive Jax plus Sejuani is banned by us. Oops.
Do you know what's happening? Do you know what's happening? Hololive Esports are selling some skins for Kingin. That's what they're doing. Got to get that prestige.
Let's see
DRX Aatrox out there.
Let's see what Gen G end up picking up here, because Kai'Sa is the real trade-off. You can grab Maokai, and then you could play a poke composition with Jace. There's a lot of different ways you can approach this. They're not going to go for the Jax, though, and now it's pretty hard to lock the Jax in this composition. So, let's see what Doran's answer is going to be into this Aatrox, because both of these players have such great mastery of Aatrox. It is going to be really exciting to see. The Xayah is kind of a no-brainer here. You could even go Xayah Rakan if you want to push it up that high. The other option is going for something like a Rel. Or if you're Zeka, just I want better than the Emperor's Divide. I want to steal that Nature's Grasp. No, I don't know about that, Zeka. We'll be the Rakan I was suggesting earlier. And as Gen G here, if you don't take the Jax now, you're not going to get it. But if you take the Jax here, you're not going to get the Rel, probably. So, very expensive choice here. With the Renekton ban, they opted into a second time.
Yep. I do like keeping the Maokai a bit more flexible than just locking in Rel. I guess they can just swap positions pretty willy-nilly if you'd like to, but I do like the Jax pickup just in general. And now we're keeping the mid lane really up in the air. That is what's going to get thinned out here by both teams. I imagine Azir's to be banned away, Annie's to be banned away, all sorts of options like that.
Yeah. This is what the big question was going to be, and why we see a Sejuani banned from Genji in both games is Zeka's Yone. But, you know, when the champion pool gets thinned out, what's Zeka going to do? The Yone's gone. Even without the Sejuani, he's made such a huge impact on this. We'll see if Annie and Azir are traded back. I mean, if Azir's up, I think Genji will potentially take it here. Jace also still relevant in this draft.
I think Jace needs a bit of a look just because that poke duo, like you were talking about, so powerful, especially when your 4-1 is as strong as it is with a Jax on your team. Certainly something worth looking at here.
Azir, if you want to go for the Jace, so you ban the Azir here, but then they ban the Jace, where are you going to go? Maybe just Annie. I feel like that's the trade you're willing to take here as Genji, since you have pick priority. See what they want to do. They could leave the Azir up if they're comfortable into it. Be Ahri. They ban instead Ahri and Viego. Pretty decent if Grizzly wants to go back to that Viego pick.
I wonder whether Zeka was actually being serious when it comes to the Sylas pick. This is making me think no, because picking it into the Azir is a thing that you can do, especially now that his early game was tapped a little bit. I would have really liked the Jace ban, just because it does fit so beautifully into the Genji composition. We know that Chovy was one of our first adopters of mid lane Jace as well.
Annie is historically Zeka's second worst champion this season. Gragas being his first, and 1-3 on that pick, but still a positive win rate on the champion, but not looking great, and not a champion that we really associate him with. But it looks like with the Azir into easy Jace pickup for Chovy, that's what he's playing, and it's just going to be the Annie Viego, which does suit Grizzly's champion pool. Look, they've got Annie set up, Aatrox here, resets for Viego and Xayah. While I don't really associate Annie with the firepower that Zeka normally brings us, I do think this is a good draft for Hanwha Life, and I think it's a well-rounded composition. But Genji got the OP combos. They got Maokai plus Jace. They got Jax plus Rel, Kai'Sa on their side. And it feels like while Hanwha Life's comp, they got Aatrox and they have a real 5v5, Genji got all the S tiers and the ability to 5v5.
Yeah, and also Hanwha Life Esports don't really have very much range. And so Genji kind of just shoot them with a whole bunch of stuff, and then Hanwha Life Esports have to go home, and Genji takes everything on the map. I think that the last draft was a bit of a worry. I think this remains a worry. Even though Grizzly is on a champion that's relevant, I don't know whether it's going to be enough to save them, and I think that Kingan's going to have to do some pretty amazing stuff in this game to make this happen. I don't think Peanut is going to have quite the free reign that he had in game number 1.
Defending world champion solo laners have to carry this game, I think. You know,
I'd agree.
It's going to be about Zeka setting up Kingan or vice versa. And if they can have an incredible game, like it's going to have to be like solo laners, one of them gets POG, or I think Genji takes a 2-0 kind of angle here. They have so much weightlifting to do in this one. It's a comp that suits Grizzly. You have Kingan on his world championship skin champion, the Aatrox. But Genji, they way outrange you. They don't even have to get into range of Aatrox ever. Plus they have Maokai, plus they have Rel plus Jax, and side laning. It's a problem.
Yeah, and they can choose to engage whenever they would want to as well. You know, Magnet Storm going to be there alongside Killer Instinct from Pays, who we've seen what he can do on this particular champion. Dangerous stuff here. Let's jump into game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. Doran switching over from his flamethrower-wielding Yordle and is now the gentleman with a whole bunch of eyes. I don't really understand Jax's story, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, someone explained it to me once. I think it was Challenger's Twitch chat, and I just left more confused than when I entered.
Yeah, I just don't know why he has all of the eyes. Maybe it's like a Master Yi thing. I don't know. I need to look into it because I need to know these sorts of things, and it's kind of an embarrassment that he's such an old champion, and I don't know. But there we go. What you gonna do?
What you gonna do? I mean, he's an enigma.
Yeah.
You definitely can't just look him up on the LeagueOfLegends.com website. Like, there's just no way anyone could ever know.
And then I won't know all of the different laws that have been associated with Jax. You know, how many times has he been retconned? How many, like, which truth do I want to believe in?
Yeah, then you got to go to you got to go down into the fandom site. You got to go really deep.
Yeah. And then that's not verifiable content either. Like, oh.
Yeah, it's no longer canon.
Yeah, it's hard to know. Hard to know.
But Atlas, I look at these setups here, and I want to be hopeful for Hanwha Life because it's comfort for the top two in Kingen and Grizzly. A Viper on Xayah. Life's Rakan has been pretty good this season. He's 3-1 on the pick. There's that 3-2 on the Annie for Zek I was mentioning earlier. As we're going in.
Yeah, Delight's crashing down. Life is battle dancing, and we are pausing. Okay. I don't know what this necessarily means. Or what's going on. Was it the Rel bug? No, he's level 1, so he only has crash down. So not going to be able to have any funny targeting on any stuns or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. As Peanut is also starting vertical jungling once again into Grizzly on this Viego. So he started the blue side Raptors.
I was like looking over at the LoL Park stage, and I'm looking to see like Peanut hovering out of his chair. I'm like, oh, he is vertical and he is the jungle. Interesting that he wasn't actually hovering.
No.
Doran just chilling out. As you can see, of course, home for this one. Don't know whether it's his problem, but if it is a technical issue with Doran, that'll be a more difficult one for our referees to solve. I believe there is a referee that actually goes over to the Genji.
There's someone who's not in there with him, but is on site enough, as well as that camera that's behind Doran that can monitor what he is doing at all times so that he can't use any external devices or anything like that. That's what that camera behind him is for. And this setup has been used many times by many players. You probably recognize it. And
yeah, we've had a bit of experience with the online setups here at the LCK. Got pretty good at it towards the end there.
We've always been, I think, pretty good at doing the production during what was a pretty rough pandemic. But now that we have the players, no emergency subs or anything like that, now that we've allowed online play, has been a big improvement, I'd say. As Hanwha being the big game hunters, saying that Genji is big game tonight to hunt. We'll see if they can pull off the reverse sweep here, because draft-wise, I'm not feeling it yet, Atlas.
No, neither am I. Still feeling like Genji are in a pretty good spot, as that's a pretty cute Aatrox.
We don't know what the issue was, but I've been told it's resolved.
The problem that we're not even sure really existed has been resolved. Maybe it was a bottom lane 2v2, and we convinced them to stop hitting each other, and now it's all going to be fine. Peanut, he's over here, so we're going to see Life and Viper spot out the fact that there is a Maokai in the area. Life's going to have to tank up the sapling.
At least now they can give Grizzly some advance warning, and he can immediately dart across to the top side of Peanut's jungle, so he won't actually have the same sort of massive gap that he ended up with last time around. And it will be seen by the ward too, so Genji 100% aware of where he is right now, as Peanut's looking for level 3.
This is a dangerous dive. Let's see whether they can make it work, as the crashdown does come forward. They take a fair bit of time, but there it is. Peanut just tanks the right amount of shots.
That's so many minions.
Is just getting corralled. Does get a decent knock-up. The Ignite comes down. Delight is very dead. And will Peanut survive? Oh, he doesn't even pick up the aggro. So 2 for 1. In the end, you'll be feeling pretty good about that one.
Oh, absolutely.
Doran is ganking Zeka.
Yeah. He's coming over here. He's
Blast Cone. But also, I mean, he's going to teleport, and he will just go back to his mid lane and then walk back out.
Didn't miss any minions. Nice try, Doran.
There we go.
That was the most creative way I've ever seen a player try to get their 1,000th kill.
Yeah.
Just 1 kill away.
True. I mean, 999 is still a pretty cool number, as Grizzly this time is going to be able to get himself some Shellfish. A much better start. As you can see a couple of camps in the lead this time.
Delight is, he went up top side to try to cover a little bit for Doran, as Doran's not going to actually commit his teleport here, and will come over without losing really all too much. So crazy early game here. Now, this is just a level 3 gank here with Rel. The lockdown is really easy on a level 1. Xayah, she can't root anybody. There's nothing she can do. And then, yeah, it's a sacrifice here of Delight. and for life, but it's a kill on a Rakan solo here. Who cares? Like, absolutely pays. It was like, be happy to just, he'd shoot his own support for 300 gold. And so that's 2 kills early with all of the CS denied as well,
and
as he has caught up.
Both of the kills going to Pays as well. What a rough time. As anyway, Grizzly is going to be able to stun up Peanut here. Also manages to get his Raptor camp, but Chovy's coming on over. We're going to see more fighting as Viper is very far up. He's going to have to flash. There are a whole bunch of minions, but Pays seems to not care. He's just going to kill Viper again. 0-2 now for the Xayah.
Yeah, Doran has a 12 CS lead in the top lane as well, despite roaming for a gank mid early on. Didn't miss anything, hasn't used his teleport, is absolutely destroying this lane. Now going to proxy minions. And Gen G, it's like they asked Score, like, can we have fun now? We played the serious game. I'd like to really have fun and actually showboat in game 2. And Score said, yeah, okay, all right.
I don't know whether they need to ask when it comes to that, because they have been doing that quite a lot.
And I mean, this is just, I don't want to say it's done, but it's pretty much done, Atlas. I mean, 3 kills on the Kai'Sa in 5 minutes.
No. You're getting a little bit Zeri. It's no. It's not quite that bad, but it is pretty close.
It's pretty bad, especially when we consider that Jax is also having a good time.
And Grizzly
he's having a bad time.
Spotted on a sapling. We're going to have to see the Viego actually try and dig them out of this hole.
That's a 2,000 gold lead. And it's spread around the entire team, not just on one champion. Doran's like, can I get the inhib? Like, can you walk behind that? Is there some tech? Like,
I mean, he's like testing the amount of proxying that he can do. He's going to be inside the base, proxying all 3 waves soon. That's the tech that he's going for. Grizzly is going to stab him, so be a little bit tougher here.
Yeah, Peanut's coming over. Grizzly has no idea where Peanut is. He's like, I don't like this. I don't actually want to let Doran go, but I think I'm letting Doran go. Tipper's up for Zeka.
These backs being stopped over and over again is actually really bad, as Kingan's going to get a ward down onto Peanut's Krug camp, but also spot Peanut out as he is in his topside jungle. So a lot of information going to Harmalife Esports, but not really alleviating any of the issues that we are seeing.
Yeah, I don't know which replay we're going to go back to here. Okay, right, the follow-up kills here in the bottom lane as Delight. The guy is really just killing it this season. Pays will follow up for the flash here, probably get some more of that passive, getting those plasma stacks in there, but Delight in lane, in team fights, in covering his mid laner, his roams, his wards, like his vision score.
He's doing very, very well. I'm just surprised that Doran is so far ahead.
While not being there?
Yeah, well, never really being seen in lane and mostly just wandering around the map. But he's still absolutely fine. And that's the only reason why I say so far ahead. Of course, Jax should be winning against the current iteration of Aatrox. And Aatrox then finds a lot of value in team fights later.
Right, and early mid-game team fights. But the problem is that the mid-game's kind of been moved up for this Kai'Sa. She's kind of already like about to be in mid-game, you know, before the 10-minute mark in terms of her itemization because of the 3 kills and plate that she's picked up. So this Drake, not really negotiable, not really contestable. They're going to see it with the control ward and feel really sad and then give that ward gold over to Chovy. Oh, actually give it to Pays. You know, he's the main character this time.
Oh, the Kai'Sa main character situation. Pays just taking pot shots like we have seen so many times. Is it another pentakill? We'll just have to see. Very interesting that Gen G has become this team where Pays gets pentakills all the time, by the way, when it was like Ruler trying to get pentakills for like his entire career and always getting trolled by like 1 or 2 people. It feels like, you know, with the younger guy coming in, Gen G throwing him some bones. But I have a feeling that the trolling is going to start. So maybe not a penta, maybe a quadra, and then almost a penta, and then a sapling.
Sure. I mean, it's Kai'Sa. It's kind of a tougher champion to get pentas on too compared to some of the other 80 carries that you can have. Just because Kai'Sa kind of blows somebody up at the beginning of the fight, but she's not always chasing people down and getting all 5. You know, like a Zeri, like an Aphelios can, or a Tristana, which we've seen Pays also play quite a bit of. Is Grizzly, this is optimistic at the moment. A little bit optimistic, but let's see if his teammates come over. They're coming.
They do manage to turn the lights off here on this particular ward. That means Viper's going to be able to get in there unnoticed. As there's a killer instinct for Pays, and that is just a dead Aatrox. And Humble Life, they're going to get the flash Tibbers. There's the battle dance forward as well. So Chovy's going to go down also. And Genji just going to set up the Nature's Grasp and guarantee themselves Shelly. So that means it's a 1-for-1. And the Rift Herald goes over to Genji, thus them winning this one out.
Yeah, 2,000 gold, the lead still here. A 4th kill for Pays. As that's going to be a little bit of a back tonight. Feels nice. Chovy has teleport, so can just teleport back mid here to catch this wave if he'd like.
Yep,
and I imagine he will.
Go down for Viper, though, as we can see. Maybe a plate. Maybe just...
He doesn't know where Peanut is. There's no vision on the top jungle. He doesn't want to get flash rooted by Peanut or anything like that, so decides probably just better to play it safe and walk away, as this is the power of Kai'Sa on isolated targets. You know, we saw it in the previous game. Viper had a few of his own moments, but this time Pays just going to be able to killer instinct his way through, has the damage. And then Chovy does get flashed on here by Zeka. Zeka and Life together decide, okay, that's an isolated, squishy Jace. We could pull this off, and then Peanut just pulls the ult out to secure the objective, as you said. Pretty elementary, that fight.
Works out quite nicely. Zeka doing some incinerating here onto Chovy in the mid lane. Chovy ahead in farm, surprise. As, oh dear, I've seen this movie before. Didn't go great as he umbrally dashes to try and escape, but Peanut splashing forward, finds a twisted advance. Some Infernal Chains do come down as Kingen wants to be able to find this. Does manage to get the 3rd Q, but there is a counter-strike, and that is an Empower for the kill. And Doran will be able to take that one, so 0-2 now for Kingen, and that is 1,000 kills for Doran. Congratulations. The 4th highest as far as top laners are concerned. Actually kind of amazing, you know, remembering back to when Doran was that kid on Griffin that we were like, oh, but I heard he's so good. Why isn't he playing every game? And now he's our 4th highest kill scorer here in the LCK.
He's been a player who was the most criticized player on this roster, as Ox was talking about earlier, and has just really turned his season around. You know, like at the beginning of the season, we were discounting Genji to a certain extent because it felt like it was a 4-man roster and they were cleaning up Doran's mess, but it is certainly not like that anymore. He's completely returned to form, as was discussed on the space as well. Like, it's been a meta that's great for him. All of the champions he likes to play are pretty relevant right now, as we talked about in the points of the match, and Grizzly's a little bit isolated.
Yeah, he doesn't have his ult either because he had to use it to try and escape from Chovy earlier on, so does have to use his flash in order to escape the situation. Just a pincer move there from Genji, utilizing the information that they have, and they've just kept Humble Life Esports at this, you know, 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead this entire time, ever since their first little advantage that they built up. Probably looking to try and extend that further, as we've got Mountain Drake coming up in 50 seconds time, and then Second Herald in 3 minutes. As soon as these turrets start being broken, though, it's going to be very difficult here for Humble Life to play this game, because we mentioned already that their 4-1 is just too strong.
It's so strong. Doran is pretty massively ahead as well, and you know, you have this Jace that also has Duskblade picked up early here. They have control over mid, and once the turrets start falling down, mid turret especially, Jace has so much more power from ahead when he's got saplings to spot for him. It's really easy to play these games out. You're running the Shiv here for Kai'Sa, so you have wave clear in spades. So the 4-1 just becomes so incredible. Is Kingen in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure about this one. Does fear all of the minions, but that's the flash forward from Doran. Grabs the solo bolo. And Kingen is now 0-3. The negative killing sprees.
On Aatrox!
Really working out, yeah. Maybe a bit rusty, perhaps. As Delight's going to get knocked up. Doesn't seem to mind about it whatsoever. And one bit of relatively positive news, or 2 bits, I guess, is the fact that Zeka is even and Viper is also somewhat even. As far as farm is concerned.
Yeah, farm.
Everything else, not so much.
Yeah, farm definitely, he's not too far behind, but Nashus is about to get picked up here for Pays. Might even be sitting on the money just now to actually pick it up here, which is insane because that's going to give him his W evolve. As Peanut's just trying to see if they want to come in here.
Yeah.
He's like, if you do, you will regret it, by the way. As, let's see what goes on over here. Zeka.
Ooh, Cloud Soul. You love to see it. And yeah, Zeka not going to bite off more than he can shoot. As, okay, Hanwha will be able to find Peanut. There was some dangerous popcorn chickens. That is going to be Zeka picking up that kill. Makes him 1-0-1 so far this game. There is life left in this team, Wolf.
Yeah, but this first brick going over to Genji at the same time. Let's see if they can maybe turn this into a pick onto Doran as well. As Chovy actually doesn't get that last plate. Here we go, Doran. No TP.
Tibbers running on through. There's the knock-up. Great work. But the Jax, is he able to get one of the kills back? The answer is no, as now Grizzly has turned into him. He's got his own counter-strike now as Heartbreaker comes forward. They take down the Viego. But now Life is dashing after Chovy, trying to grab that one. And Delight, I think, will die. That is the Aatrox trying to get one back as now Pays looking to go on cleanup duty. Oh man, if he lands a couple of Void Seekers, they could all die. There's the Killer Instinct onto Life, gets that auto. Kingin, not long for the world, and that is a double here as the Garbage Man comes through and packs them all up.
So teleport comes through from Chovy, and they turn this one around in a big way as Hanwha Life over-index on pushing this through. Pays is going to be able to catch the wave in mid. So Chovy is unsuccessful at getting that last plate, won't get the turret here, but will come up to save his top laner or attempt to turn the play onto his top laner around, as 4 players are up here for Hanwha Life against a counter-striking Jax. And then Grizzly overextends here. Rel comes through. Chovy can get out. Life not going to be able to get the knock up here. And Delight, he has so many resistances here. It takes a long time to kill him. And then when Pays shows up, there is just no way out. Zeka going to eat an extra turret shot here, but he's not going to be able to save his teammates as Pays gets over the wall with the Killer Instinct. And that's going to be another set of kills for this bottom lane Kai'Sa. 6-0 this game. 6 kills across the first 15 minutes of the game.
No, he's an absolute monster. Pays, I think, he was like a unanimous POG. It's my turn, Chovy, how dare you. As Grizzly going to slink off into the mist. Control wards are down. I think they could see him, at least for a few moments. Pays going to be able to grab himself some shellfish. He deserves it. And Viper now does get the cannon, but it is definitely defense stations here for Hanwha Life, as the Rift Herald is going to be started. Second going to go down is now Zeka. He does have his Tibbers, but that is just, it's going to be a 1-for-1 no matter what. So Doran's already done his job. They do manage to take him down in the end, but Gen G, they'll be able to get themselves the Rift Herald. They're looking for further siege on this mid-outer turret. And Chovy is in his favorite place ever, which is alone in a side lane.
They just keep getting trade-ups on the map every time Hanwha Life try to group for kills. Like, Doran has Counter-Strike, he's Jax, so it's really hard to kill him, especially when he has the lead that he does. And then they're like, all right, we'll get a turret and Herald. And Peanut is looking for more.
Yeah,
don't know about
this. Going to connect onto Life, and I don't know whether they're going to be able to get this one. They do get a teleport out of Kingin, though. And so he's going to take his big old sword and see what he can do, trying to get these bullies out of the lane. It's not going to work out as Life somehow manages to avoid the Shock Blast. I believe Vision was on Chovy there, so he's able to sidestep it.
Chovy, he's just really picking up lots of money. And he's almost fully stacked his Muramana. He's at 300 stacks now. He got the Dust Blade early, got that top side turret, and is just free farming. And Genji will be able to drop Herald here to secure that mid turret. Maybe even more, potentially, if Peanut does it with his ultimate, grab a charge on that inner. And then Jace has no outers to deal with, has so much agency. And the Drake is spawning in 1 minute's time, so you come over here with Peanut's ult, you drop that Herald down, and there's just no way Hanwha can contest. They're looking for some bounty gold up here on the top side, and you know what? I think Gen G are happy to let it go because there's a lot more value on the bottom side of the map for them than just a single bounty picked up by the Aatrox here.
And they're also going to get this inner turret in the bottom lane. So inner turret, outer turret in mid for a potential top outer turret.
As well as Soul Point, mind you.
Yeah, and Soul Point.
And it's taking King in a little while.
Yeah, he's getting to work on that one. Surely going to help out here as Tibbers is not going to find a stun onto Doran as Nature's Grasp now flying forward. Oh, Viper does manage to Captain Jack at least a little bit of it. Does flash away. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
He duped him.
But another charge going to come through regardless here. So still value, still got the flash and cleanse.
And I mean, the Zaya's gone the wrong direction.
Nowhere safe.
So Grizzly is really dead, and now Viper might be dead. But he's also going to have to waste a lot of his time. Baron not going to be up for another minute and a half, so that one's not really on the cards. But that Soul Point that you were talking about, that one is now on the table.
It's one of those games where Gen G are like, all right, well, I guess we do Baron. They press tab, they're like, oh, yeah, we actually have this big of a lead before Baron. That's right, it's 18.5 minutes. Okay, let's go bottom side. And
this is kind of a shellacking now, as Doran just going to leap strike out of the way of the Infernal Chains. And yeah, Kingin looks really cool as he's chasing after him. They do manage to get the knock up. There's the Q2. Q2 actually going to interrupt, but Doran does, he presses that button that Jax has. what's it called again? The one that stops him from being hit by anything ever.
Oh,
Makes life really awful.
The Counter-Strike button?
Ah, that's the one.
Yeah.
How could I forget?
I mean, the way that they are chasing Doran around the map, like every time Doran gets collapsed on, this time he doesn't even die. He actually gets out, doesn't flash, by the way. And despite like some pretty cool plays there from Hanwha to try to lock him down, every time they try to get something out of Doran, they lose like 3 times what they've done. It's like the Doran equation is like 3x for Gen G every time, because when they try to kill him, more map control is gained, more objectives are gained, and it's quite odd how heavily Hanwha Life have tried to kill this Jax while he is Jax and has Counter-Strike and is ahead in this game. Doesn't even have Hellbreaker, it doesn't matter. And it's starting to feel a little bit like Doran has done something personal to these players because they're trying to camp him again.
Well, he's sort of also one of the only players presenting himself as a target because he knows that he can do this.
Yeah.
Right? It's one of the reasons why
Jax is good in sides, yeah. It's tale as old as time, Atlas.
Yeah.
We don't even have to explain it, but we are, because Hanwha haven't gotten the message, unfortunately, just yet.
Not quite. And now the Baron has finally spawned. So here we are. It's 18 seconds old now. And you can see Gen G wanting to take it down relatively early on in its lifespan. As Peanut is moving so quickly in this Cloud Rift, Life taking a fair bit of damage. He's not their priority target, though, not who they really want to be engaging on, as Kingen gets over the wall. So does Grizzly. Grizzly investing a fair bit more there, as the Heartbreaker has to be invested. And so Gen G, they push them all out of their jungle. And I have a feeling that utilizing Pays and his 2.5 items that he has now built up, they should be able to pretty comfortably take this one down. Zeka walks over a ward. Delight just playing bouncer here as he's Hex flashing, looking for an opportunity. There's the Magnet Storm right in there, and Viper, he's already used his ultimate. There goes Grizzly, he just explodes. It's a decent cleanse, but it's just not enough. Double from Pays here already. As Kingen, he's gonna get CC'd and slaughtered. Does get over the wall, but there's the triple. For Pays, is that the quadri? Yes, it is.
Wait.
Is this now the penta? Just like last time, he does throw out the Void Seeker, but he dies as well. I like the zoom in. Thank you very much for that one, Jonah Strong. And now,
you could tell he really wanted it.
Did he block it with Tibbers? That would have been really cute.
I think he did.
You can tell he's giggling about it as well.
I think he would have lived either way because he had a decent amount of health, but, you know, Tibbers with the block. Nice attempt there from Pays. He wanted the Penta so badly, but, you know, this game at 10,000 gold, the lead for 21.5 minutes for Gen G. I think you could do whatever you want, and no one will ever say anything bad about it at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I wonder how many the most Pentas in a single season has been, because he might have been breaking that record.
He's
already got 2.
He's already gotten, like, one of the fastest rookie, if not the fastest rookie rack-ups of kills that we've ever seen for an 80 carry. He's on an incredibly strong team. He got finals MVP as a rookie player as well. He's just incredible. What this guy has been able to do so early on in his career has been great. But honestly, in this game, you know, it's kind of been like he's just shooting fish in a barrel. He wants the Penta.
Penta.
He's like...
he's like, oh, the tower, no.
Yeah, he just doesn't even care.
And Zeka is going to go golden to stop the potential shock blast that did actually miss, but probably would have killed him if it was aimed correctly. Don't blame him for that, I guess. And Hanwha are now just dealing with the fact that they have an open front door, and there's a very, very strong Gen G with a Baron bearing down on them. That is a great Infernal Chain as they get the knock up as well. Viper collects this one onto Delight. And that may stop this Baron push from being too dangerous. However, if we head towards Reality Land, it is still 9,000 gold in the lead.
We're chasing Doran again.
Yeah,
we're chasing him. We're after him. Let's see if they can get him. Kingen's ultin.
How many times are the sequels better than the first one, Wolf? Because we're up to like the 4th movie, and I think it's getting stale. As okay, Life is going to dive in. Doran
for Nexus, question mark?
Yeah, he breaks his stopwatch. He's going to get knocked up a few times. Counter-Strike doesn't work against Zeka's Q. So I guess there that is.
Let's see who they can maybe potentially pick here as Kingen realizes it before the rest of the squad.
Oh, Zeka going to have his back stop. That means everyone has to stop because otherwise he's just left there by himself.
Chovy gets inhib and he's actually pushing around here too. Delight has respawn. He's coming over. Let's see if Hanwha Life can get out. I think they just barely will.
No, they should be able to. Viper stayed in the mid lane as well. But that inhibitor was the sacrifice. So in the end, it was kind of just a kill. And some time.
Yeah, I mean, it was not Doran for Nexus, it was Doran for Inhib. You know, it's significantly better for Hanwha Life, this trade, than the other one it could have been maybe if Gen.G had all pushed mid, but they wanted to punish the bot side play instead with Nature's Grasp. Won't happen, but now they can kind of just group up and siege one of these other inhibitors here, or they could just kite back to the Drake because Doran has respawn, and that is Cloud Soul with a composition that's already so massively ahead. And kind of runs at Hanwha Life pretty well at this point with Jace Shock Blast and the follow-up engage from Pays, where he just comes in there and deletes people. It's a pretty strong soul, I would say, for them.
I would say it's pretty good, especially if they continue on their penchant for running after Doran and trying to kill him, because Doran's then just going to run that little bit faster. And it will be yakety sax, and that is not a whole lot of fun here for Hanwha Life. That is the Cloud Soul. Not very much of a possibility for a response here.
It's just... This game, I mean, it's a very similar gold graph to the last one after a little bit of a kerfuffle in the early game. It's just so much the almost exact perfect triangle of how you've just kept it always going up for Gen.G. Like, they've snowballed so well here. And here's a Nature's Grasp to siege the inhib.
Yeah, they do block it with life there, so not going to take too much damage. Shock Blast not really hitting just yet, but this feels like the calm before the storm. And these Void Seekers starting to land. As soon as they hit onto Viper, that's when you know that it's bad news. Is Chovy going to avoid the titters? There's the Magnus Storm, and now they're in the blender. That is going to be the first kill for Pays. Can he get the Penta this time? Is the question. The answer is absolutely not, as everybody else is taking them, and in goes Pays. His anger and aggression taken out onto Viper. That is going to be the ace. Only a double for Pays, but he's going to have to settle with it, because this game, ladies and gentlemen, is just over. Gen.G 2-0, well and truly hot on the heels of KT, assuming KT are going to be able to continue winning their games here in the LCK, because as of right now, you have new kings of the regular season.
Extremely one-sided series. Not even close, outside of one messed up team fight on the Herald for Gen.G in Game 1. Otherwise, start to finish, utter domination. Doran looking fantastic in both games. Peanut in the second game controlling the early game. Pays fantastic with the lead. He was alternate to Chovy in Game 1, but in Game 2, he was the big carry. He was the one who was going to do the big damages, and I mean, he basically, Gen.G made the global team look a little bit silly for overall predicting Hanwha to win this series. And I said at the beginning, it felt like just because Hanwha was trending up, it was about time for maybe a change to happen there. But when you look at the facts, when you look at the performance of Gen.G, not only in this series, but in their series against D+ very recently, they are so dominant, they are still consistent, they are so clean. And this shouldn't really come as a surprise to anyone. And I'll say it, even though I predicted Hanwha, I wouldn't call this an upset either.
No, it's definitely not an upset. And I think most of us were pretty much just going on gut feeling. It was like, oh, but I reckon this could happen. I think Gen.G, I mean, they're obviously out in front with KT by a decent margin. They broke a bunch of their own records and LCK records this year with the amount of victories that they had in a row as well. Nothing can be taken away from this squad. But it did feel like there was some shakiness. But what there wasn't was a failure to adapt to this patch. And they have, like, 13-14, and the fact that this is what we're going to be playing on for the playoffs. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what KT's take is, because so far, Gen.G has impressed me the most.
Yeah, no, so far. I mean, Gen.G also had some fantastic drafting on the last patch, too. Sometimes some weirdness, but I think overall pretty clean. I have two concerning takeaways for Hanwha Life, because one of the questions I had for this series was what Zeka does if he gets choked out of the champion pool. Same with Grizzly, right? And we saw in Game 1, Grizzly went back to the Wukong. And then in Game 2, when Zeka had to play Annie, we saw a lot of missed Tibbers. We saw a lot of really strange engages. And then, obviously, Grizzly looked a little bit unfortunate in terms of his positioning a lot of these fights, overextending a few times, including this one. But beyond that, the more positive thing we were curious about was how good is Kingan's Aatrox going to be. I don't think we got a positive answer on that one just yet, as Doran absolutely obliterated him, as you do often in the early game of Jax, but he's looked a little bit invisible in this series as well, and I think we have serious questions for Hanwha Life going into playoffs. as there seem to be some clear weaknesses that were exploited by Gen G.
Yeah, I don't think Kingen and Zeka have quite activated their clutch run quite yet. I think they're a little bit too locked into playoffs at this point in time to really worry about it, as Pays forgets that turrets exist, unfortunately, but does manage to get a quadra kill in this game. And now, Gen G, I think, are planning out how to get Pays' pentakill, but I don't know whether it is something that they can make work.
Great game from Delight. Really fantastic on the rel. Delight is just so good, man. It's like, when you think about that, how he was kind of locked into Brion for so long in his career, it feels almost criminal.
Yeah.
But he is just so good right now.
He's just amazing, and I was thinking that it was going to be difficult to talk about like the All-Pro for support and who's going to be first place. Like Lahens has been having some of these great games. You know, there are other players that you can talk about, but Delight is like moving into right now being just the only option you can really go towards.
Yeah, it's insane how strong our top two supports are. Life, who's I think probably leading third for most people, also on the Rift here, just getting completely outclassed in every metric in both games. And Hanwha Life, I mean, Zek had that one clutch as ear play. The one problem for Gen G, right, was that really cool Emperor's Divide engage, but otherwise, we didn't see him clutch out like he has been so often in Round Robin 2. He needs to be hitting those metrics, otherwise Hanwha look a little bit lost without him.
They certainly do. However, they're not going to be in too much strife because, of course, other things are going to need to happen for them to lose their third place position. But now that race becomes a whole lot more interesting alongside D+. But now it is time to throw it back to the space, see what they thought about this. 2-0 for Gen G.
Thank you, casters, for your wonderful work today. As yes, Doran, the fourth top laner in the LCK to ever get 1,000 kills. He is the fourth to do it, and yeah, he did it in quite a game as well. He was 14-2 on the Jax before the game. Now he's 15-2. He's up there at 90% plus win rate, and it was a stomp. You know, the casters already mentioned it. It was not a close game. Hanwha Life Esports, they did their best in game one. Game two was not quite the same. What did you guys think, Bill and then Chronicler?
Yeah, so, I mean, I feel like the draft, I think Gen G still had the edge. You know, we said they had the edge in game one. I don't think it was as much of an edge, but the problem is, like, for me, Hanwha Life Esports, the draft is nice in isolation. Like, Zyra Khan, great. Viego, Annie, strong. Aatrox is phenomenal. But into what Gen G have, right, the Jace, Kai'Sa, long-range poke, paired with the Maokai Rel and the Jax on top, I just feel like it's really hard to deal with that long-range poke. But ultimately, none of that really mattered, because the game was over after, like, 5 minutes when we saw the early bot lane plays.
Yeah, I also want to highlight again, I think that the strength of Peanut is such a big deal for Gen G, and it was also, I think, one of the first games where we truly saw Grizzly really struggle. I think game number one, it was somewhat visible. This game number two, the jungle gap was absolutely monumental, because you throw two bans towards him, and then you feel obliged to ban the Tristana, which kind of makes sense given the last game, but then he still gets Maokai, which didn't end up working out very well for the bot lane involved. And I was very surprised. I thought we were going to get a free gamer, you know, a competitive series, but then this game was over like 5 minutes in.
Yeah, there's a reason, you know, why so many votes did go over to Hanwha Life Esports. Chronicler very intelligently did vote for Gen G in this one, but that's...
Oh, well done, Chronicler. Good job.
Yeah, wow.
You're just so... never mind.
Yeah.
Guys, we talked about the game ending at 5 minutes. This is what we meant. Let's take a look at the first highlight reel, which was the bottom side dive into some more kills.
So this kind of reminds me of MSI when we saw BLG and Shun doing the same thing to both Gen G and T1 like 6 games in a row, just diving early. And the effect is massive. You know, they even go for the follow-up dive, and Delight is completely happy to sacrifice himself to secure another kill for Pays. And on top of that, deny the minion XP from Life, keeping behind. And at this point, Bot is just really in a rough spot, and Hanwha Life are trying to fight their way out of a deficit, and it just gets even worse from here. And I think after this point, the mentality just kind of starts to crumble for them.
Yeah, and I think Grizzly having a tough game against Peanut, given the current form of Peanut, it doesn't bode that well for Hanwha. I think it's understandable given, you know, Grizzly's inexperience. But Life and Viper, as you say, try to fight your way out of a deficit against, if this is DRX, their bot lane, you know, Barrow and Padak have had their fair share of issues. This is any non-playoff team, it's whatever, but it's Pays and Delight. Like, why are we trying to fight them when you're in a deficit? Like, just don't do it. They've been really good, and then...
Yeah. This is what happened after all of that. This is the numbers for you guys. It was like 1,180 something, I think. It was a huge
At 8
goal
minutes.
lead.
It's not 8.
It's not playable. Like
At
you know, normally we see these numbers at 14. I'm like, oh, you know, they're gonna turn up. This is at 8. There was still 6 minutes of plates ready for them to pick up. Yeah, it's just
and that wasn't the end.
Oh no,
it wasn't quite over for the Kaisa at that point because
it was over for the Zaya, definitely.
Yeah, but the Kaisa wasn't done having her fun. And we can take a look at the second highlight here, which was the top side play at 14 minutes into the game.
14. That's our highlight too. 14 minutes.
14.
As it starts off as an attempt from Humble Life to try and go for a play, which, you know, in theory could work out. They are actually able to kill Doran relatively soon here. You're feeling not too bad, you know. You get the shutdown. Then Grizzly, completely not in sync with the rest of his team, goes in, tanks 2 turret shots and dies, which by itself already was feeling rough. But then the moment that Pei show up is when Homba's like, oh no. I actually think they come out relatively fine. If he gets Zach here as well, who actually was getting pretty close. Maybe if you get an isolated Q, there's no way if you can get him. But it Pei's, you know, still gets to killer instinct over wall, kill 2 people, and then from this point on, even though he didn't get the Penta, you know, had to settle for a Quadra kill. It was so done.
Yeah, I think for me, this series kind of illustrates that despite the fact that Genji did lose to KT in a pretty stompy fashion, that they're still a tier above everyone else, and we expect them to really bounce back for playoffs. And also, for Hunter Life Esports, as much as this, especially the game 2 feels rough, I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing if they learn from this and they go into playoffs having, okay, you know, we did kind of crumble after game 1. What can we do about that? Hey, we're a little bit not on the same page when it comes to those gank attempts, and hopefully they can build on this and be in a better form when we go to playoffs, because right now, based on this, they just won't match up to Genji and KT, so there's still a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, speaking of work, I mean, they have DK on Saturday. That's the team that's challenging them for that 3rd place spot, so going to be a really important one. Let's take a look at the POG here for game number 2 on the side of Genji. It will, in fact, be the Boom Boom damage boat because, well, let's be honest, he did a lot of Boom Boom damage and kills.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes the Boom Boom damage boat is just so severe that you cannot avoid it. It just has to be played into.
There was too much warping going. Like, everything in this game was about pace. Did Peanut do this early dive? Extreme low? Yes. Did the light set him up? Absolutely. But he did too much. There was too much going on. He was at the right place at the right time. Didn't die except that one time to the turret because he wanted his Penta.
I think this is just textbook Genji, and a lot of people kind of discredit Pays at times because they're like, oh, well, he looks this good because Genji give him all the resources. And it's like, well, they give him all the resources because he is just this good. He is that guy. You get him fed, and he will just take over the team fights. And I feel like every time, it is just kind of dunking on opponents when you're super far ahead in goal, but it's also so flawlessly done. So great to see.
Hayes and Chovy stealing each other's POG points away from themselves, so it looks like Canyon might run away with the POG leader in this season.
Actually really fun. The DK versus Hanwha series on Saturday actually might decide that as well.
Yeah.
Because if Zeka is able to get double POG, then they can equalize.
Or if Canyon just gets one.
Wait, but Canyon's on 1,200. How is Zeka on 1,000?
On 1K,
yeah. So
yeah.
Isn't that like the last hope, I think, to catch?
Yeah, because they're playing each other.
Very interesting spread of votes here, as everybody got some votes. I think Delight maybe should have gotten some more.
I think the Delight and, as mentioned, Delight, Peanut, Shouts.
I don't really get the Doran votes, but it's media, so I don't think we should put too much thought.
He ran away very well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do think the Peanut one is kind of like, look, this game was over 5 minutes, and in those 5 minutes, he did a lot, right? So that's respectable.
Makes sense.
There's a big jungle gap in this one for sure. I think Grizzly will have to get back on the horse for the next one. But guys, I think we are ready now for the interview. Let's throw it over to Deer. No, we're not ready. We're almost ready. Any expectations for How Life Esports versus DK after this one?
Yeah, I want to echo what Oaks was saying. I do think that this is something that Hanwha Life should be able to learn a lot from. I think their drafts in both games felt a little bit lackluster compared to what Genji was able to cook up. If there's one thing you know about D+, regardless of form, they will try to throw curveballs. So I think Hanwha Life have looked a lot more stable as a team. I think even though this second game was obviously not a great example of that, but if DK can get the right angle and kind of force him into these awkward draft positions, I could see him take it.
Yeah, I feel like Honolife Esports looked rough against Gen G, but D Plus looked rough against Nongshim. And I think there's a big difference between those. So that's all I'm saying on the subject.
Nongshim could still make playoffs, okay? They're a great team. I don't know why you got to go after them.
Still a chance.
Why are
And
they
guys,
catching strays?
we do have the interview ready now. Let's hop over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Chobi and Pace on the side of Genji, who were the first ones to reach 16 wins with a third consecutive victory. You guys have reclaimed first place. How do you feel, Pace? We got first place back? Oh, I'm really happy about reclaiming rank 1. And I'm even happier about a clean 2-0 victory. And we are reaching the end of the regular season. Today was such an important match for you, for maintaining a good form for the playoffs. So with the new meta, how have you guys been practicing? We've been trying to adjust to the new patch and trying to utilize the champions that are more suitable for the meta. And we definitely did believe that the match starting from today is actually what matters the most, and I'm actually pretty happy about today. And Chobi, you got unanimous POG with Tristana. You had so many kills, you were high up on the damage chart after scaling very well. How did the build give you so much damage output? I feel like Tristana, once she scales well, she does do a lot of damage just by autoing, but what matters the most is positioning. And in game 1, there was a play that had the Doran and Chobi duo do a high five. Let's take a look at the replay right here. And in a 2 versus 3, you guys got a triple kill. So what was the communication with Doran like? Instead of talking to Doran, this was when I tried, when we tried our best, and then we were able to communicate just which spells the opponent don't have. So that's probably why, because Doran did everything that he meant. And Doran earned 1,000 kills today. Despite him not being here physically, would you like to send a message for him? Doran, you know, congratulations, but I know he's not satisfied with just 1,000 kills. I'm sure he is already on his way to 2,000 kills. How has Doran been feeling lately? Based on how he's performed today, I feel like he's doing really good. There's really no need to worry about him. He's doing really well. Pace, with you debuting in the LCK for less than a year, you already have 519 kills under your belt, so you must be so proud of yourself. What are your thoughts on this record so far? And when I heard that Doran got 1,000 kills, it's been a while since Doran debuted. And I thought maybe 1,000 kills is not that big, so maybe I can catch up to him pretty soon. And Chobi, you are smiling, it seems. What are your thoughts on Pace's kills? 519 is a lot, but you know, given that I have already gotten so many kills, it doesn't feel like it's a lot. You know, I feel like when Pace tries to catch up to my number of kills, maybe he'll feel like it's a lot of kills now. And in game 2, with the very early bot dive, with the opponent knowing Peanut's location, did you know that this dive would be a success? We knew that as long as the opponent doesn't counter gank, we would be able to win. And we knew that we told ourselves that even with a trade, a 1-for-1 trade, it would be an advantage for us. But it was actually something that went even better than we thought. And in the second half of game 2, there was a moment where FaZe's Kaisa died to Annie for a pentakill attempt. We have to review that, right? And after FaZe, we saw that Peanut and Chovy were pinging your Kaisa a million times. So what did this ping mean? It didn't really mean much. It was just really funny how he ended up dying. So we were like, oh, when else would we be ping him this many times? So we just went for it. Please, 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 please. You were so disappointed. So would you like to say anything to FaZe?
근데 너는 킬을 많이 먹어서 펜타의 기회가 많으니까.
FaZe, I mean, you're really good at getting kills, so you probably have a lot of chance to get pentakills in the future. Honestly, I don't think I get enough chances for a pentakill, but I'm sure you'll get another one very soon. And FaZe, so what is your takeaway from this play? I feel like whenever I get a quadra, I don't see anything else. I can't think of anything else, but my focus is on a pentakill. So I really thought I was going to be able to get this pentakill, but I'm really sad I didn't get one. So Genji displayed such flawless performance. Are you guys satisfied with it today? There were rooms for improvement, but I'm definitely satisfied that we were able to win. I feel like once we brush up a bit more, we'll be able to display an even better performance in the playoffs. And for rank 1, you guys must defeat OK Savings Bank Brions, and also wait for how the KT match goes. So what is your resolution? We have to maintain our performance and move into the playoffs with it. So we'll make sure that we put in enough effort to keep it in pace. My goal is to maintain my performance and do well in the playoffs, so we'll make sure to do our best. And this will be the end of the interview with Chovy and Pace, and back to the space.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. Let's take a look at the standings now after this win from Genji, trying their best to catch up and even surpass KT, as there's still a chance at that as well.
I feel like it's actually coming down to the game score, because based on how the trajectory is going, Genji and KT look like they're not going to suffer another series loss. But if they 2-0 all the rest of their series, KT will lead by 1 game score. So even a 2-1, suffering that would be enough to throw a spanner in the works. So I think it's not just about winning the series anymore, it's also about having it as clean as possible. Because remember, getting first means when you get to that second round, you get choice of opponent. It does make a big difference.
Also, for D+ fans, this actually is really big, because it guarantees that D+, if they win the series, they will take 3rd place, and 3rd place is really, really big. Would you rather take whoever gets 6th, you know, a team that has seen a lot of
DRX.
Lot of ups and downs? I mean, I think it's DRX. Most likely it could be Sandbox, or a T1 with Faker in playoffs. Depends on the matchup tomorrow as well, but that does seem like a gamble to me, and having the luxury of choice, really big in that one.
Especially when D+ suffered some issues in the spring when they obviously didn't make it to double elimination. I think they definitely want a smoother trajectory to get to that point where they have the safety net.
Seems pretty important, I would say, to get as much safety as possible. Speaking of tomorrow, we do have Live Sandbox up against T1. That's the match that you did mention there, Chronicler. And then, of course, Nongshim up against KT. KT definitely the heavy favorites, but if Nongshim do win that, then they keep their chances at playoffs alive.
Even a game. Yeah, I mean, a game can play upset. That's the thing. Just winning a game could actually put a spanner in KT's plans, but also the T1 Live Sandbox, I feel like, is the big test with the reintroduction of Faker, and it's Sandbox's chance to keep their hopes alive.
It really is kind of a pivot point for the week, because if T1 wins that, right, then Sandbox are not necessarily, but looking more out of the running. And also the fact that if Nongshim get a game, then maybe we get a tiebreaker for first, because both teams will be equal as well, which will be really cool.
Tiebreaker for first. We might even see a tiebreaker for sixth. Tiebreaker for something else.
Everything.
For fifth. Who knows? But guys, we are done here today. Thank you so much for watching the LCK, and we will see you tomorrow for that T1 versus Live Sandbox matchup. Until then, have a good night.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. Baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I built.
저희 팀이 성등하려고 모인 팀원들도 아니고 해서 더 잘해서 다 이기도록 하겠습니다.
더 세진 동부학살자예요. 하나생명 e스포츠 13잭스입니다.